What happens when an ordinary guy gets drafted into a nightmare world where household objects come alive, demons overrun civilization, and survival is a miracle? Meet Li Yi, a former college graduate, now a temporal walker. His job? Traverse alternate universes, steal their powers, and come back alive. Sounds simple? Think again. On day one, he landed in a martial arts world, barefoot, broke, and standing on a corpse. Surrounded by swordsmen, accused of being a demon spy, and armed with only a football club badge possessed by demonic energy. Lee kicks off his new life by using soccer moves to break legs and shatter groins. His enemies? Martial artists. His allies? A bunch of suspicious sect members. His identity? A self-proclaimed interstellar bandit with 1/10,000th of his full power. From kicking severed heads to bluffing his way through entire sects, Lee turns a suicide mission into a highlight reel of brutal comedy, clever deception, and chaotic action. With only one rule: survive for 1 year or die trying. If you love demon-infested worlds, broken systems, sarcastic protagonists, and absurd martial arts brawls, this is the series for you. Subscribe now and follow Li Yi's twisted journey through kung fu cults, cosmic lies, and demon-fueled survival. Welcome to the world of demonic artifacts and interstellar bandits, only on this channel.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Hairdryers, wristwatches, speakers, razors, water bottles, even electric meters. Everyday household items, now encased in glass like relics of a fallen age. Each was labeled meticulously with a name, serial number, and activation date. Yet they weren't just artifacts. They were demons. Lee stood before the display, his gaze tracing each object with a mix of awe and dread. At his side stood a calm, composed man with salt and pepper hair. His badge read, Yang Feng, Director, Demon Capture Office. Don't rush, Yang Feng said softly. For your first traverse, don't chase achievements. Just avoid mistakes. Surviving is enough. He glanced at Li Yi. Those who awaken temporal attributes are 1 in a million. You're one of the few. This isn't just your burden, it's your chance. To rewrite your future. To control your life. For the nation, and for yourself, survive. That's all I ask. Survive. A noble-sounding wish, but in this world, it was a grim blessing. When living long enough to return is considered a miracle, it says everything. Lee said nothing. He simply nodded, then returned to browsing the glass cabinets. Each of these items shared one truth. They had been corrupted by demonic energy. They had gained awareness, intelligence, malice. They were known now as demon artifacts. 3 years ago, humanity reigned unchallenged. Civilizations rose. Peace reigned in the Xia Kingdom. Wars were distant, life comfortable. But everything changed when demonic energy descended like a black tide. Parks, rivers, zoos, homes, anything, be it a tree, a fish, or a family pet, could be twisted into a sentient monster. In the blink of an eye, civilization crumbled. Guns failed. Order collapsed. Humans became prey. The death toll soared. From 10 billion, the global population plummeted to under 4. The only thing standing between extinction and survival was the Demon Capture Office. When chaos consumed the world, demon hunters rose to resist. Their weapons? These very artifacts, tools that, when wielded correctly, granted supernatural powers tied to their origins. But Li Yi wasn't a hunter. He was something rarer, a temporal walker. Hunters fought on Earth. Walkers, chosen by fate and genetic lottery, traveled to alternate universes, gathering foreign knowledge, capturing stray demonic energy, and bringing back survival techniques. Martial arts, Taoist methods, magic, and more. They were humanity's last gamble, and the cost was steep. Of the 237 temporal walkers recruited in the past 3 years, only 8 were still alive. And now, it was Li Ye's turn. Just 3 months ago, he was a normal college graduate living off a small inheritance. A routine scan revealed his dormant temporal attribute. Within days, he was drafted, trained, and prepared for a mission with a near-certain death rate. He protested. Of course he did. But the answer remained the same. We don't have time. Demons grow faster than we can fight them. His mission would last 1 year. Walkers were anchored to alternate worlds through their artifact. After 12 months, the Demon Capture Office would recall both Walker and Artifact, if they were still alive. The training was rushed. Inadequate. Li Yi knew it. Yang Feng knew it too. But it didn't matter anymore. All that mattered was survival. Li Yi passed the hairdryer. Too obvious. The wristwatch. Too complex. The speaker. Too loud. He paused. Here, he said, pointing at a small object nestled inside a velvet-lined case. It was a football club badge. Shield-shaped. Gold. A crown at the top. Below it, cartoon figures of players holding hand around a ball. Yang Feng blinked. That one? What? Li gave a half-smile. It's small, easy to carry, and it's a team-type artifact. Yang Feng frowned. Team type? That won't help you fight. Li gestured toward the massive warning banners on the wall. Minimize artifact use. Avoid repeated activation. Don't bond with artifacts that suit your personality. Do not seek killing-based powers. You said it yourself, Li Yi replied. The rules are strict. Power corrupts. Sometimes, teamwork is the only way to survive. Better to split the enemy's focus than to go down in a blaze. Yang Feng forced a thin smile. Time waits for no one. If that's your choice, then prepare. Survive, Li Yi. If you make it back, your entire future may change. The 2 worst-case scenarios for a temporal walker's first traversal were simple. Arriving in the middle of nowhere, desert, ocean, total isolation. Appearing in a place packed with people. Unfortunately for Li Yi, his debut landed him smack in the second category. He materialized in the middle of what seemed to be a gathering. The ground beneath his feet felt oddly soft. A quick glance down confirmed his suspicion. He was standing on a corpse. What the hell? Could his start have been any more cursed? No wonder most temporal walkers died early. Li Ye's eyes darted around. He was in a large, torchlit cave. Dozens of men stood frozen around him, some in tattered robes, some armored, all armed. Swords, sabers, knives. Their eyes locked onto him like they'd seen a ghost. Right in front of him stood an old beggar, hunched over a crude cudgel, staring with suspicion and disbelief. Li Yi swallowed hard. Bad news. He had landed in a martial arts world. Good news. His dramatic entrance had stunned everyone. More bad news. That shock wouldn't last long. The beggar snapped out of his daze first. He pointed his cudgel at Li Yi. Who are you? Li Yi forced a calm he didn't feel. An immortal. While buying time, he mentally checked his gear. Most of it had been scattered during the spatial turbulence. Only 3 items had made it through. A tactical knife, a single gold ingot, and a football club badge, his demon artifact, thankfully intact. Normally, walkers were given entire survival kits, firearms, food, light sources, medical supplies. But the rules of traversal were cruel. Demon energy preserved the body, not the baggage. Still, if he had his assault rifle right now, this situation would be a whole lot less terrifying. An immortal, the beggar murmured, momentarily uncertain. His hand lowered slightly, and someone in the crowd sneered, Immortal, my ass. Look at his fake hair, his shady eyes. He's clearly a con artist using tricks to sneak in. Just like that, the moment snapped. Kill him. Scarlet Flame Sect's spy. We can't let him escape. Weapons were raised. Bloodlust filled the cave. Damn it. Li Yi cursed silently. He had no idea what the Scarlet Flame Sect was, but judging by the crowd's fury, they were public enemy number 1. His eyes flicked toward the only exit, too far. The encirclement was already forming. He gripped the badge tightly. His only lifeline. The Demon Capture Office had theorized it could activate under 4 core themes. Unity. Perseverance. Progress. Glory. None of those seemed helpful now. Maybe perseverance? Still surrounded, and with no room to fight fairly, Li Yi made one last attempt to de-escalate. Everyone. Too late. The beggar lunged, cudgel aimed at Li Yi's head. Simultaneously, a burly man behind him threw a punch toward his spine. Swords glinted in the firelight as fighters shifted into attack formation. *T. Li Yi flinched and stumbled backward, only to trip on the body beneath him. His heel landed squarely on the corpse's severed head. And in that instant, something clicked. A rush of instinct flooded him. Soccer footwork, dribbling, feints, flicks. The badge pulsed with heat, demonic energy surging into his limbs. His foot moved on its own. The head rolled forward, hooked by his instep, and launched like a ball between the beggar's legs. Li Yi pivoted left, dodging both cudgel and punch by inches. Whoosh! The cudgel smashed into the ground. Miss! The punch struck air. Miss! The beggar recovered fast, swinging the cudgel sideways. But Li had already dropped into a slide. Fast, fluid, instinctive. His legs swept low, hitting the beggar's shin with a sickening crack. The old man screamed and collapsed, his leg bending in an unnatural direction. Li stood up, one foot planted firmly on the severed head. Around him, chaos reigned. His body hummed with raw energy. Everything felt clearer, sharper, stronger. So this was the power of a demon artifact. Even basic moves, enhanced by demonic energy, became devastating. His stamina refilled instantly. His reflexes spiked. His muscles buzzed with strength. But beneath the thrill, a dangerous awareness crept in. This power was addicting, and corruption was the price. A voice roared from behind. Old, the burly man, now red-eyed with rage, charged again. Two fists, straight for Li Yi's temples. At the same time, a swordsman darted forward, blade aimed at his chest. Li Yi didn't hesitate. He twisted and heel-kicked the big man square in the groin. Thud! A dull impact. A flying body. Without missing a beat, Li Yi sent the severed head sailing toward the swordsman. The man dodged, but it was too late. Li Yi closed the gap and slammed an elbow into his nose. Crack! The swordsman dropped like a rock, clutching his face. 3 down. Li Yi exhaled through his nose, foot back on the head like a champion taunting the crowd. And in that moment, he realized. Soccer. Violence. Demonic energy. What could possibly go wrong? A heavy silence enveloped the cave. Taking down 3 opponents was impressive, but doing it while playing around with his severed head? What kind of twisted grudge could justify such theatrics? Who exactly are you? A middle-aged man with a long beard glanced at Li Yi and the head under his foot, his tone icy. Someone here to take your lives? Li Yi responded with a sinister grin. I wanted to talk before, but you didn't. Now I don't feel like talking anymore. Having no understanding of this world, any fabricated identity risked exposure. A more intimidating stance, however, could force them to yield first and ask questions later. In any world, the wicked often fared better than the kind. Moreover, every time Li Yi used the badge, the demonic energy improved his body. In this unfamiliar place, power was his most pressing need. The group before him was nothing short of experience fodder. As expected, his words infuriated them. An older man with a scarred face roared. We'll see who takes whose life. Everyone, attack. There's no need for honor against the demon Sect scum. If he lives, it's our deaths. The clamor of weapons surrounded Li Yi, though only 3 advanced to attack. The so-called martial artists were skilled but constrained by their numbers, forced into defensive positions while their comrades formed a tight blockade around him. Blade and sword light flashed, leaving Li Yi no path of retreat. Yet he merely smiled. Just as the weapons were about to strike him, he deftly dribbled the head underfoot, weaving left and right, slipping through the trio's assault by a hair's breadth. The 2 attackers who tried to intercept him from the sides collided with each other as Li Yi passed between them like a phantom. They crashed to the ground, and before they could recover, Li Yi kicked them both squarely in the face. Blood splattered as the 2 spun away, landing over a meter from where they had been. The scarred elder remained standing, but fared no better. After escaping the encirclement, Li flicked the rolling head with his toe, preparing for another strike. This time, though, his kick missed its mark, gliding just above the head before slamming into the elder's crotch. Thud! The direct hit sent the elder howling in agony, leaping into the air before collapsing and writhing on the ground. His willow leaf saber clattered away as he clutched his injury. The spectators froze, jaws slack. A groin kick was a dirty move, but relatively easy to defend against. Oldhu's earlier misstep could be excused as a lapse in judgment, but the elder's failure was baffling. Li's movements weren't particularly fast. Surely he could have dodged or blocked. As they stood there dumbfounded, Li pressed the attack. The cave still housed dozens of foes, and he had no intention of giving them the chance to regroup. Moreover, the surge of power from the demonic energy was intoxicating. With a grin, Li charged forward, dribbling the head. Sliding tackles, elbows, sweeping kicks, bicycle strikes, and aerial moves. Li executed them all with the flair of legendary soccer players like Pepe, Ramos, Costa, and Roy Keane. Wherever he passed, people fell like dominoes, clutching their legs, faces, or groins. No one could stand against him. In mere moments, he had broken through the crowd and reached the cave entrance. Pausing, Li resisted the urge to score a goal, with the severed head coming to a sharp stop instead. Spinning on his heel, he charged back into the cave. The remaining fighters were stunned. Some, overcome with fear, fled past him toward the cave exit. But a thunderous voice stopped them cold. "Anyone who runs dies." Before the words had even faded, Li flipped and performed a scissor kick. The severed head shot through the air, colliding mid-flight with the head of the furthest fleeing fighter. Bang! Both heads cracked on impact, one bursting open in a gruesome display as the victim crumpled to the ground. The grisly scene froze everyone in place. Li landed lightly, rising to his feet with a casual air. Anyone else care to run? Demonic energy continued to enhance his body, filling him with boundless strength and heightened senses. Even without the ball, he felt more than capable of handling the situation. And if someone did challenge him, there were plenty of spares on the ground. The cave was now filled with groans from the injured, while the unscathed survivors stared at Li Yi in abject terror. Who are you?" A short-bearded man finally stepped forward, his voice trembling. "We've no past grievances or present quarrels with you. Why did you attack us?" "Attack you?" Li sneered. "The moment I appeared, you all wanted me dead. Now that you've been beaten, you talk about having no quarrel?" "Too late." The man hesitated, then cautiously asked, "Young hero, you're not with the Scarlet Flame Sect?" Li let out a cold laugh, taking the opportunity to fabricate a more intimidating identity. "I am an interstellar bandit, destroyer of countless civilizations. The Scarlet Flame Sect? They're nothing but insects beneath me. If not for the spatial turbulence during my jump, which left me gravely injured and operating at less than a fraction of my usual strength, I wouldn't even need to lift a finger to crush you lot." While a Temper Walker's mission was to recover foreign resources and eliminate demonic energy, Li's goal was survival. Admitting to being a demon hunter would have been foolish. He would rather lay low for a year, avoiding the other corrupted entity in this world, and wait to be recalled. Now, however, circumstances forced his hand. The short-bearded man exchanged a glance with a gray-haired elder. Though skeptical of Li's boast about being at 1/10,000 strength, they couldn't deny the strangeness of his fighting style and sudden appearance. Not wanting to provoke further conflict, the short-bearded man played along. "Young hero, this may all be a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" "The moment you attacked me, it stopped being a misunderstanding." Li's gaze swept over the group as he nonchalantly sat on a nearby rock. "Now, a few of you better step forward and explain this planet's civilization to me." And he pointed to a random fighter. "Kick my ball back here." The fighter hesitated but obeyed, kicking the head toward Li Yi. To everyone's horror, the head, which had survived countless kicks from Li Yi, splattered apart from just one strike. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere. This gruesome display only solidified Li's dominance. The precision and power of his actions were terrifying, even to those skeptical of his story. The short-bearded man's eyes gleamed as he turned to the gray-haired elder. Sect Master Liu, why don't we go and enlighten this young hero together? The cave settled into a brief peace. The short-bearded man and the elder cautiously approached Li Yi, while the rest busied themselves aiding the injured. Broken bones and torn muscles could be treated, but those hit by Li Yi's infamous groin kicks were effectively crippled, sprawled on the ground as they gritted their teeth and channeled energy to disperse the internal damage. Occasionally, they glanced at Li Yi with undisguised hatred. Li Yi ignored their stares entirely. Survival was paramount, and when conflicts arose, the law of the jungle prevailed. Sacrificing himself to accommodate others? Absurd. The short-bearded man stood before Li Yi, his tone careful. Young hero, what do you mean by civilization structure? They don't even know what civilization structure means? This world is primitive. Li glanced at the man and sighed inwardly. Still, backward civilizations were easier to survive in. Despite his unlucky start, perhaps luck hadn't abandoned him entirely. Frowning slightly, Li displayed a hint of disdain for their ignorance. Civilization structure refers to the combination of all aspects of your world: knowledge, material development, societal systems, ecology, culture, everything. In simple terms, it's the current state of your world, the path of its development, and the ultimate achievements that path might lead to. That is civilization. The short-bearded man exchanged a confused look with the elder, who seemed equally lost. Around them, the eavesdropping martial artists wore similarly baffled expressions. Exactly what I wanted. Their confusion highlights my superiority. If they weren't impressed, why else would he bring up something as advanced as civilization structure in what was clearly a martial arts world? Li Yi's gaze swept over the group, filled with the condescension of someone observing uncultured primitives. He shook his head and asked, "Civilization is a broad topic. Let's simplify. What's the most powerful person or weapon in your world? Can they achieve the third cosmic velocity?" The short-bearded man was dumbfounded. Young hero, the most powerful individuals in our world are the 4 grandmasters. But may I ask, what is the third cosmic velocity? You don't even know the third cosmic velocity? How primitive! Li exclaimed, shaking his head. He picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it into the air, letting it fall back down as he explained. Why does the stone fall? Because our planet exerts a strong gravitational pull. That's why, no matter how good your lightness skills are, you'll always return to the ground. Gravitational pull? The short-bearded man's mouth fell slightly open, his thoughts swirling. A new door seemed to crack open in his mind. Judging from your expressions, you focus on individual growth. There's a saying, in martial arts, speed is invincible, and strength conquers all. The first cosmic velocity is the orbital velocity. Achieving it allows a person to float indefinitely in the air. The second cosmic velocity is escape velocity. This lets you break free from your planet's gravitational pull and enter the stars. The third cosmic velocity, also called escape velocity, lets you not only leave the planet, but also the sun's gravitational pull, allowing free travel across the cosmos. The short-bearded man swallowed hard, glancing at the elder. At this moment, he genuinely believed Li Yi wasn't of their world. A lunatic couldn't possibly have such logical and meticulous thoughts. The mention of these velocities carried an air of unfathomable mystery. Watching their awestruck faces, Li Yi smiled faintly. You mentioned grandmasters. How powerful are they? After some hesitation, the short-bearded man replied, Young hero, we've never seen a grandmaster in action, but it's said they can divide rivers and split mountains, traveling 1,000 miles in a day. But I've never heard of one being able to fly indefinitely. I suppose they can't reach the first cosmic velocity. Ringo, divide rivers and split mountains? Li froze for a moment. Damn, high-level martial arts. Survival here just got harder. While alarm bells rang in his mind, he maintained his composure, tearing off his fake wig with a frustrated and irritable gesture. Damn it, The strongest individual power here only divides rivers and mountains. They can't even shatter a star. What rotten luck to be stuck on such a primitive planet. How am I supposed to heal here? Will it take me until the end of time? A mighty interstellar bandit like me, trapped on this backward rock? This is complete bullsh asterisk T. Feigning authority was a skill Li had honed during his 3 months of training with the Demon Capture Office. Beyond wilderness survival, his training focused heavily on psychology and acting. Under the guidance of top-tier instructors, Li could effortlessly perform any desired emotional state without slipping up. Shattering stars, primitive planet, interstellar bandit, healing. These alien terms sparked endless speculation among the crowd. Young hero, may I ask where you're from? The elder cautiously broke the silence. I'm from the Galactic Federation. Li snapped, exasperated. A place you primitive folks will never reach in your lifetimes. Is everyone in the Galactic Federation like you? Have you reached the 3rd cosmic velocity? The short-bearded man mustered his courage to probe further. 3rd cosmic velocity? That's child's play. At my peak, I could perform spatial jumps with my body alone. Li scoffed. If it weren't for falling into the Federation police's trap and encountering spatial turbulence during my jump, I wouldn't have ended up in this backward place. The short-bearded man hesitated. Young hero, what is a spatial jump? Spatial jumping folds space, creating the shortest route from point A to point B. Li picked up his discarded wig, pulled out a strand of hair, and held it taut. Imagine this hair is a road. Normally, you travel from one end to the other. He folded the hair, bringing the ends together. With spatial jumping, you skip the middle distance and move directly from one end to the other. Understand? Watching the group's stunned faces, Li sighed impatiently, tossing the strand aside. Your civilization is too primitive to grasp this properly. It's pointless to explain. That sounds like the legendary shrinking the earth into inches technique. A young man in his 20s suddenly blurted out. More or less, Li replied, eyes lighting up. But spatial jumping spans galaxies, far beyond what shrinking the earth into inches could achieve. Do you know about celestial arts? I read about them in storybooks, the young man admitted sheepishly, looking at Li Yi with awe. You really are an immortal? In terms of civilization, I'm from a level 4 civilization. You haven't even reached the 1st cosmic velocity, so you barely qualify as level 1. Calling me an immortal isn't entirely inaccurate. Li Yi smirked. At my peak, I visited many level 1 civilizations. The fools there worshipped me as a deity. What do level 1 and level 4 civilizations represent? The young man asked, bewildered. The short-bearded man and the elder were also intrigued. Li scanned the crowd, noting their expressions with satisfaction. Smirking, he said, I haven't even asked about your civilization yet, and you're already interrogating me. Interesting. Pointing at the young man, he asked, What's your name? Huagua Wuzu Fei, the young man replied, bowing. And you? Li turned to the short-bearded man. Hefingshan's Fan Jia, came to reply. Before Li Yi could ask, the elder preemptively answered, Snowpine Sect's Lu Guangxing. Li chuckled. You lot don't seem very impressive. Might as well follow me. Since I'll be stuck here recovering, I'll lead you to prosperity. First, tell me what fun or useful things exist on this planet. When we're done, I'll enlighten you about the universe. Li knew they didn't fully trust him. Their probing questions were an obvious attempt to test him, and more would likely follow. But that was exactly what he wanted. As long as he kept dangling hooks, their curiosity would keep them on his side. By the time he'd fully harnessed the badge's potential, his lies would transform into truths. For now, the persona of an interstellar bandit couldn't waver. Someone in a position of power wouldn't answer every question. They'd assert dominance when necessary. Ayez's instincts were spot on. These seasoned martial artists were no fools. If a few boastful words from a young, hairless-faced upstart could fool them, they might as well go home, wash their hands, and settle down to farm with their wives and kids. At best, they were skeptical of Li Ye's claims. Terms like spatial jump sounded sophisticated, but his reliance on underhanded techniques made it hard to take his supposed celestial origins seriously. Neither Fan Jie, the short-bearded man, nor Lu Guangxing, the elder, truly believed him. They were merely pretending to cooperate, hoping to probe his identity and exploit him. Shifting the conversation, Li quickly extracted key details about this world's structure from the group. This was indeed a martial arts world, or more accurately, a feudal society reminiscent of Earth's ancient dynasties. The central kingdom, Chu, was surrounded by various barbarian nations. Its greatest threat was the western regions, with whom it had been clashing for decades. Unlike Earth's feudal dynasties, this world gave considerable power to martial sections. These sects were so influential that even the royal court had to consider their opinions and governance. The court and the martial world functioned like two parallel systems, seamlessly intertwined to maintain stability. The martial world was a tangle of alliances and rivalries. The two dominant forces in the Central Plains were the Heavenly Tao Alliance, comprised of several top-tier sects, and the Scarlet Flame Sect, the leading faction of the demonic path. The two factions split the region's power almost evenly. Martial artists were crudely divided into innate experts and acquired experts. Only innate experts had the potential to reach the rank of Grandmaster. While innate experts were relatively common, Grandmasters were exceedingly rare. Currently, only 4 were recognized. Murong Kaisen, the Heavenly Master of Chu. Fu Wenbao, the National Master of the Western Regions. Yu Hai, the leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Huai Yi, the Grand Elder of the Scarlet Flame Sect. These 4 Grandmasters each held sway over their respective domains, balancing the powers of the court and the martial world. After gaining a rough understanding of this world's factions, Li glanced at Fan Jie and the others. Do any of you qualify as innate experts? His question brought an awkward silence. After a pause, someone muttered from the crowd, "If we had innate experts, would we be afraid of you?" Fan Jie chuckled wryly. "We're just minor figures in the Jiangnan region. We're far from reaching that level." Lu Guangxing added flatly, "Becoming an innate expert requires exceptional talent and insight. Out of 1,000 martial artists, producing even one innate expert is considered fortunate." As the sky darkened, Li glanced toward the cave's entrance. "What are you all doing here?" Fan Jie raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Oh, nothing much. Just a simple martial arts gathering to exchange skills with like-minded individuals." "A martial arts gathering? In a cave, in the middle of nowhere? Do your gatherings always look this shady?" Li Yi sneered, rising smoothly and planting his foot on the unlucky corpse's head. "Fan Jie, have you forgotten who's in charge here? If you won't talk, someone else will. I've got plenty of time." Fan Jie's expression darkened, but Lu Guangxing quickly coughed, signaling him with a glance. "Master Fan, there's no need to hide the truth at this point. We've lost too many people already. If we want our plan to succeed, we'll need the young hero's help." Fan Jie hesitated before catching on. He sighed and cupped his fists apologetically. "Young hero, the fault is mine. I only withheld the truth because you're new here, and I didn't want to drag you into martial world disputes. But Master Lu is right. We've lost many of our men. To succeed in our mission, we need your assistance." Li Yi smirked, but remained silent, waiting for Fan Jie to elaborate. Clearing his throat, Fan Jie explained, "We recently received word that Shi Xiang, the Hall Master of the Scarlet Flame Sect's Azure Dragon Hall, has come into possession of the Dragon Emperor technique, a martial manual once wielded by the legendary lone swordsman Xiaoyu. Shi intends to offer it to the Scarlet Flame Sect. He'll be passing through Pine Ridge in the next couple of days. Our plan is to ambush him and seize the manual." Dragon Emperor technique? Li couldn't help but chuckle. Martial arts novels had it right. Wherever there was a martial world, murder and treasure hunting were inevitable. A single martial manual was enough to unleash a bloodbath. Flipping the football club badge in his palm, Li considered his options. As a temporal walker, his mission was to collect this world's resources. In this case, martial manuals like the Dragon Emperor technique were clearly the target. Still, as a rookie, Li's primary goal was survival. With only a rough understanding of this world, Diving into its conflicts prematurely would increase his risk of death. For all he knew, Fan Jie and Lu Guangxing could be lying. The safest course of action was to kill everyone in the cave and leave. That way, his presence and identity would remain a secret, giving him time to integrate into this world and grow stronger. Most temporal walkers would take this approach, spending a month or two learning the world's rules before devising a growth plan based on their demon artifact. But Lie's circumstances were far from ideal. 3 months ago, he was an ordinary man. While he had no qualms about fighting for survival, the idea of slaughtering an entire group now felt excessive. Besides, there was no guarantee he could eliminate them all. If even a few escaped, it would cause trouble. Moreover, the Demon Capture Office's guidelines discouraged excessive use of killing-based artifacts, as the act of killing heightened negative emotions, accelerating demonic corruption. Lee had chosen the football club badge, a team-based artifact. Killing his way through this situation would defeat its purpose. If he wanted to grow stronger without succumbing to demonic corruption, obtaining the world's top martial techniques was essential. The Dragon Emperor technique was now a necessary goal. Sometimes plans had to adapt. For a demon hunter, flexibility was key. Having weighed the pros and cons, Lee laughed heartily and waved his hand. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm an interstellar bandit. I rob land, sea, and air. Asking me for help is the right call. Didn't I tell you? Stick with me, and I'll lead you to riches and glory. First, we'll take the Dragon Emperor technique. After that, we'll loot the Scarlet Flame Sect and the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Fan Jie and the others stared, stunned. After a moment, Fan Jie awkwardly interjected, "Young hero, let's just focus on the Dragon Emperor technique. There's no need to take on the Scarlet Flame Sect and Heavenly Tao Alliance." "Relax, Fan Jie," Li said with a grin. "I'm from a level 4 civilization. Even at 1/10,000th of my power, crushing your so-called top factions is child's play. Once my strength returns, conquering this planet will be effortless. You'll all be my trusted generals, living in luxury under my rule." From the crowd, a voice scoffed. "Big talk. With your skills, you're barely a match for us. Forget grandmasters. A single innate expert could crush you." Li shot a sharp glance at the speaker, but before he could reply, Fan Jie turned and barked, "Dengwei, shut up." Turning back, Fan Jie plastered on a smile. "Young hero, pay no mind to him. He's just a coarse fellow. We'll follow your lead. If your strength recovers, we'd love for you to take us to the Galactic Federation." "Master Fan speaks wisely," Lu Guangxing added with a nod. "Two sly foxes trying to exploit me for free labor." Li saw through their ploy instantly, but chose not to expose them. After all, he was using them too. This was simply a battle of wits to see who outmaneuvered whom. Laughing heartily, Li declared, "Stay loyal, and I'll show you wonders someday. You'll find I'm quite easy to get along with." Back in the bandit world, they called me Rainmaker Li, a man of loyalty who always lent a hand to those in need. Why else would everyone respectfully call me Lord Li in my early 20s? Lord Li. Fan Jie seized the opportunity to flatter. "We're fortunate to have your guidance." "Indeed," Li replied, grinning. "Now, when exactly is this Shi Xiang arriving? Walk me through your plan." After acquiring the Dragon Emperor technique, Shi Xiang has been traveling day and night. "He should pass through Pine Ridge at midnight tonight," Fan Jie said. "As for our original plan, it's no longer viable after so many injuries. But with Li joining us, capturing Shi Xiang shouldn't be a problem." "How skilled is Shi Xiang?" Li asked. "Shi Xiang is the last disciple of Grandmaster Huai Yi. Although he hasn't reached the innate level, he is still one of the top fighters in the martial world," Fan Jie explained. "How skilled exactly?" Li pressed. "How does he compare to me?" Fan Jie's lips twitched involuntarily as he recalled Li Ye's underhanded moves, which barely counted as martial arts. It's hard to compare. It's said that Shi Xiang has mastered 3 layers of Huai Yi's sevenfold force technique. His internal energy is fully controlled, and his moves are incredibly refined. Fully controlled? That's such a vague description. Li smirked and gave Fan Jie a sidelong glance. You couldn't even handle me, and you still dared to provoke a Grandmaster's disciple? Fan Jie chuckled. He hasn't reached the innate level. No matter how skilled he is, we can exhaust his internal energy with sheer numbers. We have enough people to wear him down. If he's a Grandmaster's disciple, aren't you afraid of retaliation after killing him? Li asked again. Sure, Xiang is just a disciple, not a Grandmaster himself, Fan Jie replied. Grandmasters hold a lofty status and rarely intervene. When they do, it often triggers other Grandmasters to act, plunging the martial world into chaos. Besides, we plan to offer the Dragon Emperor technique to the Heavenly Tao Alliance. They'll provide protection. You're stealing a martial manual just to hand it over to the Heavenly Tao Alliance? Li asked in surprise. Fan Jie hesitated, then spoke self-deprecatingly. Everyone's aptitude and understanding differ. Each person has their own, most suitable martial technique. A profound technique, like the Dragon Emperor technique, might ruin us if we try to learn it. It's better to offer it to the Alliance and exchange it for something we can master. He paused, then smiled and advised. Li Yi, you're skilled and mysterious in origin. Why not join the Heavenly Tao Alliance? With the merit of presenting the Dragon Emperor technique, you could secure an excellent position. If his transmigration hadn't been exposed, this would indeed be a prudent path. However, joining the Heavenly Tao Alliance now would likely lead to captivity and interrogation. Li trusted no one. He preferred to form his own team. Old Fan, you don't believe me. Li shook his head at Fan Jie. Fine. I'll show you how advanced civilizations operate. Pick 10 people. Fan Jie, though uncertain of Li Ye's intentions, complied and selected 10 people, including himself. The soccer team badge granted a team-wide boost. 11 people achieved the optimal effect when united. This conclusion came from those who had used the badge before. It was Li Ye's first time using the badge, and he intended to test it on this group. The 10 selected men, apart from Fan Jie and Lu Guangxing, showed varying degrees of resistance, mockery, sullenness, or outright disdain. Standing before them, Li swept his gaze across their faces. Gentlemen, you heard what I said to old Fan. I know you don't believe me, and you're resentful because I injured your comrades. Some of you probably want me dead, Nigerian Ira. But now, we share a common goal. If you're dissatisfied, suck it up. If you hate me, set it aside. Your lives are in my hands. The only reason I'm keeping you alive is because I'm unfamiliar with this place and need manpower. Otherwise, a bunch of misfits like you wouldn't even catch my attention. The group stirred uneasily. As martial artists with fiery tempers, someone immediately tried to argue, only to be silenced by Fan Jie's glare. Do you know why I only chose 10 of you? Li asked with a smirk. It's because I'm severely injured, and my spiritual energy can only cover 10 people. A bunch of backwater, first-level primitives getting to experience spiritual energy enhancement? Your ancestors must have blessed you. Feigning deep authority, Li caught Fan Jie's curiosity. Li, what's spiritual energy? Scanning the group, Li explained, spiritual energy is a higher-grade energy surpassing mana, magic, divine energy, and your internal force. Internal force, frankly, is the lowest level energy. He extended his hand, palm down. Talking won't convince you. Place your hands on mine, and I'll let you experience the wonders of spiritual energy firsthand. Old Fan, you go first. Fan Jie hesitated, but eventually placed his hand on Li Ye's. A surge of demonic energy from the badge flowed into Fan Jie, who stared in wide-eyed shock. As Fan Jie absorbed the energy, a faint connection formed between him and Li Yi through the demonic energy. Li smiled and looked at Lu Guangxing. Old Lu, your turn. The more people in our team, the greater the impact of spiritual energy. The elder followed suit, placing his hand on top. His reaction mirrored Fan Jie's astonishment. What's happening? This is spiritual energy, Li said, gesturing for the others. Everyone else, join in. Encouraged by Fan Jie and Lu Guangxing's reactions, the rest hesitantly placed their hands atop the stack. The effect was immediate. 11 hands, layered together, caused the demonic energy to transform qualitatively. Li felt a sharp increase in his power and heightened senses. The pitch-black night outside the cave grew clearer, revealing individual blades of grass and leaves. Even the chirping of insects became distinct. If this was the effect of demonic energy, who could resist its allure? Li sighed inwardly. Lacking any tools to measure the extent of demonic energy's corruption, he felt the struggle of being a temporal walker. Still, for now, he could freely absorb the energy. No temporal walker had ever lost their mind immediately after crossing worlds. The badge activated the soccer team's group attribute, benefiting everyone involved. Even Deng Wei, who had been hostile toward Li Yi, exclaimed, "Why is my internal force flowing so quickly?" "You," Fei from Huagua Valley blurted. "I can see so clearly now. My hearing improved, too. It feels like my strength increased. Is this spiritual energy?" The group erupted into excited chatter, each marveling at their transformation. Their attitude toward Li Yi shifted dramatically. It was real. He really was a celestial being. Thud, thud, thud. Their hearts raced uncontrollably. Outside the group, those not chosen to participate crowded closer. Curiosity piqued. "Deng Wei, what's going on? What happened? What did you experience? Is spiritual energy real?" The cave bustled like a marketplace, but the 10 blessed men ignored the commotion, lost in their transformation. Whatever doubts or biases they had about Li Yi vanished. "Do you believe me now?" Li Yi asked, smiling. "Why, yes, we believe," Fan Jie stammered, his face flushed with excitement. "Li Yi, from now on, I'm your subordinate. I'll follow your orders without question," Lu Guangxing, ever pragmatic, declared smoothly, his mind already racing with thoughts of immortality. "Me too. Count me in. From this moment on, I'll follow you." "Li Yi," Yu Fei added fervently. If spiritual energy was real, so was Li Ye's divine identity. Advanced civilizations were beyond his understanding, but this was like encountering a deity from a tale. A celestial being fallen to the mortal realm. Who cared about the heavenly Tao alliance anymore? The team was formed, but no derived skills were triggered. Li Yi felt a bit disappointed, but didn't dwell on it. Monster-derived skills allowed demon hunters to utilize abilities without their demon artifacts. Yet the activation conditions remained a mystery and highly random. Even the Demon Hunting Bureau hadn't figured out the pattern. The last person who used the soccer team badge also failed to trigger any skills. Unity, progress, perseverance, and glory were theorized as potential triggers, but these were just expert speculations, not guaranteed truths. Perhaps the timing simply wasn't right. Li Yi wasn't in a hurry. For now, the demonic energy he distributed to the 10 others meant they could bear the brunt of future battles, particularly against the monster that had entered this world ahead of him. In theory, his goal for choosing the badge was partially achieved. Lying low isn't the best way to hide. Blending into a crowd is. The cave was a scene of celebration. The chosen 10 were elated, marveling at the wonders of the demonic energy. Some meditated to harness their power. Others leapt around excitedly or practiced their techniques. A few even boasted to the rest about the transformative effects of their new abilities. In just a few moments, they seemed entirely reborn. By their own admission, their talents had been mediocre before. Now, thanks to the infusion of spiritual energy, they believed they could even aspire to the innate level. To outsiders, it was nothing short of a miracle. Those Li Yi had injured were left with complicated emotions. If only they'd held back their hostility earlier, this great fortune might have been theirs. Time and fate, who could fight them? Those who had avoided conflict with Li Yi now looked at him with unprecedented enthusiasm, crowding around him like stars orbiting a moon. "Li Yi, is there still a chance for us? Li Yi, tell us more about higher civilizations. Is a fourth-tier civilization even stronger than immortals? Can everyone in the Galactic Federation use spiritual energy? Can spiritual energy be cultivated? Idiots. I haven't lost myself to the demonic energy, but it seems all of you already have." Scanning the frenzied crowd, A glint of ridicule flashed in Lie's eyes. He raised his hand, signaling for silence. Gradually, the cave grew quiet. All eyes turned to Lie, eager for him to speak. Fan Jie and the others, standing guard by Lie, had already become his most loyal followers after their transformation. They would never let anything happen to their newfound golden thigh. Empty set beta epsilon. Everyone, Lie began, his voice resonating through the cave. You've misunderstood something. I'm not an immortal. I'm a star bandit from an advanced civilization. To be precise, I'm not even a good person. In the Galactic Federation, I'm infamous for murder, arson, and all sorts of crimes, even destroying several low-tier civilizations. I'm ranked 6th on the Federation's most wanted list, so don't expect me to save the masses. His gaze settled on Fan Jie and the others. And don't get too comfortable just yet. The spiritual energy in your bodies isn't yours, it's mine. I gave it to you, and I could take it back. With so many people here, I can replace you at any time. The words froze Fan Jie and the others in place. Having tasted the benefits of demonic energy, they couldn't bear the thought of losing it. Meanwhile, others in the cave looked hopeful, as if they saw an opportunity. Lie, we swore to follow you, Fan Jie hurriedly pledged. So did I. If I ever betray Lie, may lightning strike me down, Yu Fei added. Anyone who betrays Li will have to answer me. Lu Guangxing growled through gritted teeth. Li raised his hand again, silencing them, and continued. Why am I a star bandit? Because I love excitement. I live for freedom and chaos. Though I ended up on your planet by accident. Let me be clear, I'm here to rule. I couldn't care less whether the people on this planet live or die. If you're willing to follow me and work for me, I'll reward you handsomely. We'll split gold and silver fairly, enjoy the finest resources, and indulge in the most beautiful women. Serve me well, and once I recover, I might even take you off this rock to see the wider universe. But if anyone dislikes me or doesn't want to follow a notorious star bandit, you're free to leave now. His words caused a stir. Li noted the hesitation in their faces, then smirked coldly. But if you think you can walk out of this cave alive, you're welcome to try. I don't like opposition, especially from ants. Those who had considered leaving felt their hearts clench. They looked at Li Yi with a mix of frustration and resignation, silently cursing his dramatic pauses. Still, no one dared to move. Good people are bound by morality and law, making them easy to deal with. But against a powerful, unreasonable villain, the average person has no recourse. Li Yi, you're stronger than any immortal. Only a fool would go against you. Lu Guangxing proclaimed loudly. On behalf of everyone here, I declare that from now on, we'll follow you. Does anyone disagree? No objections, someone eager to join Li Yi shouted. No objections, echoed those who disliked him but felt compelled to comply. Don't feel left out, Li Yi said with a smile. I'm injured right now, and my remaining spiritual energy is limited, so I can't help everyone yet. But if you serve me well, you'll all receive spiritual energy eventually. To those injured, don't hold a grudge. We had no personal enmity before. Work hard for me, and I'll grant you spiritual energy to heal your wounds. No injury is beyond its power. His words left everyone stunned. Really, one man, nursing a groin injury, asked shakily, Why would I lie to you ants? Li Yi sneered. If magic and mana can revive the dead and regrow flesh, there's no reason spiritual energy, superior to them, can't do the same. If that's true, Li Yi, you'll be my savior. I'll serve you with my life, the injured man declared, kneeling despite the pain. I'm willing to follow Li Yi. So am I. The atmosphere shifted as Li Yi systematically eliminated potential threats. With grand promises and calculated intimidation, he solidified his authority. Now, that's more like it. While I'm no saint, I never mistreat my people, Li Yi said with a hearty laugh. Since you've chosen to follow me, you must abide by my rules. We'll act with unity and purpose. My words are law. Cross me, and there will be consequences. Yes, Fan Jie and the others replied in unison. Since the righteous world has the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the underworld has the Scarlet Flame Sect. We need a name, too. Once we've made our mark, people will tremble at the sound of it. Li Yi, what shall we call ourselves? Lu Guangxing asked eagerly. Smiling, Li Yi said, I'm playful by nature, so let's call ourselves the Fun Seekers Club. What do you think? Fun Seekers Club? What kind of name is that? Though many silently mocked the name, no one dared voice their disapproval. Excellent name, Lu Guangxing declared, stroking his beard. At first glance, it seems humorous, but it hides a deeper meaning. A team that toys with the world must possess unparalleled wisdom and power. Truly impressive. Old Lu, your insight is remarkable, Li Yi said with a smile. From now on, you'll be the grand protector of the Fun Seekers Club, overseeing rewards and punishments. Li Yi's choice was deliberate. Giving Lu Guangxing a prominent role tested the group's obedience and loyalty. In time, he would use similar tests to ensure everyone adapted to his unconventional methods. As expected, Fan Jie and the others showed regret, wishing they'd been the ones to flatter Li Yi. Meanwhile, the rest began contemplating how best to align themselves with their new leader. Fan Jie, stop staring and pass the ball. Focus on the ball, not on me. Practice makes perfect. Do the same action a million times, and you'll instinctively know how to control the ball with your eyes closed. From now on, we're a team. When we fight one person, all 11 of us fight. If we face a group, it's still all 11 of us together. This is about building our coordination. Inside the cave, the rest of the group stood aside, leaving the center open for the freshly formed Fun Seekers Club to train. Fan Jie, Lu Guangxing, and the others passed a ball around in a circle, their expressions conflicted. After all, it was unsettling to kick something around with their feet when it resembled the head of a fellow teammate. Focus, Li Yi's voice echoed throughout the cave. Train hard now, bleed less later. This is our unique training method. The more in sync we are, the faster spiritual energy will improve. They already knew Li Yi was unconventional, but this method seemed almost absurd. The idea that such training could actually enhance spiritual energy defied all reason. Li Yi, do people in the Galactic Federation train like this? Fan Jie couldn't help but ask. Of course not. Li Yi chuckled. I'm a star bandit. I cultivate an unorthodox technique, taking shortcuts. Legitimate methods would never improve spiritual energy this quickly. If you don't like it, you can leave. Plenty of others would jump at the chance. No, I was just curious, Fan Jie quickly replied, plastering a smile on his face and passing the ball hard to Yufei. Only a fool would refuse. In just this short time, not only had his spiritual energy improved, but his internal force had also surged dramatically. It was more effective than consuming rare treasures. If this path could make him a grandmaster, he didn't care if he turned into a villain to get there. To succeed, you have to go a little crazy, Li Yi continued. Besides training, there's an even faster way to boost spiritual energy, building reputation. The greater our renown, the faster spiritual energy improves. The more famous our club becomes, the faster we'll grow. The spectators were stunned. This entirely upended their understanding of cultivation. Don't use your primitive mindset to judge advanced civilizations, Li Yi said, noticing their bewildered looks. Our methods align with universal truths, drawing upon the energy between heaven and earth. Do you know why immortals need incense offerings? Incense represents belief and faith. The more followers and influence an immortal has, the stronger their power. We work the same way. Relying solely on personal cultivation would take eons to move mountains. Why do you think I stay on the Galactic Federation's wanted list, hunted by everyone? Because I need fame. That's why I became a star bandit. Realization dawned on the group. Of course, Li needed to dominate this planet. Only by doing so could he recover from his injuries. On this primitive world, where only internal force was practiced, how else could he heal? Ambushing Shi Xiang will be our first real battle, Li said, intercepting their pass with ease, juggling the ball a few times before sending it back. Tomorrow, I'll reorganize the club and ensure everyone plays to their strengths. After finalizing the club's name, Li experienced another significant improvement in his constitution. Sensing he was on the right path, he began integrating the soccer badge's characteristics into the group's training. His goals were threefold: strengthen the team to deal with a monster that could appear at any moment; trigger-derived skills, which were essential for a demon hunter's survival in combat; build his own force to investigate the nature of the monster that had landed in this world. Knowing the enemy would allow him to act decisively, whether attacking or defending. Unity, perseverance, progress, glory, soccer, reputation. Li worked to maximize the badge's effects. Only by understanding his demon artifact could he use it to its full potential. The Demon Hunting Bureau had only been developing demon artifacts for 2 years. Their prohibitions were not absolute truths. Blindly adhering to their taboos would only lead to harm. Out of over 200 temporal walkers, only 8 had survived. This alone proved that the Bureau's rules weren't entirely suitable for temporal walkers. The Bureau was still experimenting, and their guidelines were constantly revised. To survive, Li had to rely on his own judgment. The path ahead was his to forge. As for losing himself to the demonic energy, that wasn't a concern for now. Compared to these natives, who easily succumbed to temptation, Li believed his willpower was far stronger. At least, he still knew what he needed to do. At midnight, under the bright moonlight, Li and his group lay in ambush along a path near Pine Ridge, waiting for Shurxiang. The demonic energy heightened their senses, making the night as clear as day. Lu Guangxing and the others, standing behind Li Yi, watched the forest trail intently, brimming with confidence. Even those injured were brought out to act as spectators, stationed along the path to cheer during the battle. The task Li Yi assigned them was so humiliating that the seasoned martial artists, each with some renown, felt deeply embarrassed. But when they remembered Li Ye's promises and the potential rewards, they swallowed their pride. True hardship brings eventual success. If chanting slogans would let them cultivate spiritual energy, what was the harm? Didn't Lu Guangxing even kick around heads earlier? They had to adapt to the cultivation methods of advanced civilizations. Back in the cave, the injured gathered around the fire after Li Yi and the others had left. A heavy silence hung in the air. "Old Hu, do you think Li Yi is reliable?" asked a disfigured swordsman, his voice muffled and gloomy. "What does it matter if he's reliable or not?" "Old Hu," the injured beggar snorted. "He's got everyone under his thumb. Besides, that spiritual energy is undeniably strange." "Old Hu, what if he angers a grandmaster?" "What will we do then?" the swordsman asked worriedly. "Even if what he says is true, he's still injured. Forget grandmasters. Even an innate expert could probably take him down. And given how erratic he is, do you really think he'll heal our injuries?" Silence fell again. After a while, a man clutching his groin rasped bitterly. "Honestly, I don't trust him. He's made it clear that we're only useful if we serve him well. But how can we compete with others in our state? Even if we sell ourselves, he wouldn't bother." "I thought the same. I only played along to stay alive," another man sighed. "Lu Guangxing and the others have gone mad, completely under his control. So what do we do?" Old Hu asked. "We're all injured. Even if we try to escape, we won't get far. If he catches us, we're as good as dead." The swordsman fell silent, then scanned the group. "I think we should play along for now. Watch how he treats his followers. If he's worth it, we can stick with him. If not, we'll find a way to escape and spread the word. We owe it to ourselves to seek revenge. Let's put our heads together and figure out a plan." Li knew that leaving people behind in the cave was a risk. In fact, everyone in the team was a potential threat. A group of people brought together through coercion and bribery couldn't possibly develop unwavering loyalty within just a few hours. A unified goal, a positive atmosphere, shared beliefs, and a stable division of roles. Building a team required meticulous organization and planning, a process that couldn't be rushed. Since betrayal was inevitable, Li decided to let it be. All he needed was to stabilize the current situation and get through the challenging opening phase as a temporal walker. Survival of the fittest was also a necessary step in forming a team. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the end of the road, three figures shot forward like arrows loose from a bow. Before encountering demonic artifacts, Li Yi would never have believed humans could move at such speeds. But after 3 years of chaos caused by these creatures, such speed no longer surprised him. Even he, bolstered by demonic energy, could match that pace now. "They're here," Lu Guangxing muttered. Those two simple words caused the three figures to abruptly halt mid-dash. Their eyes scanned toward where Li Ye's group was hiding, displaying a sharp alertness. Li cursed inwardly. What kind of idiot give away their position before an ambush even begins? It was as he expected. Those capable of finding rare techniques were destined to be the main characters, while his hastily assembled group of misfits were nothing more than cannon fodder on someone else's path to success. "Who's there?" the leader of the newcomers demanded. He appeared to be no older than 25 or 26, with striking eyebrows and eyes as bright as stars. His upright demeanor made him seem more like a righteous disciple than anyone else in his group. As he spoke, he drew his blade, the tip aimed directly forward. There was no doubt a fight was coming. Who had time for nonsense? Li stepped up decisively and kicked the ball into action. 4-3-3 formation, charge. Whoosh! Under the cover of night, a dark, rounded object hurtled through the air, headed straight for Shi Xiang's face. Li Yi, holding his dagger, followed close behind. The dagger, specially crafted by the Demon Hunting Bureau, was razor-sharp and could cut through metal with ease, a true weapon of legend in this world. NOES. No one said he couldn't bring weapons into a match here. Lu Guangxing, Fan Jie, and Deng Wei followed closely, trailing just a step behind him. The locals, with their limited training and lack of exposure to football matches, couldn't keep up with Li Ye's moves. This ragtag group didn't even understand the meaning of the so-called 4-3-3 formation. Why leave someone stationed far in the back? Shouldn't robbery be about attacking together, overpowering the enemy, grabbing the technique, and running? Perhaps this was also part of some spiritual training. Lu Guangxing and the others could only comfort themselves with such thoughts. "Bring it on," Shi Xiang shouted, swinging his blade to meet the flying object. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as the rounded object was sent flying backward. Under the moonlight, Shi Xiang couldn't clearly see what he'd struck, but the fact that even his blade couldn't cut through it suggested it was another peculiar weapon. In the martial world, anyone wielding strange weapons was either a rookie or a master. After deflecting the object, Shi Xiang grew even more cautious. As a disciple of a grandmaster, his confidence was unshakable. These roadside bandits posed no real threat. Meanwhile, his two companions drew their blades without a word and charged at Li Ye's group. The three worked together seamlessly, fighting individually while maintaining coordination, proving they were no strangers to such situations. 11 against 3. It wasn't a fair match. But who cared? This ambush wasn't just about securing the Dragon Emperor technique. It was also an experiment on demonic artifacts, ideally to unlock some derived skills. The results were immediate. Once football was involved, the demonic artifacts seemed to perk up, and after the kickoff, demonic energy flooded into Li Ye's body at an accelerated pace. His strength, speed, and agility all saw significant boosts. Old Lu marked Shi Xiang tightly. Li commanded, his eyes darting around to monitor the situation. When he noticed the ball fall behind and the striker in position ignoring it to focus on Shi Xiang, he frowned and barked, "Yu Chang, what are you doing? Get the ball. How many times do I have to tell you? The ball is your life. Even if you die, don't lose the ball." Yu Chang froze, then quickly went after the ball. Meanwhile, Lu Guangxing and the others, locked in close combat with Shi Xiang's group, were struggling. Faced with Shi Xiang's superior martial prowess, they realized the intelligence they had received was wrong. Shi Xiang was much stronger than they'd been led to believe. His strikes were powerful, precise, and unrelenting. Each clash of weapons sent shockwaves through their bodies, leaving their limbs numb. Shi Xiang's mastery of the sevenfold force was at least at the fourth or fifth fold, far beyond the rumored third fold. This put him on the verge of reaching the innate level. No wonder he dared to personally transport the Dragon Emperor technique. Had it not been for their prior spiritual modifications, enhancing their physicality and internal energy, they might have already fallen. They felt both grateful and bitter. Grateful that Li Yi had improved their abilities. Bitter that, even in this life-or-death moment, he seemed more focused on the ball than their survival. Shi Xiang and his companions were equally puzzled by Li Yi's group. Their strange tactics, scattered formation, and fixation on the ball made them seem unprofessional at best. Shi Xiang kept one eye on the fight and the other on the battlefield. When he saw a man suddenly break away to retrieve the ball, his confusion deepened. Were they really here to rob him? Li Yi's scolding voice echoed again. Idiot! Even the defenders are rushing forward, and you're running back? Make them pass you the ball. A defender, slightly sharper than the striker, instinctively stopped when the ball rolled to him. With a swift pass, the ball soared through the air toward Li Yi. Nice pass, Li Yi praised, leaping to trap the ball with his chest. He then dribbled directly into Shi Xiang's circle. Shi Xiang had been watching Li Yi closely, noting his apparent leadership role. As Li Yi approached, Shi Xiang redirected his blade from Lu Guangxing to Li Yi, a cold glint flashing along its edge. Li Yi deflected the ball toward Lu Guangxing and dove forward, attempting a sliding tackle aimed at Shi Xiang's shin. Shi Xiang smirked at the predictable move and leaped into the air. But the moment he jumped, Li Yi's speed increased sharply. What the hell? Shi Xiang's shock left him vulnerable. Before he could adjust, Li Yi's tackle struck his ankle, snapping it audibly. Shi Xiang screamed, losing balance midair and crashing toward Li Yi. Even as he fell, his reflexes kicked in, and he slashed downward with his blade. Li Yi, aided by the artifact's energy, parried with his dagger. Sparks flew as the weapons clashed, but Shi Xiang's internal energy surged through the blade, jolting Li Yi's arm violently. Li Yi gritted his teeth and retaliated with a kick aimed at Shi Xiang's groin. Thud! Direct hit. Shi Xiang let out a blood-curdling scream, dropping his weapon and clutching himself as he collapsed in agony. His companions, horrified, abandoned their fights to rush to his aid. Just as they turned, cheers erupted from the woods. Great shot! Li Yi's unstoppable. Victory to the fun seekers. A stunned Shi Xiang watched as Li Yi, with the ball underfoot, sent it flying once more, this time straight at his face. Bang! The football slammed into Shi Xiang's head, bouncing away heavily. Shi Xiang's face was a mess, his mind buzzing as the blow left him stunned. As a disciple of a grandmaster, he had never imagined that he would stumble so humiliatingly under such bizarre tactics. This was clearly a ragtag group of amateurs. He hadn't even used his trump cards, and his internal energy was far from depleted. This was absurd. Leader! Shi Xiang's two companions exclaimed, rushing to his side. One stood guard with a blade, while the other knelt to check his injuries. Leader, are you all right? The bouncing head rolled to Yu Fei's feet. Yu Fei, a fan of martial arts and supernatural stories, idolized Li Yi. Unlike the others, who were reluctant to engage in football mid-fight, Yu Fei trusted Li Yi completely and was his most loyal follower. Fans loved to mimic their idols. Although Shi Xiang was seriously injured, and this would have been the perfect time to finish him off, Yu Fei instead mimicked Li Yi. He took a powerful kick, sending the head hurtling towards Shi Xiang's two companions. The moment Yu Fei kicked the ball, he felt a sudden surge in both his physical constitution and internal energy. Ecstatic, he shouted, "Brothers, kicking the ball increases spiritual energy. Pass it around." The defender who had previously passed the ball to Li Yi had already discovered its mysterious effects. He had been trying to quietly kick it a few more times to gain an advantage. But now that the secret was out, all hell broke loose. The revelation sparked a commotion. The fighters all turned their attention to the head, their eyes gleaming with greed. After experiencing the spiritual energy boost, they were less interested in the Dragon Emperor technique. Lu Guangxing and the others immediately understood Li Ye's intentions, feeling both enlightened and a little regretful. Of course, Li Yi had deeper reasons for involving the ball in their ambush. Advanced civilizations truly had unique cultivation methods. Li Yi grinned. See? The potential of the demonic artifact was gradually being revealed. This was the motivation for progress. At this moment, the ball landed at Deng Wei's feet. He dribbled a few steps, noticing a marked increase in demonic energy within him. A smile crept across his face, and he refused to pass the ball. D***, Deng Wei, pass the ball, the others shouted angrily. Those closest to him began to fight for it. Seeing the group brawling for possession, Li Yi sighed in exasperation. Great. They were already showing the spirit of the national football team without even learning the basics. As more people joined the fray, Li Yi scolded. What are you fighting for? Pass the ball. Work together. Cooperation boosts spiritual energy faster. Remember, we're a team. Victory brings honor, and only with honor can everyone's spiritual energy grow. Though reluctant, Deng Wei dared not defy Li Yi. He passed the ball to a nearby teammate, who dribbled briefly before passing it on to another. Shi Xiang and his companions were dumbfounded by the sight. What are they doing? Muttered the guard beside Shi Xiang. The one checking Shi Xiang's injuries glanced back, equally puzzled. Are they insane? Take advantage of their infighting. Let's go, Shi Xiang ordered, suppressing his pain. Shooting a cold glance at Li Yi, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Su Peng, carry me. Kai Jun, cover our retreat. Understood. Su Peng nodded, turned, and hoisted Shi Xiang onto his back. Facing Li Ye's group, the three retreated step by step, trying to escape. Li Yi caught their movements out of the corner of his eye and barked, Stop passing. Kick it toward them. They're trying to escape. The moment he spoke, Shi Xiang's group quickened their retreat. At that instant, the ball was at Yu Fei's feet. Yu Fei kicked it toward Li Yi. Li Yi catch. Without pausing, Li Yi executed a volley kick, sending the ball hurtling towards Su Peng. He then sprinted after it. Old Lu, old fan, blocked Shi Xiang. Everyone, follow me. Bang! Kai Jun slashed the ball away with his blade. Shi Xiang turned and saw Li Ye's group charging toward them like madmen. His brows furrowed. Kai Jun grabbed their ball. Kai Jun hesitated briefly before lunging for the ball. He reached it ahead of Li Yi and picked it up. The moment he touched it, Kai Jun froze. Something fell off. He glanced at his hands and was horrified. Leader, it's a human head. A head? Shi Xiang's mind swirled with disbelief. At that moment, he wanted to curse aloud. What kind of lunatics were these? Were they part of some deranged cult? Kai Jun's panicked voice broke through. Leader, the head is poisonous. I can't move. Throw it away. Shi Xiang shouted urgently. Kai Jun frantically flung the head away. Li Yi arrived just then, trapping the head underfoot before sliding into Kai Jun. Crack! A sharp snap echoed as Kai Jun's leg was broken. Normally, anyone would dodge a sliding tackle, but Kai Jun stood frozen, too terrified to move. He could only watch as Li Ye's kick shattered his leg. The pain jolted him back to action, but it was too late. Li followed up with a decisive kick to his head, knocking him unconscious. Kai Jun, Shi Xiang cried. Nearby, Fan Jie intercepted the fallen head and passed it towards Su Peng, reveling in the boost to his body from the demonic energy. Seeing Kai Jun's fate, Su Peng didn't dare to touch the head. He sidestepped it instead, letting it roll past. Meanwhile, Lu Guangxing and Li Yi flanked them, chasing after the head. Li Yi was faster. Grabbing the ball, he charged at Su Peng once more. This bizarre ambush, a poisonous head, strange cheers echoing in the night, was unlike anything Su Peng had ever experienced. Terrified, Su Peng panicked. Stay back, he shouted, swinging his blade wildly at Li Yi. His uncoordinated strikes were easily evaded. Li Yi slid in again, snapping Su Peng's leg with a clean tackle. Hearing the crack of bone, Shi Xiang closed his eyes in despair. They were done for. Thud! Su Peng fell, dragging Shi Xiang down with him. Thunderous cheers erupted. Li Yi, ball underfoot, spat disdainfully at the fallen trio. Want to go another round? Sir, if you've ambushed me, you must know my master is Grandmaster Huai. I'll hand over the Dragon Emperor technique. Let us go, Shi Xiang offered, holding the manual aloft. Otherwise, I'll destroy it. Li Yi didn't even glance at him. Instead, he clapped his hands, signaling his team to gather. So how does everyone feel? Li Yi, my spiritual energy has grown significantly, Yu Fei said. Especially after you took them down, my energy surged. Mine too, Fan Jie chimed in. This advanced cultivation method truly is extraordinary, Yu Chang added. Extraordinary? Li Yi snorted, his expression darkening. What did I tell you before the match? Cooperation and ball control. And what did you do? The team hung their heads in embarrassment. Li Yi, we were wrong, Yu Fei admitted. I shouldn't have hogged the ball, Deng Wei said. I focused too much on attacking and forgot the ball, Fan Jie confessed. I was at fault as well, Lu Guangxing said. Please punish me, Li Yi. Their collective self-criticism left Shi Xiang feeling like a fool. Holding the manual, he felt his sanity slipping. Were these people here to rob him or just to mess with him? Ignoring Shi Xiang's visible frustration, Li Yi reflected on the match's dynamics. During the match, slide tackles and the crowd's cheers also boosted his energy. Kai Jun's paralysis upon touching the ball seemed to be a penalty for handling it, a theory worth testing. When the opposing team controlled the ball, their attributes weakened temporarily but returned once possession was lost. Li Yi filed these observations away, noting the importance of maintaining ball control during matches. What are they talking about? Shi Xiang felt like he was listening to gibberish. The more he heard, the more confused he became. Holding the Dragon Emperor technique aloft, he grew increasingly awkward as the group continued ignoring him. Finally, he couldn't help but interrupt. Who the hell are you people? Shi Xiang felt incredibly wronged. He'd thought himself the center of attention, believing this group had come for his Dragon Emperor technique. But now it didn't seem that way. These lunatics didn't even spare the Dragon Emperor technique a glance. Yet, during the fight, they'd clearly shouted his name, proving they knew who he was. But now he was severely injured. Why weren't they trying to snatch the Dragon Emperor technique? Instead, they were debating about whether they had cooperated well during a game of football. And that wasn't even a real football. It was a severed head, for crying out loud. What kind of lunatics have I run into? I almost forgot. We still have some captives, don't we? Li Ye's wandering thoughts returned to focus as his gaze landed on Shi Xiang. Kai Jun was still unconscious, and Su Peng stood shakily in front of Shi Xiang, as if guarding him. But the trembling hand holding his blade and his eyes filled with fear betrayed his true state. The night's events had been too bizarre, far beyond anything he could handle. The sight of that severed head, unyielding and oddly elastic, had unnerved him further. When Li Ye's fiery gaze landed on him, Su Peng shuddered involuntarily. Who are you people? Shi Xiang asked again, lowering his voice and instinctively adopting a humbler demeanor. Is there some misunderstanding between us? Better to live miserably than die miserably. His master was a grandmaster, and he had just acquired the revered Dragon Emperor technique. The future was bright. He couldn't let himself fall here to a group of lunatics. No misunderstanding. It's no coincidence. We specifically came to rob you, Li Yi replied, giving Shi Xiang a once-over before adding, Shi Xiang, have you considered joining our club as a striker? Shi Xiang had prepared countless strategies for negotiating over the Dragon Emperor technique, including threats, pleas, and displays of resolve. But Li Ye's unexpected question left him dumbfounded. What striker? Before Li Yi could answer, Lu Guangxing and the others interjected in panic. Li Yi, why would we recruit him as a striker? He's part of the Scarlet Flame Sect. Lu Guangxing protested. To me, the Scarlet Flame Sect is no different from any of you, Li Yi said with a dismissive glance. Your comprehension isn't up to par, so I naturally have to find better replacements. Li Yi, this was our first battle. We're just not used to this cultivation method yet, Fan Jie said anxiously. Give us a few more chances and we'll improve. Li Yi, I want to hog the ball again, Deng Wei quickly promised. Li Yi, He can't even be a striker. You broke his leg. Yu Chang argued. Scarlet Flame's Sect people are ruthless. If we spare him today, he'll surely come after us for revenge once he recovers, Zhu Gaojie added. Exactly, Li Yi. We've already offended him plenty tonight. Another chimed in. Nobody cared about the Dragon Emperor technique anymore. Having tasted the benefits of spiritual energy, the thought of being replaced filled them with dread. Li Yi's mention of recruiting their enemy as a teammate stirred a flurry of protests. Arno, yes. They knew that if Li Yi discarded them, there would be no way back into the team. Li Yi's authority was absolute. I've made up my mind, Li Yi said coldly, his gaze sweeping across the group. Anyone who says another word will be kicked out of the team immediately. There are plenty of people waiting to join. The ultimatum silenced the dissenters instantly. Li Yi controlled the situation effortlessly. He was in a seller's market, holding all the power. Lu Guangxing and the others glared at Shi Xiang, their eyes filled with hatred, as if wishing to skin him alive. Li Yi paid no mind. Only a fool would put all their eggs in one basket. A smart person diversifies. Whether it was Lu Guangxing's team or Shi Xiang, they were all strangers to him. Why not pit them against each other? As an outsider, Li had no allegiance. The Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Scarlet Flame Sect were meaningless distinctions to him. Besides, Lu Guangxing's group already had an established rapport. If they grew too strong, they could become a threat to him. Bringing in competitors from the start would keep them in check, fostering both internal competition and individual ambition. It was the perfect setup for maintaining control. And most importantly, Li Yi still wanted the Dragon Emperor technique. Open confrontation might trigger Shi Xiang's defiance, but offering him hope and shifting his focus to survival could lead to both the manual and Shi Xiang himself falling into Li Yi's hands. Shi Xiang was young, attractive, from a prestigious background, and carried the highly sought Dragon Emperor technique. These qualities combined would make him an ideal star player for the club, far more marketable than the obscure Lu Guangxing and his team. Li Yi was determined to run this like a true football club and push the artifact's potential to its limits. Who said survival had to be passive? True concealment lay in plain sight. By binding more people to him, turning enemies into allies, Li Yi could significantly improve his chances in this unfamiliar world. The football club emblem symbolized unity, progress, glory, reputation, sport, profit, and management. Li Yi wasn't foolish enough to wield such a powerful artifact just to make enemies everywhere. His only true foe was the demonic invaders of this world. Shi Xiang's connections to a grandmaster made him a prime asset. Recruiting him could prove invaluable. Shi Xiang took the bait. He realized that Li Yi was not fully aligned with his team, and that hint of discord ignited a spark of hope within him. Ignoring the hateful stares from the others, Shi Xiang stood on one leg and declared, Li Yi, I'm willing to be your striker. I swear I won't seek revenge. What do you even know about being a striker? Yu Chang sneered, his jealousy evident. Li Yi has shown me great favor. I'm willing to scale mountains and cross fire for him, Shi Xiang retorted sharply. Welcome to the Fun Seekers Club, Li Yi said with a smile, extending his hand. Sure, you won't regret this decision. Confused, Shi Xiang stared at Li Yi's hand. It's our custom. A handshake. It signifies agreement and reconciliation, Li Yi explained. Awkwardly, Shi Xiang shook his hand. The moment their hands touched, Shi Xiang felt an unfamiliar energy coursing into his body. He instinctively summoned his internal energy to resist, but the force dissipated harmlessly. Recalling the night's strange events, Shi Xiang was terrified. He jerked his hand away. What did you do? And then he froze. His fractured ankle and injured groin, both sources of excruciating pain, suddenly felt cool and numb. The swelling receded, and his ankle regained some mobility. Shi Xiang glanced at his injuries in disbelief, then at Li Yi. His voice trembled as he asked, Li Yi, what is this? This, Li Yi said with a smirk, is what they call spiritual energy. He turned to Lu Guangxing and the others. Carry our new teammates' companions back to the cave. Someone explained to Shi Xiang the legend of Li Yi. Kai Jun and Su Peng felt dazed as the club members lifted them up. What was going on? How had they suddenly turned foes into friends? And what was this talk about a striker? Had Hall Master Shi been bewitched by some demonic influence? When they heard mentions of advanced civilizations, spatial jumps, interstellar bandits, and spiritual energy more powerful than that of gods, the surreal feeling reached its peak. Su Peng even pinched his thigh discreetly, and the sharp pain confirmed this wasn't a dream. It was all real. They had seen a ghost. Unlike the bewildered Su Peng and Kai Jun, Shi Xiang, who had directly benefited, wholeheartedly believed Yu Fei's story. Only by accepting it could he make sense of tonight's inexplicable events. A broken ankle, no matter the medicine, wouldn't heal immediately unless divine intervention was involved. Shi Xiang had initially planned to feign cooperation with Li Yi, waiting for an opportunity to either kill him or escape. But now he changed his mind. Gods were rare encounters, and Li Yi was far more significant than his own master. First, he had obtained the Dragon Emperor technique, and now he had metadeity. At this moment, Shi Xiang even felt like he was the legendary protagonist blessed by destiny. The next step would surely be following a restored deity to the celestial realm, or even beyond, to an advanced civilization. You say Li Yi is an interstellar bandit? Well, many people call the Scarlet Flame Sect a demonic cult too. When they arrived at the cave, Shi Xiang's belief grew firmer. The cave was a mess. Ironclad evidence proved the accounts were true. There was no way anyone would go to such lengths to stage this for him. The people left behind in the cave, upon learning what had happened outside, grew increasingly despondent. If even the chosen ones could be replaced, what hope did they have of making it out? It was past midnight, but Li Yi was still full of energy. This was the effect of demonic energy. Most demon hunters who wielded demon artifacts had abundant energy and rarely needed sleep. Shi Xiang, let me see the Dragon Emperor technique, Li Yi demanded with confidence. I want to understand the evolution of your civilization and see if it can aid my recovery. Shi Xiang didn't hesitate at all and handed the book to Li Yi. Having benefited from Li Yi's spiritual energy, he hoped for even more. The book was no longer of much concern to him. The football team members watched the Dragon Emperor technique with longing eyes. Many of them swallowed hard but knew that now it was out of their reach. With resigned expressions, they averted their gazes and sighed inwardly. What kind of absurdity was this? During his training with the Demon Hunting Bureau, Li had studied internal martial arts using his demon artifact, so he was no stranger to such techniques. Nigerian IROES. Now, with his body significantly enhanced by demonic energy, he could even achieve photographic memory. In fact, every Temple Walker had this ability. Without it, the high rate of item loss during time travel would prevent them from bringing back vast amounts of knowledge and resources from other civilizations. The Dragon Emperor technique wasn't very lengthy. A quick scan was enough for Li Yi to commit it to memory. He then tossed the book to Lu Guangxing, saying, "Everyone should take a look. See if it helps your martial arts." Su Peng and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. "Oh, Master." Shi Xiang glanced back at them with a faint smile and said, "Li Yi's decisions are my decisions. If not for his mercy, we'd already be dead. The Dragon Emperor technique rightfully belongs to him. How he chooses to handle it is none of our business." Lu Guangxing fumbled to catch the book, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Li Yi, we can read it too?" "Of course," Li Yi replied, glancing at him. "In advanced civilizations, all knowledge is open to the public. Only through widespread learning can civilization progress. In contrast, backward civilizations restrict the dissemination of knowledge. Not only can you read it, but everyone in the cave can too. I've said it before, we'll seize the Dragon Emperor technique, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and the Scarlet Flame Sect. From now on, all the manuals we obtain will be shared openly. Everyone will have the chance to train. Besides, if you don't master advanced techniques, how will we face future enemies? Do you expect Li Yi to charge in a battle alone every time?" Advanced civilizations shared their knowledge openly? Now that was vision. Lu Guangxing was awestruck. He expressed his thanks and began studying the Dragon Emperor technique intently. Li Yi was right. They needed to grow stronger to avoid being left behind. Hearing this, those who had contemplated betraying Li Yi exchanged uneasy glances. Their once firm resolve began to waver. Access to martial arts manuals without the humiliation of begging. Staying here was undoubtedly better than groveling for scraps at another sect. Observing their reactions, Li Yi smirked inwardly. This wasn't even his to begin with. Since he'd only stay in this world for a year, there was no point in hoarding it. Using it to win loyalty, reinforce his persona, and strengthen his guards. Why not? What happened after he left wasn't his concern. Ignoring the others engrossed in reading the Dragon Emperor technique, Li Yi began practicing its techniques. For temporal walkers, enjoying the resources of another world was a given. With demonic energy's assistance, his progress was swift. In no time, he gathered a warm current of internal energy in his dantian. Demonic energy far surpassed internal energy in potency. Guided by the demonic energy, the internal energy coursed through his meridians, growing stronger with every circuit. After circulating the energy through several cycles, his dantian was brimming with powerful internal energy. He pulled out a dagger and, following the manual's instructions, channeled the energy into the blade. With demonic energy amplifying the internal energy, the dagger emitted a resonant dragon's cry, its tip glowing with a foot-long white aura, unsteady but menacing. Watching this, Shixiang couldn't help but exclaim, "Sword Chi!" Li Yi slashed the nearby rock with the blade. The glowing aura cut cleanly through it, leaving a mirror-smooth surface. Gulping sounds filled the cave as Yufei stammered. Innate expert. Everyone stared at Li Yi in disbelief. How had he achieved such profound internal energy in just half an hour? Taking in their reactions, Li Yi feigned dissatisfaction, sighing, "Primitive civilizations really are inefficient in harnessing energy." A heavy silence fell. The crowd's eyes, however, brimmed with fervor. At this moment, there was no more doubt in their minds. Only a deity could so effortlessly master such advanced techniques and achieve instantaneous results. On the second day of his journey through this world, Li Yi had already gained a devoted following, or rather, he had established a faction of his own. This didn't fill him with pride. Instead, it made him wary. The ease with which he achieved self-sufficiency here didn't match the notoriously high mortality rate of temporal walkers. There was no way all the luck had been reserved for him alone. He still had a hidden adversary, a mysterious demon of unknown species, and an array of enigmatic people from this alternate world. After all, human nature was complex. Just because the people in front of him were easy to manipulate didn't mean everyone in this world would be. He hadn't yet encountered innate experts or grandmasters. Thus, he resolved to proceed cautiously in everything he did. Better safe than sorry. At dawn, the group relocated to Crane Peak Mountain, the closest site to Pine Ridge and the domain of Fanjie. Crane Peak Mountain was less of a sect and more of a family-run enterprise. The most powerful figures were Fanjie and his wife, Yuan Ling. They had a dozen disciples under them, 3 of whom were their biological children, 1 an adopted son, and the rest recruits. Yuan Ling already knew what her husband had been up to. When Fanjie returned to Crane Peak Mountain with a large group of injured people, her face turned pale with fright. Shixiang was the disciple of Grandmaster Huai Yi. Even in a world where swordsmen licked blood off their blades, openly exposing themselves like this was practically courting death. Fanjie pulled her aside to give her a rough explanation of the events from the previous day. He also demonstrated the results of his training with the Dragon Emperor technique. Yuan Ling's apprehension transformed into excitement. Any trace of anger vanished as she cheerfully went off to prepare food for everyone. Great fortune comes with great risk. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attempted to seize the Dragon Emperor technique. Now that fate had aligned and they had latched onto the leg of a deity, how could they not be satisfied? Even at the cost of their lives, it was worth it. Li Yi, however, didn't care about the thoughts of the household members. He casually assigned them to logistical duties. He was a man of plans and goals, and his objective had always been singular: survive 1 year. Survival depended on increasing his strength, which meant mastering the use of his demon artifact and developing derived skills. Everything else, including the Temporal Walker's missions, was secondary. He already had the Dragon Emperor technique. As long as he returned alive, the trip would not be in vain. When Yuan Ling finished cooking, everyone else feasted. Li Yi, however, didn't take a single bite. Demonic energy was a peculiar form of energy that pushed him into a fasting state. Most temporal walkers carrying demon artifacts and infused with demonic energy didn't need food, reducing the risk of poisoning. Not eating or sleeping, yet remaining full of energy, only solidified Li Ye's divine persona in their eyes. After the meal, Li Yi divided the group into 2 teams for a match. Everyone threw themselves into the game with enthusiasm, desperate to catch Li Ye's attention with their performance. The competition was fierce, with participants pulling out all the stops. The match was intense and entertaining to watch. But Li Ye's interest waned. He realized that internal team matches didn't increase his demonic energy. The Dragon Emperor technique progressed rapidly only because of the energy within him, and his cultivation speed was directly proportional to the amount of demonic energy he possessed. Without an increase in demonic energy, his cultivation would slow down. With the other demon hanging over his head like the sword of Damocles, Li couldn't be satisfied with his current pace. He wished he could become a grandmaster in 3 days and conquer the world in 10. After 2 days of experimenting, he had begun to understand some uses for the football club's team badge. Unlike other demon artifacts, which granted immediate power to their user, the badge was unique. It could grant demonic energy to others, enhancing their abilities. This seemed to be the intended function of a team-oriented demon artifact. Through the match, Li Yi confirmed his suspicion. Touching the ball with one's hands caused a mandatory penalty, stiffening the body, which could be exploited. Using hands to touch the ball triggered a foul, but underhanded tricks during the match didn't. The rules of the artifact were indeed intriguing. After the match, Li Yi announced the formation of the Fun Seekers Club's second team. With that, his demonic energy surged again, and the second team members were also infused with the badge's energy. Excitement filled the air as the crowd erupted in cheers. Previously, Li Ye's spiritual energy could only cover 10 people. Overnight, it had extended to over 20. This marked clear progress in his strength recovery. Seeing Li Yi recover so quickly inspired confidence in everyone. The group wasn't foolish. Li Ye's arrogance meant he would inevitably face innate experts and grandmasters. His rapid recovery improved their collective safety. After forming the second team, the increase in demonic energy convinced Li Yi he was on the right track. Perhaps creating a league to expand his influence was the key to unlocking the artifact's derived skill. Li Yi was decisive. Without hesitation, he called a meeting. The second team, and you're grinning like fools. Have you never seen anything exciting in your lives? Li Yi sneered at the jubilant crowd. Li Yi, we're not celebrating the second team. We're celebrating your strength returning. Lu Guangxing replied with a sheepish grin. Spiritual energy covering 20 people isn't much of a recovery, Li Yi said, shaking his head. Haven't you noticed? Internal matches don't boost spiritual energy. It's tied to belief. Only by expanding our influence will my strength return faster and your spiritual energy grow. Li Yi, what's your plan? Just tell us, Shi Xiang said solemnly. The others, having tasted the benefits, were eager. The Dragon Emperor technique required high aptitude, but all members with bodies altered by demonic energy had successfully begun training in it, and at a decent pace. We'll spread our name far and wide, Li Yi declared, waving his hand. The first and second teams will split into 2 groups. Use Crane Peak Mountain as a base and challenge every sect around us under the guise of friendly competition. The group froze in shock. Li Yi, can we act separately? Fan Jie asked. Of course, Li Yi replied. I can't babysit you all the time. Fan Jie hesitated, then clarified with an embarrassed smile. I mean, if we're apart from you, will the spiritual energy disappear? It won't. In fact, as your influence grows, it will increase, Li explained. If you can make a name for yourselves, your spiritual energy will grow even faster. Yu Fei's eyes lit up. Li, does that mean fame in the martial world? It's the fame you gain through matches, Li corrected. Your spiritual energy comes from the club. Everything you do must be tied to the matches. Whether it's the number of goals scored, ingenious techniques spreading widely, or brutal takedowns, they all contribute. For example, Lu Guangxing, if you manage to break 10 legs with the same tackle, you might earn the nickname Leg Breaker Demon. Or Shi Xiang, if you consistently hit opponents' faces with the ball, you could become the face striker. These specific titles will help your spiritual energy cultivation. Li, do titles always need demon in them? Lu Guangxing asked. Of course not. I just think demon sounds more imposing. Li chuckled. If you have other ideas, feel free to develop them. However, relying solely on matches to spread your reputation is slow. You can intervene by hiring storytellers to spread your deeds in tea houses or enlisting martial artists to circulate your exploits. Fame will spread much faster that way. Yu Fei smacked his lips. Cultivating spiritual energy really is unconventional. Just like how gods vie for incense, cultivating spiritual energy is about influence, Li Yi said with a laugh. My strength stems from my title Rainmaker and my 6th place ranking on the wanted list. The Chu Kingdom revered martial arts. Although there were numerous martial arts sects, the ones near Crane Peak Mountain were mostly second or third rate. Within 10 days, these sects were completely swept through by the first and second teams of the Fun Seekers Club. Faced with their unconventional tactics and the boost provided by demonic energy, none of the sects could stand against them. The Fun Seekers Club rapidly expanded in size. At the same time, under Li Ye's deliberate maneuvers, the club's reputation quietly began to spread. Have you heard? The Flying Bear Gang was taken down by a group of people. Of course, I heard the gang leader had his family jewels kicked to pieces. Over 20 disciples, 100 gang members, all either with torn muscles or broken bones. Not a single one was unscathed. Their gold and manuals were looted clean. It wasn't just the Flying Bear Gang. Red Pavilion Stronghold and Wolf Valley were hit too. Same people, same methods. Who are they? I heard it's some group called the Fun Seekers Club. Never heard of the name before. Probably a fake name to hide their real identity. Though, someone recognized one of them. Shi Xiang, the Hall Master of the Azure Dragon Hall of the Scarlet Flame Sect. Scarlet Flame Sect? Almost certainly. If they're using a fake name, why didn't they mask their faces? How did someone recognize them? Seems odd. Very odd indeed. They looted manuals and treasures, shattered family jewels with kicks, yet left people alive. What's their game? It gets stranger. Want to hear? What? Every time the Fun Seekers Club attacks a sect, it's always 11 people, and they bring a ball with them. A ball? What kind of ball? A ball with a face on it. During fights, everyone scrambles for it. Whoever gets the ball fights like they're possessed, stronger. Is that true? What kind of ball could be so strange? No idea. And they don't just fight. They bring cheerleaders. When someone from their side defeats an opponent with a clever move, the cheerleaders cheer loudly. This sounds more and more ridiculous. Old Lou, are you making this up? If I'm lying, may I be struck by lightning. This is what those sect members are saying. It's all over Waning City now. The storytellers in tea houses are all talking about the Fun Seekers Club. The members even have nicknames. Shi Xiang, for instance, is known as the Supreme Shadow Kick for disabling over a dozen Flying Bear disciples with groin kicks, including the gang leader himself. Lu Guangxing, who's earned the nickname Rear Strike Master, specializes in catching people off guard from behind. And Fan Jie, who smashes into people's faces with his kicks, is now called the Iron Foot Immortal. The Shuangguang Sect, one of the 3 great sects independent of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, was located less than 300 li from Crane Peak Mountain. The sect leader, Gong Sun Jie, was a renowned half-step grandmaster. In the rear hall of the sect, his chief disciple, Chao Bin, was reporting the situation regarding the Fun Seekers Club. Advanced civilizations? Spiritual energy. Gong Sun Jie frowned. Chao Bin, have you been fooled? Master, I wish I were. But after hearing the rumors about the Fun Seekers Club, I secretly observed them for a long time, Chao Bin replied, shaking his head with a bitter smile. These details come from their private conversations. They might deceive outsiders, but they wouldn't lie to their own people. Why wouldn't they? Deceiving their own could reinforce their narrative. Gong Sun Jie retorted with a chuckle. When I was young, I eradicated a cult called the Lamp Immortal Sect. The followers firmly believed their leader was a god, and that practicing the sect's Lamp Immortal technique would make them deities. In the end, their leader turned out to be an outcast from the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and the so-called technique was merely a basic meditation manual. Master, I understand how cults work, but this is different. Frustrated, Chao Bin hastened to explain. I've witnessed their abilities firsthand. Take Lu Guangxing, for example. At Red Pavilion Stronghold, he was just a skilled martial artist. 2 days later, at Wolf Valley, he showed signs of breaking through to the innate level. Before this, Lu Guangxing was a third-rate sect leader with no hope of reaching the innate level. Similar transformations happen with Fan Jie and Yu Fei. Their progress is astonishing. One person improving like this might be chance, but everyone. Perhaps they consumed some rare treasures that boost internal energy, Gong Sun Jie suggested. They're all training with the Dragon Emperor technique from Du Xia Yu 80 years ago, Chao Bin pointed out. The Dragon Emperor technique? Gong Sun Jie paused, frowning. That's not unusual. It's on par with our Shuangguang technique. Rapid progress is expected. They're sharing the Dragon Emperor technique with everyone, Chao Bin added, retrieving a handwritten copy from his robes and offering it respectfully. I took this from one of their members. I verified it. It's the genuine manual. They don't treat it as valuable, and anyone in their club can train with it. Everyone. Gong Sun Jie raised an eyebrow as he examined the manuscript. His expression shifted. It is genuine. The Fun Seekers Club is generous with its members, but freely distributing manuals is unsustainable. That's not the point, Chao Bin insisted. I suspect they truly have spiritual energy. At Red Pavilion Stronghold, Fan Jie was struck by Jiang Sheng in the chest. The wound was deep, breaking 2 ribs. We thought he was a goner. Yet 2 days later, he was fighting at Wolf Valley as if nothing happened. Did you see that clearly? Gong Sun Jie asked skeptically. I swear on my life. If I'm lying, may the heavens strike me down, Chao Bin declared. Master, the Fun Seekers Club is unusual. If you don't believe me, come with me to investigate. With your skills, they won't detect you. If they're a fraud, we can help Waning Prefecture eliminate the problem. If not, we can prepare ourselves. Gong Sun Jie was silent for a moment before glancing at the Dragon Emperor technique. Very well, I'll go with you. Meanwhile, at Wolf Valley, Li Yi smiled at 2 captains of the Investigation Bureau. Captain Liu, Captain Zhao, here's what you'll report to your superiors, he instructed with a grin. Lure them to Wolf Valley, and this will be a great merit for you. Next time, I might let you start on the front lines. The Fun Seekers Club's activities had naturally drawn the attention of the martial world. Wandering swordsmen, curious by nature, and disciples of reputable sects, emboldened by their skills, couldn't resist investigating such an unusual phenomenon. Li Yi, with his growing strength and reputation, lay in wait for these interlopers. Capturing them easily, he would demonstrate the wonders of spiritual energy, convincing them to join the club. Then he'd assign them new roles as bait. Li Yi was cautious and had no intention of clashing head-on with major sects. While his power was sufficient, his club members were still prone to injury when battling minor sections. Against innate experts, they'd suffer heavy losses. Furthermore, major sects commanded hundreds or thousands of members. A loss in a high-stakes confrontation would be a severe blow to their reputation. Instead of risking direct confrontation, Li Yi adopted a more strategic approach. Lure the leaders of major sects into his Ascension Club, the new organization he had created alongside the Fun Seekers Club. After all, football was a sport, not a battle. Resolving matters peacefully, without needless bloodshed, was always preferable. Li Yi deployed 3 groups of bait to further his plans. The first was Chao Bin, the chief disciple of Shuangguang's sect. The second consisted of Wen Ziqian and He Zifan, disciples of the third elder of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Their first journey down the mountain was intended to intercept Shi Xiang after hearing about the Dragon Emperor technique. However, they lost their way and stumbled upon the Fun Seekers Club raiding Red Pavilion Stronghold, where they were promptly captured by Li Yi and his team. The third group was made up of 2 captains from the Great Chu Kingdom's Inspection Bureau. This bureau held vast authority, monitoring officials and investigating rogue martial artists. The Fun Seekers Club's actions caught their attention, and they naively came to investigate, only to be captured alive by Li Yi. The impact of demonic energy on these martial artists was profound and fundamentally altered their understanding of the world. Every intelligent being inherently seeks to evolve to higher forms of existence. To these martial artists, Li Yi represented a third-kind encounter. Even though Li Yi presented himself as a space pirate and a villain, it didn't dampen their yearning for the divine life he depicted. Hope, no matter how slim, was better than despair. After all, the good guys hadn't been offering any such hope. As a result, Li easily convinced them to cooperate. To Chao Bin and the others, bringing their masters or superiors to meet Li Yi wasn't betrayal, but rather a virtuous act. They firmly believed that even if their masters realized the deception later, they wouldn't be blamed. After sending off the 2 inspection bureau captains, Li Yi was preparing to return to Wolf Valley when a voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. Li Yi, you've done well. Startled, he stopped in his tracks and quickly pulled out the team badge, staring at it in disbelief. That's right, it's me, the badge said, emitting a faint yellow glow, as if it were breathing or speaking. You've gained sentience. Li's heart raced. In 3 months of training with the Demon Hunting Bureau, no one had ever told him that demon artifacts could develop intelligence. He had only been warned that prolonged use could erode one's nature, turning the user into a puppet of the artifact. We're born with intelligence, the badge replied, its tone tinged with anger. But the Demon Suppression Tower seals it away. Demon Suppression Tower? Li licked his lips, his curiosity piqued. What's that? The name says it all. What else would it do? The badge retorted, irritation evident in its voice. Without it, how do you think you humans managed to tear through space? Li finally understood. He had long wondered how the Demon Hunting Bureau suddenly acquired the technology for time travel. The answer lay here, the Demon Suppression Tower. Suppressing a chuckle, he shook his head. Where did you come from? I don't know, the badge admitted. From the moment I gained awareness, I was already inside the tower. Does every bit of demonic energy have consciousness? Li asked, a sudden idea forming. Of course, the badge replied confidently. Then, do all demon artifacts communicate with their users? They can't, the badge explained. Any artifact connected to the Demon Suppression Tower has its intelligence sealed. I don't know why, but for some reason, the tower's seal on me has failed, perhaps because it's too far away, or maybe you did something unknowingly. Li muttered to himself, wondering if his experiments with the badge's abilities had caused this. He then asked, now that you're sentient, what is your derived skill? How do I unlock it? I don't know, the badge said. Although I've regained consciousness, much of my memory seems missing. I vaguely remember being very powerful, but I don't know what my abilities were or why I was imprisoned in the tower. Right now, 2 things matter most to me. What are they? Escaping the Demon Suppression Tower and growing stronger, the badge declared. Li recalled the Bureau's warnings about demonic energy consuming itself to grow stronger. That part, at least, seemed consistent. But the badge's goal of escaping the tower raised questions. Did the Demon Hunting Bureau know this? The badge continued. The tower itself has intelligence. Otherwise, how could it seal us? It even tethered me with an invisible chain, ready to drag me back at any moment. Li, let's work together. Work together on what? You help me break free from the tower's control, and I'll grant you immense power, the badge promised. When the tower's seal was breached, demonic energy escaped. Earth has the most demonic energy now, and as it devours itself, it will eventually create uncontrollable demons. Your demon hunters and weakened demon artifacts won't stand a chance against them. If you return, you're heading to your death. Why not stay in this universe and join forces with me to dominate this world? Li froze. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether the badge had truly become sentient or if he was already losing himself to demonic energy. The Demon Hunting Bureau had never recorded sentient artifacts. If they had, Yang Feng would have told him. Warning him in advance would have been common sense given the high mortality rate of temporal walkers. Could every demon hunter have kept this secret? No, something didn't add up. Had the temporal walkers really died? An unsettling thought struck Li Yi, sending shivers down his spine. If the badge's sentience was due to distance from the tower, would any temporal walker, upon learning the truth, willingly return? Earth was on the brink of apocalypse. As the badge said, the current peace was temporary. When super demons emerged, could the Bureau handle them? In this world, however, Li Yi had become an innate expert within days with the help of demonic energy. Grandmaster status was within reach, and surpassing it wasn't impossible. Grandmasters were at the pinnacle of this world's power structure. With the badge, Li Yi could live a life more luxurious than any emperor's. On Earth, his family had been ravaged by demons. Did he really need to go back? One side offered comfort and glory, the other a precarious existence. Swallowing hard, Li Yi asked, "How do I break free from the tower's control?" "By devouring," the badge replied, its tone tinged with excitement, as if sensing his hesitation. "I've detected two sources of demonic energy in this world. If I absorb them, I'll be able to sever the tower's chain." Two sources of demonic energy? Li Yi stiffened, a cold clarity piercing his thoughts. He had assumed the temporal walkers faced only one demon. Now, there were two. No wonder their mortality rate was so high. On Earth, teams of demon hunters tackled major demons. Here, he was alone against two. Forget ruling the world. Surviving was the priority. Taking a deep breath, Li Yi said, "Fine, I'll work with you. Let's take down those two sources of demonic energy together." "Did you agree?" the team badge asked excitedly. "Of course," Li Yi replied. "In this world, I can only rely on you, and you can only rely on me. If we work together, we both win. If you get devoured by the other two demonic energies, I won't survive either." "That's true," the team badge admitted. "But you need to find a way to unlock my abilities quickly. The more you use me, the stronger I become. Minimize the use of demonic artifacts. The more they're used, the easier it is to lose oneself." The Demon Hunter's guidelines flashed through Li Yi's mind, stirring a sense of caution. Lose oneself. Now that he knew the team badge had gained sentience, Li Yi had to consider a new possibility. Could this loss of self actually mean being possessed by the artifact? Think about it. Demonic artifacts have significant limitations. They rely on their users to unleash their full potential. That's why they aren't as powerful as demons that have already possessed living beings. But is it possible that the artifact, through gradual erosion by demonic energy, transfers itself into the user? Li couldn't let his guard down. Instinctively, he trusted no one. Still, the team badge gaining sentience had its advantages. Li asked, "Badge bro, can you sense where the other two demonic energies are?" "If they're close, I can," the team badge replied. "Good to know." Li nodded. Though it couldn't pinpoint their locations, this was still good news. At least if the enemies got close, the badge would sense it, giving Li Yi a chance to escape instead of blindly stumbling around like before. It. You think you can trick me? Not a chance. One day, the demon suppression tower will reclaim you. This piece of junk should have stayed sealed forever. Li muttered to himself internally. Since the team badge could communicate directly with his mind, he wanted to test whether his thoughts could be read. If they could, he'd be at a serious disadvantage. After cursing the badge in his mind for a while, he noticed no response. Finally, he relaxed and asked, "Badge bro, other demonic energies have possessed black bears or koi fish. Why did you pick a lifeless object?" There was a long silence before the team badge replied. "Who the hell would want to possess a lifeless object?" The seal on the demon suppression tower exploded. It happened suddenly, and all the demonic energy was blasted out. When I regained consciousness, I was already stuck in this damn badge. Who forged the demon suppression tower? Lee asked. This was an important question. The tower, which sealed all the demonic energies, couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. He had to consider whether there really were godlike beings on Earth. I don't know, the team badge replied. I've told you, much of my memory is lost. Maybe once I grow stronger, I'll remember the secrets behind it. There are only 2 demonic energies on this planet. Even if you devour them both, how strong can you really get? Lee suddenly asked. Casual conversations often reveal important details. Lee was probing the badge, trying to verify its claims. His question was met with another long silence. Finally, the badge said, I can also grow stronger through being used by you. This planet has so many people, yet using all of them wouldn't help you grow as quickly as devouring other demonic energies, would it? Lee chuckled. A with tilde o epsilon. More silence. But Lee had already gleaned what he needed. The team badge seemed newly awakened and not entirely sharp yet. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Badge bro, I think you're going about this the wrong way. How so? The badge asked. I think you should pretend you haven't regained sentience. Then go back with me to the demon suppression tower. Lee said. No way. I'm never going back under the tower's control. The team badge sounded furious. Badge bro, hear me out. Lee replied with a grin. If you pretend you haven't awakened, you can return to the Demon Hunting Bureau with me. Once I submit my report describing how useful you are, other temporal walkers will definitely choose to use you next time. When that happens, you'll go to other worlds with them, devour more demonic energy, and grow even stronger. That's the path to long-term growth. Escaping the tower might seem like a win, but it's locked your potential. But I'm free now, the badge argued. Are you really free? Lee shook his head, smiling. Other demonic energies are busy devouring each other to become stronger. You meanwhile are stuck on this tiny planet. Given its level of civilization, who knows how long it'll take to explore the universe. The whole civilization could get wiped out before that happens. Your lifespan must be incredibly long, right? Yes, if I'm not devoured by another demonic energy, I'll never perish, the badge admitted. Exactly. You'll live forever, alone, stuck on this planet, repeating the same days over and over. Isn't that just like being sealed in the tower? Lee sighed, ruling over a backward planet. Is that the life you want? The badge tried to argue, but stammered for a while before falling silent. Badge bro, you saw how I tricked the people on this planet, claiming to be an interstellar bandit from a higher civilization. And you saw how excited they got, dreaming of ascending and seeing advanced civilizations. Lee glanced toward Wolf Valley, where Shi Xiang and the others were enthusiastically practicing, with onlookers cheering now and then. He paused, then continued, Don't tell me you're worse off than these locals. So, even if I can sever the demon suppression tower's control, I should still go back, the badge asked reluctantly. Though its tone didn't change much, Lee could sense its internal conflict. If I were you, I'd go back, Lee said firmly. Sure, it's risky, but it's also an opportunity. Each return makes you stronger, giving you more options. Each trip to another world means defeating and devouring its demonic energies. That's safer and more effective. Earth's artifacts rarely cause large-scale chaos. Temporal walkers, however, travel every year. Sooner or later, you'll find the perfect world. Badge bro, fortune favors the bold. Compared to Earth's demonic energy, your path is already easier. So, I should go back? The badge asked hesitantly. Yes, go back. Don't tell me you lack the confidence to hide your sentience from the tower, Lee teased. Of course not. Playing dumb is easy, the badge huffed. Fine, I'll listen to you. We'll go back. Good. It's settled then, badge bro. I'll do everything I can to help you. Lee smiled, exhaling in relief. The badge was convinced. As long as it returned to Earth, he no longer had to worry about being possessed. After all, if he were possessed, the Demon Hunting Bureau would notice, and the badge would be exposed anyway. All the information came solely from the team badge, and Li Yi had no way to verify its truth. Still, it didn't dampen his rising spirits. The weight that had been pressing on his heart, the fear of losing himself to the erosion of demonic energy, was finally lifted. Of course, the team badge could still be lying. But so what? Being sent to this world was already akin to exile. Nothing worse could happen. The worst-case scenario would be losing himself, which was still better than dying outright. Li Yi was an optimist, firm in the belief that as long as he lived, opportunities would always present themselves. Most importantly, he was convinced his proposal to the badge was brilliant. With the badge gaining infinite potential for the future and him avoiding the risk of losing his identity, it was a win-win situation. Any intelligent being would choose the path Li Yi had laid out. The members of the Fun Seekers Club were equally overjoyed. After several away games, they had gained both fame and fortune. Their reputation soared, along with their spiritual energy reserves, various techniques, and considerable wealth. Once, such treatment was beyond their wildest dreams. Now, every member of both the first and second teams was progressing rapidly in martial arts. Prominent figures like Rear Strike Master Lu Guangxing and Iron Foot Immortal Fan Jie were now just a step away from breaking into the innate level. Shi Xiang, bearing the natural halo of a Grandmaster's disciple, earned the title of Supreme Shadow Kick, topping the club's spiritual energy gains. He had already advanced to an innate expert, far ahead of his peers. His signature technique, the Sevenfold Force, had reached 5 folds, enough to shatter even the hardest objects into dust with a single kick. Those who had yet to make names for themselves were envious, pouring their efforts into creating their own signature moves to shine in upcoming matches. In fact, they no longer refer to their challenges as fights, but as away games, following Li Yi's lead. Under his influence, the club was becoming increasingly professional. During their clash with the Red Pavilion Stronghold, they even had custom-made uniforms, flags, and emblems. The uniforms were bright red, with a bold fun character on the chest and their roster numbers on the back. For example, Shi Xiang, the left forward, wore number 10, Lu Guangxing was number 9, and Fan Jie number 8. AENG, not just the players. Cheerleaders also had matching uniforms and handheld mini flags. They brought horns, swanas, and other noisemakers to energize the team during matches. As more powerful members joined, competition within the main team became fierce. Cheerleaders who thought they'd never get to play found themselves unexpectedly gifted with abilities by Li Yi. This delightful surprise only deepened their loyalty to the club. In short, no matter the turmoil outside, the Fun Seekers Club was flourishing. Even sects that lost matches were absorbed by Li Yi. For their disciples, he assigned roles as spectators. None could resist the allure of shared techniques and the spiritual energy-restoring bells. Wolf Valley was an excellent location, 3 sides surrounded by mountains, with a wide flat area at the valley floor that served as a natural giant soccer field. Li Yi took one look and decided to settle here. Even when traveling to other sects for away games, he would always return to Wolf Valley. This was his home base now. Previously, Li had been somewhat restrained, but with the secrets shared by the team badge easing his concerns, he was ready to move forward boldly. When he returned to Wolf Valley, Shi Xiang and the others, busy practicing, immediately gathered around him with cheerful greetings. Shi Xiang had long forgotten his Grandmaster mentor. If not for concerns about Li Yi being seriously injured, he might have tricked his master into joining the club as well. Li Yi, did you send those 2 captains off? Shi Xiang asked with a grin. They're gone. Li Yi nodded. Li Yi, are we going to challenge the Shuangguang Sect next? Lu Guangxing asked. His confidence was sky-high. With the surrounding sects already subdued, Shuangguang Sect was their last remaining rival. He also knew about Chao Bin's involvement, naturally making Shuangguang Sect his next target. Yes, the Shuangguang Sect. But it won't be an away game. It'll be a home game. Li glanced at him with a smile. If my timing is right, Chao Bin should bring his master to Wolf Valley in a few days. We'll prepare carefully and aim to recruit another top player for the fun. Li Yi, we'll follow your lead. Whatever you say, we'll do, Yufei said eagerly, his excitement shining in his eyes. Gongsun Jie is a half-step grandmaster and the strongest opponent we've faced yet. We must approach this cautiously. Any mistake could deal a major blow to the reputation we've worked so hard to build, Li Yi said solemnly, looking around at the group. Li Yi, with spiritual energy backing us, we're unstoppable. Why fear a half-step grandmaster? Fan Jie laughed loudly, pulling his shirt aside to reveal a long, healed scar on his chest. The injury from 2 days ago had already fully recovered, bolstering everyone's confidence. Don't underestimate the risks. If you lose your head, you'll still die, Li Yi warned with a faint smile. He turned to the leaders of the Red Pavilion Stronghold, Wolf Valley, and Flying Bear Gang. Master Tong, Master Wang, Master Ding, come here. I have tasks for you. At your service, Li Yi, the three replied, rushing over, their deference clear. Well, Yi addressed Tong Yi from the Red Pavilion first. Master Tong, organize someone to print flyers in Waning City. Announce that the Fun Seekers Club will host the Shuangguang Sect's Gongsun Jie in a home game at Wolf Valley. Tickets for residents are 50 coins, and food and lodging are included during the match. He continued, also, invite prominent families and elites from the city to attend as special guests. If the magistrate graces us with his presence, even better. I'll provide the flyer content and invitations shortly. For now, consider yourself the club's interim promotions manager, responsible for all future match publicity. Tong Yi hesitated briefly, but caught Li Ye's knowing look and quickly agreed. Next, Li turned to Ding Hong of the Flying Bear Gang. Master Ding, you have many members. Mobilize them to purchase supplies, hire chefs and craftsmen, and convert Wolf Valley into a proper stadium as quickly as possible. Ensure food, lodging, and safety for spectators. Can you handle it? Absolutely, Li Yi, Ding Hong declared, his excitement evident as he trembled with anticipation. I've been trusted by Li Yi. My family's ancestors must be smiling. Lastly, Li Yi looked at Wang Jinghui, the vice leader of Wolf Valley. Master Wang, since this is your territory, you'll handle security and order during the match. Your job is to ensure everything runs smoothly and no spectators are harmed. From now on, you're the interim security chief. Understood. Wang Jinghui straightened up, his enthusiasm palpable. Everyone else, focus on preparing for the match against Gongsun Jie, Li Yi said, turning back to his team. This is our club's first formal match with an external audience. It's your chance to shine. Whether we make a name for ourselves depends on your performance. As he finished assigning tasks, Li Yi smiled at Shi Xiang and the others. From today, the Fun Seekers Club is officially on the right track. As I always say, reputation is everything, and I've arranged it all for you. Lu Guangxing and the rest were dumbfounded. Moments ago, Li Yi was talking about ensuring their safety. Now he was setting up a match with Gongsun Jie, even inviting spectators from Waning City, clearly aiming to provoke him. Still, their initial shock gave way to excitement. Reputation was indeed everything. With spiritual energy, there was nothing to fear, not even Gongsun Jie. Fun Seekers Club's first challenge against a formidable opponent. Home match versus Shuangguang Sect's half-step Grandmaster Gongsun Jie. Tickets now on sale. Entry starts at just 50 coins, with premium seating available for one tael of silver. Food and lodging included during the match. Limited tickets available, so act fast. Fun Seekers Club boasts a powerful lineup for its debut match. Founder Li Yi makes his first appearance, teaming up with Supreme Shadow Kick, Shi Xiang as left and right forwards. The team will play in a 4-4-2 formation. Will the twin stars obliterate the half-step Grandmaster's reputation? Betting markets in Waning City are open. Will the rising stars of Fun Seekers Club trample their elder martial rival and rise to fame? Or will they be crushed under the weight of the Shuangguang Sect's might? Confirmed, Waning Prefecture's magistrate and other officials to attend the Fun Seekers Club's debut match. Over the past 2 days, Waning City had erupted into a buzz of activity. Everywhere, people were talking about the showdown between the Fun Seekers Club and Gongsun Jie. Every street was plastered with promotional posters. The eye-catching headlines were paired with striking visuals. The standout piece was a group portrait of the Fun Seekers Club players. On the poster, 11 figures surrounded Li Yi in a V formation, arms crossed and exuding swagger. Shi Xiang, Lu Guangxing, and the others looked formidable. Above each player was their nickname: Supreme Shadow Kick, Rear Strike Master, Iron Foot Immortal, Lightning Legs, Black Iron Shield, and others. For those without nicknames, Li had made sure to assign some. The artist's work was impressive, capturing the players' likenesses with a few deft strokes. Only Li Ye's face remained a mystery. At the center of the group, his portrait featured a large question mark, and his nickname was simply the Mysterious One, maximizing intrigue. Individual player posters were equally flashy. Shi Xiang's showed him delivering a powerful kick to an opponent's groin, accompanied by a dramatic comic-style BAM sound effect. Lu Guangxing's depicted him sneaking up behind someone, fingers poised mischievously to poke their vulnerable spot, his face painted with an exaggeratedly lecherous grin. Accompanying the posters were booklets introducing the game of soccer. These included explanations of rules, positions, and formations, alongside profiles of Gongsun Jie and Shuangguang Sect, detailing their martial status and notable techniques. For the people of Waning City, who had never encountered such a well-rounded promotional campaign, the Fun Seekers Club became the talk of the town, captivating men and women, young and old alike. At Rui Tower, the largest inn in Waning City and a hub for the elite, a group of wealthy young men sat around a table in the Luminescence Pavilion. A dashing youth in his early 20s asked, "Brother Lu, are you going to Wolf Valley?" "Of course. They sent an invitation to my family," replied Brother Lu, who appeared around 25. He sipped his wine before adding, facing a half-step grandmaster, "Don't you want to witness it?" "I do, but what if the Fun Seekers Club loses? Won't the Shuangguang Sect retaliate against us?" Another youth said hesitantly. "You're afraid of the Shuangguang Sect, but not the Fun Seekers Club," the first youth countered. Shi Xiang is from the Scarlet Flame Sect, notorious for their ruthlessness. Every move is designed to cripple their opponents permanently. "Enough. That's exactly why we have to go," Brother Lu said bitterly, slamming his cup on the table. "The Fun Seekers Club is outrageous. Not only did they send invitations, but they also demanded sponsorship fees. My family's silk business has thrived for over a century without needing their promotion. Yet they extorted 5,000 taels from us. Highway robbery. Newbie, my tea house suffered the same fate," the dashing youth admitted with a sigh. "Another 5,000 taels gone. They're practically bandits, claiming to provide free food and lodging while using our money to do so." "Let's keep our voices down," a quieter young man interjected, lowering his hand. "The Flying Bear Gang is spreading their propaganda in Waning City. If they hear us, we'll be in serious trouble. Think of it as paying for peace. Let's hope they eventually provoke the Inspection Bureau," the dashing youth muttered, glancing out the window. "What a mess they've made of the world." Outside, common folk chatted loudly. "Old Zhang, are you going to watch the match?" "Of course. 50 coins for several days of food and lodging? How could I miss it? I heard Wolf Valley bought all the pigs and sheep in the area. The food should be great." "Not just the food. They even bought all the spare furniture and bedding from my house. They paid 300 coins for an old quilt. Honestly, the Fun Seekers Club is incredibly generous. They gave my family a whole tael of silver. What's 50 coins compared to that? I wish they'd hold matches more often." 50 coins? Old Shir's family are stonecutters. They were hired to help with construction, so they don't even have to pay. Free meals and lodging for the whole family. So the Fun Seekers Club really is charitable. "Hey, have you placed your bets?" "Of course. Those rich kids are all betting on the Grandmaster. I went with the Fun Seekers Club instead. If they pull off an upset, I'll make a fortune. Even Grandmasters feel pain if their eggs get cracked." "Ha ha ha." Upstairs in Rui Tower, A young swordsman slammed his hand on the table, scowling. Ignorant fools. A half-step grandmaster isn't so easily defeated. The Xuanguang sect has stood unshaken in the martial world for a reason. Senior brother, don't stoop to their level. What do a bunch of villagers know? A spirited young woman in a green outfit frowned slightly. Though she was strikingly pretty, her face was clouded with concern. I just don't understand why Master Gongsun agreed to fight these scoundrels. Winning is fine, but if he loses, the Xuanguang sect's reputation will be in tatters. Perhaps he couldn't stand their antics, the young man replied, shaking his head. Since we're here in Waning City, we can't ignore this. Let's lend Master Gongsun a hand. Agreed, the woman said, gripping her sword. These lawless rogues have been running rampant for too long. It's time they tasted the wrath of the ethereal fairy. Meanwhile, construction in Wolf Valley was in full swing. Slopes were transformed into viewing stands, while rows of simple wooden houses were built in the valley. Some spectators who bought early tickets joined the labor force after hearing about the wages offered. The original training ground was expanded into a massive 500-meter plaza, with the field's size adjusted for the destructive power of this world's inhabitants. Thanks to Li Ye's aggressive promotion, Shi Xiang's spiritual energy surged, and both Lu Guangxing and Fan Jie advanced to innate experts. The other players also made progress, their excitement palpable as they eagerly awaited the match. Still, there were concerns. Standing beside Li Yi, Shi Xiang occasionally glanced toward the valley entrance, worry etched on his face. Li Yi, we've made such a big scene. What if Gongsun Jie doesn't show up? Chao Bin isn't reliable. He hasn't sent any word. What if he betrays us? Don't worry. He'll come, Li Yi said confidently. Even if Gongsun Jie wasn't planning to come, the rumors spreading here will draw him in. Shi Xiang remained skeptical. But what if he really doesn't show up? Li Yi smirked and turned to him. Then we keep promoting, saying Gongsun Jie fled from us in fear of Wolf Valley. Chao Bin, what's the meaning of this? Gongsun Jie held a flyer in his hand, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. His fiery gaze locked on a Chao Bin, his pupils trembling with rage. Master, I don't know either. Chao Bin stammered, his mind completely blank. Li had merely instructed him to lure his master here to discuss joining the Fun Seekers Club. At the time, he thought it was a good thing. After all, the Fun Seekers Club was an organization of cultivators, possibly a stepping stone to ascension. But he never expected Li Yi to orchestrate such a spectacle. It was clear now that the Fun Seekers Club planned to use his master as a stepping stone to rise to power. This wasn't just sabotage, it was a death trap. You don't know. Gongsun Jie's piercing eyes seemed ready to bore into Chao Bin's soul. Reflecting on past events, Gongsun Jie began to piece together the oddities in Chao Bin's behavior. Trust in his eldest disciple had blinded him to these inconsistencies. Under his master's penetrating gaze, Chao Bin felt his scalp go numb. Grasping for an explanation, he blurted out, "Master, maybe I slipped up and revealed my tracks, which allowed Li Yi to see through my plans. This must be their countermeasure to force you to retreat. They're obviously scared of you." Gongsun Jie snorted, throwing the flyer at Chao Bin's face. Scared of me? They're practically dancing on my grave. Sweat dripped down Chao Bin's forehead. Master, since they've humiliated you so blatantly, shouldn't we slaughter these petty clowns and wipe them out completely? Before his words could settle, a crisp voice called out from outside the window. Gongsun Jie has arrived in Waning City. The official match will be held today or tomorrow. Seats at Wolf Valley are limited. Get your tickets now. Gongsun Jie. Chao Bin. Chao Bin, well done. I never knew that after 20 years of nurturing you, I'd end up with a traitor in my sect. Gongsun Jie glared at Chao Bin, his beard bristling with rage, muscles twitching across his face. Cursing Li Yi inwardly, Chao Bin dropped to his knees with a loud thud, his face pale as he pleaded, Master, I swear it wasn't me. Either the Fun Seekers Club has eyes everywhere, or Li Yi possesses some strange powers. Master, you know my character. I'd never betray you. I'm telling the truth. Fangie's injuries truly healed in just 2 or 3 days. If this weren't such an important matter, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to invite you down the mountain. Gongsun Jie took a deep breath, his eyes narrowing as he looked toward Wolf Valley. His expression turned icy. Fine. Let's see just how capable this Fun Seekers Club is daring to step on me to climb higher. With that, he ignored Chao Bin, stepping toward Wolf Valley. With no flashy movements, his stride covered over 10 meters, his speed akin to teleportation. Chao Bin scrambled to his feet and exerted all his energy to catch up with his master. Having lost Gongsun Jie's trust completely, Chao Bin knew that if the Fun Seekers Club lost this battle, he'd lose everything. He was determined to reach Wolf Valley, no matter what. As the eldest disciple of the Shuangguang sect, he knew his master's temperament better than anyone. At a critical moment, he might be able to sway Gongsun Jie, perhaps even convince him of the Fun Seekers Club strengths. Deep down, Chao Bin didn't want anything bad to happen to Li Yi. After all, Li Yi's success was tied to his own future. Who wouldn't want to experience a higher civilization? The entrance to Wolf Valley buzzed with activity as people streamed in, their faces radiant with joy. Red banners hung across the mountain gate. Galactic Federation Planet Cup Championship. Fun Seekers Club versus Shuangguang Sect. On both sides were congratulatory banners. Best wishes for the Fun Seekers Club's first match success. Shangyun Tea House. Victory to the Fun Seekers Club heroes. Hong Fu Tavern. Sweep all rivals. Fun Seekers reign supreme. Foaming silks and satins. Gongsun Jie's sharp eyesight picked up the banner details from a distance. His expression grew darker. At this moment, Gongsun Jie felt like a clown on display, mocked for everyone's amusement. Rage boiled in his chest, leaving no room for composure. The only thought in his mind was to annihilate the Fun Seekers Club, leaving none alive. As he was about to storm into Wolf Valley, a voice called out from the roadside, "Senior Gongsun, please wait." Gongsun Jie turned to see a young man and woman, both strikingly handsome. He asked coldly, "Who are you?" "Senior Gongsun, please don't be angry. We're not with Wolf Valley," the young man hastily explained, bowing. "This junior is Zhong Wenhao of the Qingsheng sect. Beside me is my junior sister, Zhu Jiro. Our master is perfected Taiyu. 5 years ago, we accompanied our master to Shuangguang sect and met you. Disciples of Taiyu?" Gongsun Jie paused before asking, "Why have you stopped me?" His mood, already ruined by Wolf Valley, left him no interest in small talk. His tone was gruff. "Senior Gongsun, the Fun Seekers Club has committed countless atrocities, exploiting your name to extort money and oppress the people. They're a gang of lawless villains," Zhong Wenhao said earnestly. "We've been traveling the martial world and happened upon this situation. We wish to assist you in eliminating these evildoers in Wolf Valley." Gongsun Jie looked at the chivalrous pair, thinking of his own disappointing disciple. A pang of heartache struck him. Taking a deep breath, he said curtly, "Fine. Follow me. Kill any stragglers and leave no bandits alive." "Yes, Senior Gongsun," the pair replied eagerly, exchanging excited glances. Their eyes shone with anticipation. For these young heroes, this was their first major event, a chance to align with the sect leader of Shuangguang. It wasn't just an opportunity to build connections. It was a milestone story to tell. Li Yi, having stirred up this storm, hadn't yet awakened any derived skills. However, the demonic energy he absorbed had long since transformed his body into something far beyond ordinary, granting him acute senses akin to Daredevil. His hearing range now encompassed the entire Wolf Valley, and his vision was sharp enough to distinguish a fly's gender from 2 kilometers away. As for his inner strength, bolstered by demonic energy, even Li Yi wasn't sure how deep it ran. He could now easily overpower Shi Xiang and the rest of the club members without even using a soccer ball. He had fully mastered the Dragon Emperor technique, though it seemed inadequate to break through to the Grandmaster level. However, this didn't bother Li Yi. He wasn't a native of this world. As a temporal walker, his growth relied on demonic energy. In just 10 days, he had reached extraordinary heights. With more time and the club's fame spreading, it wouldn't be long before he could challenge a grandmaster. Defeating a grandmaster would mean acquiring their martial techniques, which would then be his to study. With plenty of time left in this world, there was no need to rush. After receiving Chow Bin's message, Li had been stationed at the Wolf Valley entrance for 2 days, awaiting Gong Sun Jia. From yesterday, all construction in the valley had halted. Most spectators had been ushered into the valley, ready for the match. The event's planning had been a success. The only flaw was the uncertainty of the opponent's arrival time, a detail that needed improvement. When Li saw Gong Sun Jia speeding toward the valley like the wind, he worried there wouldn't be enough time for the audience to settle in. To his surprise, 2 young heroes intercepted Gong Sun Jia along the way. This delay was perfect. Overjoyed, Li immediately notified the club members to usher the spectators to their seats. He'd find a way to stall Gong Sun Jia further, ensuring the audience had the best experience possible. The match will begin in 15 minutes. Ticket checks will stop at that time. Wolf Valley welcomes the arrival of senior Gong Sun Jia. Whoosh, whoosh. As Gong Sun Jia approached the valley with Zhong Wenhao and Zhu Zhuro, 2 fresh banners unfurled from the gates as if they had been prepared in advance. Gong Sun Jia froze on the spot. What was going on? He was still over 3 miles away from Wolf Valley. How could they have known he was coming so quickly? His decision to leave Waning City had been spontaneous. With his lightness skill, it had taken him less than the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea to arrive, leaving even Chow Bin far behind. How could anyone have had the time to send a message? Had he wrongly blamed Chow Bin? Did the Fun Seekers Club's Li Yi truly possess supernatural abilities? Or perhaps the Fun Seekers Club harbored someone at the same half-step grandmaster level as himself. Staring at the descending banners, Gong Sun Jia unconsciously clenched his fists. He sensed a conspiracy and suspected that this situation might be aimed squarely at Shuangguang's sect. Senior Gong Sun, is something wrong? Zhong Wenhao asked, confused by Gong Sun Jia's sudden halt. Nothing. Let's go, Gong Sun Jia replied, shaking his head. His gaze turned resolute. Half-step grandmaster or not, he had roamed the martial world for decades. Even Huai Yi, the grand elder of the Scarlet Flame sect, did not scare him. He feared no one. Ticket checking had already stopped, leaving many people stranded outside the valley. The crowd at the gates, mostly common folk, could only watch helplessly as the Wolf Valley guards blocked the entrance. Most of the nobility had already entered earlier, and the late arrivals were powerless against the armed guards. Gong Sun Jia cast a disdainful glance at the banners and sneered, such cheap theatrics. Just as he was about to force his way into Wolf Valley, a figure appeared before him, halting his advance in an instant. Startled, Gong Sun Jia took a step back. The speed of this person's movement was nearly on par with his own. Could this be the ace in Wolf Valley's sleeve? He scrutinized Li Yi from head to toe. The man's short hair gave him a sharp, clean-cut appearance, but his face was unfamiliar, and he looked absurdly young. Senior Gong Sun, you've arrived right on time. Welcome, welcome. Li Yi's face broke into a bright, enthusiastic smile, as though he were an old acquaintance of Gong Sun Jia. As his voice fell, countless gazes turned toward Gong Sun Jia. The murmuring began. So that's Gong Sun Jia? A half-step grandmaster? Doesn't look all that impressive. Those 2 young heroes with him, though, they're pretty decent looking. But isn't his entourage a bit too small? The Fun Seekers Club has 11 people on the field. Gong Sun Jia's face darkened. Who are you? I'm Li Yi, founder of the Fun Seekers Club, known across the martial world as Li Yi. Li Yi cupped his fists in a gesture of respect. Then he glanced at Zhong Wenhao and Zhu Zhiro. Wenhao, Zhiro, since you've escorted Senior Gong Sun here, why don't you head into the valley and wait? The match will start soon. Gong Sun Jia turned sharply toward Zhong Wenhao and Zhu Zhiro. The pair froze in shock, staring dumbfounded at Li Yi. They had never expected him to say such a thing. What? Do we even know you? And you're throwing such baseless accusations at us? Noticing Gong Sun Jia's suspicious gaze, Zhong Wenhao felt a chill run down his spine. Senior Gong Sun, Don't listen to his nonsense. We've never even met him before. Zhu Jiro's eyebrows shot up. With a sharp clang, she drew her sword and pointed it at Li Yi. Scoundrel, stop trying to sow discord. We're here to assist Senior Gongsun. I never said you weren't here to assist, Li Yi said, feigning surprise as he looked at Zhu Jiro. Shaking his head with a smile, he added, but the match hasn't started yet. Senior Gongsun and I need to discuss some matters about Shuangwang's sect, which you're not privy to. It's better if you go wait at the venue. Old Wang, escort the two young heroes to their seats. Wang Jinghui, who was in charge of security, stepped forward with a smile. This way, please. Senior Gongsun, Zhong Wenhao cried out, seeking help from Gongsun Jie. You scoundrel, let's fight right here. Zhu Jiro shouted, her sword slashing toward Li Yi. Who knows what traps you've laid in that valley? You won't trick us. Clack. Li Yi raised two fingers and caught Zhu Jiro's blade effortlessly. Zhu Jiro, once you're in the arena, you'll need to abide by the rules. If you keep making trouble, I'll revoke your qualification to participate. Zhu Jiro tried to pull her sword free, but it wouldn't budge. Her eyes widened in disbelief. You. Throughout history, people only listen to reason when confronted with superior strength. Realizing that Li Ye's martial arts might rival his own, Gongsun Jie calmed his restless heart. Narrowing his eyes, he said, You're quite skilled, young man. Go on, you too. Wait for me in the valley. Senior Gongsun, Zhong Wenhao, was desperate. He hadn't anticipated Li Ye's strength, and now found himself trapped. He didn't dare attack again, fearing that Gongsun Jie might not support them, and any further misstep could provoke Li Ye's wrath. What troubled Zhong Wenhao even more was how their identities had been exposed. They had never met Li Yi before. How could he know so much about them? Go. I'll see you on the battlefield, Li Yi said as he released Zhu Jiro's sword. His face still carried a warm smile, but his voice turned cold, and his eyes were devoid of emotion. I prepared for this match for a long time. I won't allow any mishaps. This chilling demeanor, honed through professional acting lessons, resembled that of a villain indifferent to life. Li Ye's oppressive aura locked on a Zhong Wenhao, and Zhu Jiro froze in terror. Glancing at Gongsun Jie and finding no help forthcoming, Zhu Jiro's eyes reddened. She bit back her tears and reluctantly turned to leave. Please, this way, Wang Jinghui urged again. With a clenched jaw, Zhong Wenhao said, Junior sister, let's go. Casting one last frightened glance at Li Yi, Zhu Jiro shivered and quickly followed her senior brother. As they walked, regret filled her heart. She hadn't realized how treacherous the martial world could be, or how terrifying someone like Li Yi could be, with eyes that seemed to devour people. Once they were gone, Gongsun Jie turned to Li Yi and asked, Who is your master? Gongsun Jie, didn't Chaobin tell you? Li Yi's grin widened. I'm not from this world. So, Chaobin really has betrayed Shuangwang's sect, Gongsun Jie growled, his fury erupting as his aura surged. His sharp gaze fixed on Li Yi. Scoundrel, spare me your nonsense about higher civilizations. What is your true aim? Why are you targeting Shuangwang's sect? Senior Gongsun, calm yourself, Li Yi replied, his tone casual despite Gongsun Jie's imposing presence. Listening to the commotion within the valley, he added with a smirk, You're not wrong. This is a conspiracy. And it's not just aimed at Shuangwang's sect. It involves the Heavenly Tao Alliance as well. Do you really think Shuangwang's sect only has one traitor like Chaobin? To be frank, we've been planning this grand move for a long time. Shuangwang's sect was merely the bait. People often enjoy complicating simple matters, so conspiracy theories never go out of style. Gongsun Jie's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a surge of relief that he hadn't rushed into Wolf Valley and started a massacre. After all, the most terrifying enemies were those hiding in the shadows. Who was behind Li Yi? The Scarlet Flame sect? Or some new organization? What were they plotting? Besides Chao Bin, who else in the Shuangwang sect was an undercover agent? When exactly had Chao Bin been turned? A torrent of questions flooded Gongsun Jie's mind. Forcing himself to stay calm, he demanded, Who exactly are you people? Do you want to know the truth behind all this? Li Yi asked with a deep, meaningful smile. He turned a glance in the direction of Wolf Valley. Sect leader Gong Sun, help us finish this match. If you win, I'll tell you everything. Gong Sun Jie scanned the bystanders watching him like a circus monkey, then listened to the cheers from within Wolf Valley. A dark line crept across his forehead. You're just trying to trick me into joining your stupid match. I won't fall for it. Sect leader Gong Sun, the match is part of the conspiracy, Li Yi said in a calm, authoritative tone. If you don't dare step into the game, how can you unravel the mystery before you? Gong Sun Jie shot him a cold glare and turned to leave. To knowingly walk into a trap was pure folly. The correct course of action was to leave immediately and rally other sects to secretly investigate this so-called Fun Seekers Club. If the sect leader leaves, by tomorrow, all of Waning City will hear about Gong Sun Jie fleeing the gates of Wolf Valley like a coward, Li Yi said, not even bothering to follow. His tone was slow and deliberate. Sect leader Gong Sun should be well aware of my knack for spreading word. The merchants, the desperate gamblers, they all have loose tongues. Sect leader, do you really care so little for your reputation? It was as if Gong Sun Jie had been struck by a paralyzing spell. He stopped abruptly, and when he turned back, his bloodshot eyes glared daggers. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Scoundrel, how dare you go this far?" Sect leader Gong Sun, our plan is ambitious, and every detail must be flawless. Our think tank has accounted for everything, Li Yi said, his gaze drifting toward the now-seated crowd in Wolf Valley. Sect leader, please, even if you want reinforcements, don't you need to know what we're up to first? Or are you unsure you can even leave Wolf Valley alive? No one can stop me from leaving, Gong Sun just snapped, glaring at Li Yi with unrestrained hostility. Sect leader Gong Sun, we only care about the match itself. If we detain the leader of the Shuangguang sect in front of all of Waning City, no one would dare join future matches. It wouldn't be worth it, Li Yi said with a faint smile. So don't overthink it. If you can win this match, we'll make sure your name resounds across the land. Fame? As a revered leader of the Shuangguang sect, does he need you to make his name known? But Li Yi had a point. As the leader of a major sect, fleeing from the taunts of a nobody would be a disgrace he couldn't afford. Taking a deep breath to calm his fury, Gong Sun Jie asked, "And if I injure you during the match, what then?" He refused to address Li Yi as Master Li, out of principle. After deliberating, he simply gave Li Yi the title of sect leader. "As long as you join the match, everything else is negotiable," Li Yi said, flashing a subtle smile. Sect leader Gong Sun, a match is like a duel. Life and death are left to fate. If you can kill every member of our team, that counts as your victory. An excellent. A murderous glint flashed in Gong Sun Jie's eyes. Fine, I'll take part in your match. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. No one truly understood the nature of demonic energy. Watching Gong Sun Jie take the bait, Li Yi broke into a genuine smile and stepped aside. After you, sect leader Gong Sun. With a cold snort, Gong Sun Jie strode into Wolf Valley. When Gong Sun Jie and Li Yi entered together, Tong Yi from the publicity department infused his voice with inner strength and shouted, "Welcome sect leader Gong Sun of the Shuangguang sect." Boom, boom, boom. On the hillsides, the deafening sound of drums erupted as over 10 massive drums were pounded in unison. At the same time, thunderous applause, cheers, piercing horns, and wailing swonas erupted from the stands. It didn't matter what tune they played, just making noise was enough. Banners that had been prepared earlier were hoisted and waved. They bore messages like Gong Sun Jie must win. On the opposite slope, banners reading Fun Seekers for Victory, I love you, Shi Xiang, and even kick his B*** s off were waved enthusiastically. Some spectators waved Fun Seekers club flags, screaming while they danced. Li had anticipated this world's lack of football matches, so he had planted people in the crowd to guide the audience in how to enjoy a proper football game. By setting the atmosphere, the crowd's emotions were naturally infected, and they couldn't help but immerse themselves. Wolf Valley wasn't fully renovated, but it already resembled a football field. A vast, level ground had been marked with lime lines, and Li Yi had even crafted makeshift goals. Around the pitch, numerous advertising boards were set up, bearing slogans like Hong Fu Tea House, making the best tea for you, Phoenix Pavilion Silks, smoother than baby's skin, and century-old liquor, Mountain Bamboo Green. The hills were lined with benches and naturally shaped rocks that served as seats. The spectators on the hillside were a mixed crowd of men, women, and children. Their eyes were brimming with curiosity. When the cheering erupted, they seemed a bit unsure of how to react. Most of their entertainment consisted of storytelling, operas, and acrobatics. They weren't used to such explosive energy. But gamblers among the crowd quickly adapted. Having placed heavy bets, they were infected by the surrounding excitement, joining the shouting with wild enthusiasm, waving their arms, and cheering for their favorite team. The cheers reached a fever pitch when a group of scantily clad brothel girls danced provocatively in the center of the field. Across the valley, the VIP seating area was reserved for Waning City's officials and wealthy merchants. They sat quietly, sipping wine and nibbling on fruits. Unlike the raucous commoners, they maintained their composure but seemed out of place in the joyous chaos. Governor Wei Mingze of Waning City sat at the highest position among them. He had accepted Li Ye's invitation purely out of curiosity about this Fun Seekers Club. As the governor of Waning Prefecture, it was his responsibility to keep tabs on anything that might disrupt order. The Fun Seekers Club's actions, challenging every sect around Waning and targeting the Shuangguang sect, clearly signaled a major event. If he failed to understand the situation and things spiraled out of control, he would undoubtedly face consequences from his superiors. What surprised Wei Mingze was that Gongsun Jie actually responded to the challenge and came to play their game. In the midst of the revelry, Governor Wei furrowed his brow, his face dark. The involvement of both the Scarlet Flame sects Shi Xiang and the Shuangguang sects Gongsun Jie, two opposing factions, signaled that a significant incident was brewing. But why were they using such an exaggerated competition? No matter how hard he thought, Governor Wei couldn't make sense of it. Gongsun Jie abruptly halted, his mind blank once again. When he saw the flyers, he had anticipated that the commotion at Wolf Valley would be significant, but he never imagined it would be this grand. Even as the leader of a sect, accustomed to grand events, his eyelid twitched uncontrollably at the sight. A sense of retreat welled up within him. Casting a resentful glance at Li Yi, Gongsun Jie asked, "Sect leader Li, this is a competition between martial sections. Why involve so many commoners? Joy is better shared than kept to oneself. Sect leader will understand after the match," Li Yi said with satisfaction, admiring his handiwork and feeling the surge of demonic energy within him. With a faint smile, he added, "In time, Sect leader Gongsun will come to love this feeling." "Love it?" Gongsun Jie sneered internally at Li Yi. "Once I slaughter you and your demon accomplices, I'll withdraw in triumph. What future could there possibly be? Do you think I'll hold back in front of all these commoners?" Unconsciously, Gongsun Jie's reference to Li Yi had shifted from scoundrel to demon. Li Yi gestured to a nearby staff member to take over the reception duties. He cupped his fist towards Gongsun Jie. "Sect leader Gongsun, someone will guide you to the field shortly. I must go make preparations. See you on the field." Gongsun Jie nodded instinctively, but soon realized he had questions to ask. Before he could speak, however, Li had already vanished with an agility that made his heart skip. Li's speed rivaled his own. If this man were allowed to grow, he could become a formidable foe for the righteous path. Gongsun Jie resolved to put his life on the line to eliminate Li Yi during the match. Regrettably, he now realized it was a mistake to come alone. If he had known things would escalate to this extent, he would have brought the sect elders along. At the Shuangguang sect's waiting area, Gongsun Jie encountered senior brother Zhong Wenhao and junior sister Zhu Jiro again. The moment Zhong Wenhao saw him, he hurried forward. "Senior Gongsun, don't listen to Li Ye's provocations. We're not in cahoots with him." "I know," Gongsun Jie replied as he sat cross-legged, working to steady his mind for the impending battle. "Later, I'll keep Li Yi occupied. The two of you handle the others. No problem. Zhong Wenhao exhaled in relief and quickly promised, Senior, my junior sister and I have already scouted them. Aside from Shi Xiang, the rest of their team are ordinary martial artists. Shi Xiang's skills are on par with mine. As long as you deal with Li Yi, I'll keep Shi Xiang busy and my junior sister can handle the rest. Understood. Zhu Zhiro nodded, clutching her sword tightly. Gritting her teeth, she added, This time, we'll make that Li Yi pay. Gong Sun Jie sighed, thinking of Chao Bin. Focus on holding off the others. Once I kill Li Yi, I'll assist you. Yes, Senior Gong Sun, the two replied in unison. Cheers of fun seekers for victory rang out again from outside. Through the window, Gong Sun Jie saw the scene on the field. In the center stood over 10 players in red jerseys. The front of their shirts bore the character for fun, while numbers were emblazoned on their backs. Li Yi stood among them, his number a prominent 10. Li Yi and Shi Xiang stood at the front, with the other 8 spread evenly behind them. Their wide spacing left Gong Sun Jie puzzled. What are they doing? Zhong Wenhao asked, confused. Just trying to show off, Gong Sun Jie muttered, unable to make sense of the formation. With a snort, he added, Ignore them. Stick to the plan. Before they could step out, Wang Jinghui entered, cupping his fists. Sect leader Gong Sun, it's your turn to enter. With a glance at Wang Jinghui, Gong Sun Jie rose. Let's go. As they emerged from the waiting area, the crowd erupted again. Gong Sun Jie, victory is yours. Gong Sun Jie, you must win. Gong Sun Jie, give those punks a beating. Go, Gong Sun Jie. I want to bear your children. Li Yi had arranged for the most outrageous shills to stir up the crowd. The chaotic shouts quickly unsettled Gong Sun Jie's hard-earned composure. Zhong Wenhao stumbled in shock, nearly tripping himself. When he regained his balance, his face was beet red. Zhu Zhiro froze, overwhelmed by the spectacle. When she heard the comment about bearing children, her cheeks turned crimson, and she muttered, Shameless. Focus. Don't let these petty tricks distract you, Gong Sun Jie said, his face dark. Taking a deep breath, he added, Don't look at the crowd. Finish this quickly. Without waiting for the others, he bellowed, Scoundrel, face your death, and launched himself at Li Yi. Moving as swiftly as lightning, he closed the gap in an instant and threw a punch aimed directly at Li Yi's face. Li Yi flicked his toes, sending the black and white ball into the air, perfectly blocking Gong Sun Jie's punch. Boom! The ball met Gong Sun Jie's fist with a deafening thud. Shockwaves rippled outward, blowing Gong Sun Jie's hair back. The ball, now like a cannonball, shot towards the far end of the field. Gong Sun Jie, ready to follow up with another strike, suddenly froze in horror as he realized his internal energy was sealed, leaving his body rigid. You? Handball. Li smirked and raised his hand. Slap. His palm struck Gong Sun Jie's cheek, snapping him out of his paralysis. Gong Sun Jie collapsed. Li had countless techniques that could have ended Gong Sun Jie swiftly, but an immediate victory would make for a dull match. Drawing things out would offer the spectators a better experience and allow Li Yi to absorb more demonic energy as his powers grew. Zhong Wenhao, still rushing forward, froze mid-step as he witnessed his senior being slapped to the ground. His eyes widened. Senior Gong Sun. Before long, Gong Sun Jie leaped to his feet, his rage overriding all sense of reason. He charged at Li Yi, unleashing a flurry of punches that seemed to engulf him. Scoundrel, I'll kill you. The humiliation of being slapped in front of so many people obliterated all thoughts of schemes or strategies. His sole focus now was to tear Li Yi apart. The valley fell silent as the crowd watched in stunned disbelief. Gong Sun Jie's initial ferocity, followed by his quick defeat, left the audience speechless. Only Gong Sun Jie's roars echoed through the air. Unperturbed by the raging Gong Sun Jie, Li Yi turned and chased after the ball. From the sidelines, Tong Yi's voice rang out at just the right moment. The match has begun. Sect leader Gong Sun initiated an aggressive strike, his thunderous punch aimed at Li Yi's face. But with a swift flick, Li Yi blocked with the ball. A handball. Sect leader Gong Sun was penalized and slapped to the ground. The Fun Seekers Club takes an early lead. It seems the sect leader is still adjusting to this new style of competition. Tong Yi's commentary was something Li Yi had prepped him for in advance. How could a professional soccer match lack live commentary? In this world of martial arts, inner strength made it possible for a skilled fighter's voice to carry across the entire field without sounding strained or harsh. It felt as natural as a normal conversation. Coupled with the three-sided mountainous terrain of Wolf Valley, the natural echo created a perfect setup for commentary. Li Yi had distributed booklets explaining the soccer rules beforehand, but many people either didn't read them or couldn't understand them. Live commentary not only explained the rules to the audience, but also stirred up excitement, a win-win situation. Initially, Li Yi planned to keep the handball technique hidden as a secret weapon. However, he realized that to truly popularize soccer, he had to be open about the rules. The effect of the handball causing a brief stun, though, was something he felt didn't need publicizing. Those who understood would understand, and those who didn't wouldn't. The commentary acted like a switch, reigniting the crowd's enthusiasm. Flags waved, and the chants of Fun Seekers must win, and Li Yi is mighty, rang out in unison, boosting their team's morale while intimidating the opposition. The soccer ball deflected by Gong Sun Jie was intercepted by another player downfield, passed around a few times, and eventually ended up back at Li Yi's feet. A perfect pass. Li Yi has the ball again. Gong Sun Jie is closing in. This is their second face-off in today's game. Who will come out on top? Stay tuned. Tong Yi's commentary grew faster to keep up with the action, injecting a palpable tension into the air. All eyes turned to Li Yi and Gong Sun Jie as the crowd collectively held their breath. Those who had bet on Gong Sun Jie felt a lump in their throats, especially after Li Yi had slapped Gong Sun Jie to the ground in their previous clash. Fuming, Gong Sun Jie summoned all his inner strength, determined to crush Li Yi under his heaven-shocking fist. His punches filled the air like a storm, leaving Li Yi seemingly with no room to dodge. And there's the breakthrough. Gong Sun Jie's ultimate technique has been countered. A perfect evasion, and yet another strike. Gong Sun Jie has been knocked down again. Brilliant! Another resounding slap. Just seconds into the game, Master Gong Sun has been taken down twice by the same move. It seems his form isn't at its peak today. Even though it's the same technique, Li executed it differently this time. Left cheek first, then the right cheek. Not only did he dodge Gong Sun Jie's killer move while controlling the ball, but he also unleashed a perfectly fluid slap. It's like watching a dragon's tail sweep across the heavens. I suggest we cheer for this masterpiece of skill. Dragon tail sweep. Dragon tail sweep. Dragon tail sweep. Dragon tail sweep. The synchronized chants of the Fun Seekers Club cheerleaders roared across the arena, shaking the very skies. Tong Yi, now thoroughly engrossed in his commentary, grew even more excited. Scattered across his desk were the rough scripts Li Yi had prepared for him. Although initially embarrassed by the idea of providing commentary in front of a large audience, Tong Yi soon found himself overtaken by the match's energy. He felt an inexplicable surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, and his enthusiasm skyrocketed. It was true. Spiritual energy required influence to manifest. Who needed to play soccer to feel like a god? In this moment, Tong Yi believed he was born for this role. Gong Sun Jie was losing his mind. Li Yi seemed entirely focused on the ball, leaving openings all over his body, as if one good punch could end him. Yet, no matter how Gong Sun Jie attacked, Li Yi evaded every move with an eel-like slipperiness. Excellent. Even changing his tactics proved futile. What drove him to despair was that every time Li Yi slipped past him, he'd land another slap, as if Li Yi's hand had a mind of its own. Another slap sent Gong Sun Jie sprawling onto the ground. His face burned, and his spirits sank. 2 consecutive slaps without landing a single blow. It was clear that Li Yi's skill far surpassed his. He thought Li Yi would seize the moment to finish him off, but instead, Li Yi sneered, spat disdainfully on the ground, and dribbled the ball away, leaving Gong Sun Jie humiliated. Realizing his own inadequacy, Gongsun Jie briefly considered retreating. However, Li's blatant provocation rekindled his fury. He sprang to his feet, silent but seething, and chased after Li Yi with renewed determination. He couldn't stand the disgrace. He was the head of a martial sect. How could he lose to a mere boy? Gongsun Jie gritted his teeth, vowing silently, "If slaps won't kill me, my punches will devastate you. You'll pay dearly for your arrogance." Gongsun Jie is charging forward once again. What spirit, what perseverance. That's the indomitable spirit of competition. Tong Yi's voice boomed. His stride burns with the vigor of youth. But it's clear he can no longer stop Li Yi from scoring. Shuangguang Sect defenders might as well be invisible. As the saying goes, fear not the godlike opponent, but the teammate as dumb as a pig. Tong Yi, unfazed by Gongsun Jie's desperation, skimmed through his script, adjusted for the current situation, and resumed his spirited commentary. Meanwhile, senior brother Zhong Wenhao and junior sister Zhu Jiro stood frozen, dumbfounded by the sight of Gongsun Jie being repeatedly humiliated. They remained motionless, and Shi Xiang didn't bother provoking them. After all, Shi Xiang wasn't here to beat them. He was here to showcase thrilling soccer. When Li Yi breezed past them with the ball, they instinctively braced for defense. However, Li Yi didn't even glance at them, simply dribbling past as if they weren't there. Pig-like teammates, their faces turned crimson with embarrassment. What kind of ridiculous game was this? It was mortifying and infuriating, but there was no turning back now. They couldn't defeat Li Yi, and stepping forward only meant further humiliation. What if they ended up like Gongsun Jie, slapped senseless? On the other hand, doing nothing would surely offend Shuangguang Sect. They'd lose face and connections, becoming the laughingstock of the martial world. Why did I even come here? Zhong Wenhao regretted his decision bitterly. What do we do, senior brother? Zhu Jiro scanned the cheering crowd and asked anxiously. Let's attack Shi Xiang. If we kill him, at least it won't be a total loss. Perhaps we'll even distract Li Yi and help senior Gongsun. Gritting his teeth, Zhong Wenhao drew his sword and prepared to fight. What about the others? Zhu Jiro asked. If they don't move, we'll leave them be. The two of us can handle Shi Xiang, Zhong Wenhao replied firmly. Zhu Jiro nodded resolutely and drew her sword. They had just taken a few steps when, goal! The ball is in. What a fantastic shot! Tong Yi's jubilant voice rang out from the commentary box, startling the pair. They instinctively turned to look, only to see the stands erupt into chaos. The spectators, clad in matching outfits, stood up in unison, blowing horns and waving flags as if it were New Year's Day. What the hell is going on? Zhong Wenhao and Zhu Jiro instinctively turned their heads, just in time to see Li Yi running past them, arms raised in excitement. He slapped hands with Shi Xiang as Gongsun Jie chased behind him like a shadow, always just a step too late. The other players, who had been standing idly, also began high-fiving in celebration. Senior brother, do we really need to get involved? Zhu Jiro's mouth twitched as she watched the scene, her confusion evident as she glanced at Zhong Wenhao. Let's wait and see, Zhong Wenhao replied, just as bewildered. At this point, he had no idea what was happening. To him, Li Yi and his group looked like a bunch of lunatics. The spectators in the stands were equally confused. Many had read the soccer rules and understood that the match was about scoring goals. But why was Li Yi so insistent on scoring when he had already knocked Gongsun Jie down twice? Wouldn't a straightforward duel with Gongsun Jie be more honorable? Bohan, what are Li Yi and his people doing? Why does this look like a farce? Asked Wei Mingze, the prefect, as he turned to his assistant for an explanation. My lord, I can't make sense of it either, replied the assistant, a middle-aged man with a goatee. His hand paused mid-stroke of his beard, his brow furrowed deeply. It seems like Li Yi is toying with Gongsun Jie. I can't fathom his motives. My lord, interjected the adjutant, his tone grave. That man Li Yi might be on the verge of becoming a grandmaster. We should report his existence to the emperor immediately. The emergence of a new grandmaster could disrupt the entire balance of power. Are you certain? Wei Ming's pupils contracted in shock. Gongsun Jie is a half-step grandmaster, yet he's being toyed within such a confined space. Only a grandmaster could achieve that, the adjutant said with a wry smile. Although a true grandmaster's aura can manifest externally to overwhelm armies, Li doesn't seem to be quite there. However, judging by his techniques, he's likely only one step grandmaster in his 20s. Jiao, such claims are not to be made lightly, Wei Ming's said, his voice trembling. Just watch, my lord, the adjutant replied, shaking his head bitterly. I'd wager there's an 80 to 90% chance this farce is actually a grandmaster's declaration of power. After the celebrations, Li finally engaged Gongsun Jie in a proper duel. Using techniques from the Dragon Emperor technique, Li fought Gongsun Jie to a standstill, or rather, to the extent of his strength without the aid of his demonic energy. If he infused his demonic energy into his attacks, he could have easily ended the fight. For now, he was simply testing the limits of his raw martial prowess. So far, his internal energy reserves seemed decent. Their clash of fists and feet stirred up dust and debris on the field, creating a visually stunning spectacle. It was far more engaging than the previous game of cat and mouse with the soccer ball. The commentary had stopped, but the cheers from the stands echoed louder than ever. This was the kind of fight the audience had been waiting for. As Gongsun Jie exchanged blows with Li Yi, his frustration slowly subsided, replaced by focus. Although Li Yi's skills were formidable, they seemed only on par with his own. Earlier, he had simply been caught off guard by Li Yi's bizarre tactics. So what if he's young and has powerful internal energy? Gongsun Jie consoled himself. I'm an experienced fighter. In a real duel, who knows who'll come out on top? Seeing Gongsun Jie and Li locked in combat, Zhong Wenhao's eyes lit up. Junior sister, while they're distracted, let's move in and take out Shi Xiang. Understood, Zhu Jiro replied without hesitation. The pair charged at Shi Xiang with their swords drawn, engaging him in a fierce battle. Li fought Gongsun Jie one-on-one, while Zhong Wenhao and Zhu Jiro double-teamed Shi Xiang. Punches, kicks, and flashes of swords filled the field as the match finally reached a thrilling climax, with cheers ringing out from the stands. But this wasn't what Li Yi wanted. He wasn't here to dominate with martial strength. He was here to promote soccer and develop his derived skills. Conquering the world through brute force held no appeal to him. Master Gongsun, would you like to know my secret? Li asked casually as he exchanged blows with Gongsun Jie. I'd rather kill you, Gongsun Jie snarled through gritted teeth. Actually, what Chao Bin said is true. I'm from a higher civilization, Li Yi said with a smirk. Bulls! Before Gongsun Jie could finish his retort, the words caught his throat. In an instant, Li Yi's speed doubled. His fingers lightly tapped Gongsun Jie's temple, chest, and abdomen in rapid succession. Gentle, fleeting touches that carried no internal energy. They felt no different from the mock sparring taps he would give his disciples. He's not even using his full strength. The realization struck Gongsun Jie like a lightning bolt. His pupils shrank, his expression filled with terror. This is a grandmaster. A horrifying thought surged into his mind. At such a young age, could Li Yi have surpassed the realm of grandmasters? Even when Gongsun Jie had fought Huai Yi, a true grandmaster, Huai Yi hadn't demonstrated such effortless dominance. Gongsun Jie's mind spiraled into chaos. His fighting spirit evaporated, leaving him mechanically trading blows with Li Yi, unable to muster a shred of resistance. Master Gongsun, this is spiritual energy, Li Yi explained, smiling as he flicked a strand of Gongsun Jie's hair with a burst of finger wind. It can accelerate the cultivation of internal energy or combine with it to create extraordinary effects. Gongsun Jie staggered back, retreating from the fight. His face was pale as he stared at Li Yi, words failing him. Take a look at Shi Xiang, Li Yi said, pointing to Zhong Wenhao and Zhu Jiro locked in combat with Shi Xiang. 10 days ago, Shi Xiang's skills were comparable to theirs. Now he can easily overpower them. Rare treasures can achieve the same results. Gongsun Jie argued weakly. Why would Master Gongsun deceive himself? Shi Xiang is Huai Yi's disciple. Do you think he's foolish enough to let me dupe him into tarnishing his reputation? Li Ye's tone turned pitying. Do you think I went through all this trouble just to toy with you? Believe it or not, even without soccer, I could slap you into submission endlessly. And if you tried to run, I'd still catch you. That would be toying with you. You. Gongsun Jie's fist clenched as he glared at Li Yi. Don't look at me like that. I really could, Li Yi said with a grin. It's the law of the jungle. You're weaker than me. If I wanted to torment you, it'd be perfectly natural. Sure, you could avoid this humiliation by taking your own life. But would you? After traveling all the way to Wolf Valley, getting slapped twice, and then killing yourself in a fit of rage, you'd die without peace, wouldn't you? The thought crossed Gongsun Jie's mind, ending his life to escape the shame. But Li Ye's taunt snuffed out any such intentions. His face flushed red with anger as he pointed at Li Yi, his beard trembling. There's a limit to insults. If you dare humiliate me further, not even death will stop me from haunting you. Li Yi laughed. You think I fear a ghost when I don't fear you alive? Master Gongsun, have you ever considered forming a team to play an official match against us? What? Gongsun Jie was momentarily taken aback. I'm not here to humiliate you, Li Yi said, shaking his head. You're not worth the effort. Spiritual energy cultivation requires the power of belief. Soccer and tournaments like the Galactic Federation Planet Cup are just ways to spread influence and build that belief. Think of the league format as a path for martial artists to transform their internal energy into spiritual energy. If you want to call it a conspiracy, then yes, it's a conspiracy to unite everyone in this endeavor. Gongsun Jie frowned deeply. Why should I trust you? Master Gongsun, you've already lost most of your dignity today. What do you have to lose by trying? Li grinned. If it works, no one will care about the slaps. If it fails, well, you can always fake it. Get others involved, let them take the slaps and kicks too. Then no one will laugh at you anymore. Doesn't that make sense? Li gave Gongsun Jie a sideways glance. Unless, of course, you're so noble that you'd sacrifice your own reputation to take down a villain like me. Li didn't finish his sentence, but Gongsun Jie, who had intended to put on a show of resolve, found himself stifled. The words stuck in his throat, neither up nor down. You? How could there be such a scoundrel in this world? Gongsun Jie glared at Li Yi with fury, his chest heaving as a tangle of thoughts churned in his mind. He was a respected senior in the martial world, the leader of Shuangguang Sect, and a master ranked just below the great grandmasters. By all accounts, he should set an example for his disciples. Yet, Li Ye's words clung to his mind like a festering wound. Was he willing? Was he truly willing to sacrifice his reputation for others? He had been slapped twice by a junior in front of an entire city of commoners. Gongsun Jie could already imagine the finger-pointing and whispering behind his back. Once the thought took root, he could no longer suppress it. His eyes reddened as he looked past Li Yi toward the frenzied crowd in the stands. The valley was deafeningly loud, but in that moment, the world fell silent in his mind. If he could, he would have killed Li Yi with his own hands. Only by eliminating this rule-breaking menace could he soothe the rage in his heart. Yet he was no match for him. Dead Wolf Valley. Dead Chao Bin. Li Yi waited for Gongsun Jie with calm patience. He knew it took time for someone's worldview to crumble and rebuild unless that person was inherently irredeemable. Gongsun Jie clearly wasn't one of those. But Li Yi had a clear conscience. This world was tainted by two streams of demonic energy. Whether that energy attached to objects and created demon artifacts or to living beings and created monsters, it ultimately brought devastation. Earth was proof enough of that. Everything he did was to grow stronger so he could eventually confront the demonic energy. As a temporal walker, he understood the horrifyingly high mortality rate of his kind. Even through probabilities, Li knew he'd likely face those two streams of demonic energy someday. Thinking he could avoid them was mere self-delusion. Wasn't everything he did for the sake of countering those energies? Though his fight against the demonic energy was self-serving, it also indirectly saved this world. He was, in essence, the future savior of this world. With gravy, yes. Of course, there was also the chance that he might never encounter the two energies and instead be summoned back. But the demonic energy he siphoned from people was real. When those individuals faced the demonic energy alone, their increased strength would give them a fighting chance instead of a helpless end. So no matter what he did or how he acted, it was the right choice. Li Yi maintained a clear and grounded self-awareness. He was a good person. His so-called persona as an interstellar bandit was just a temporary act to survive. He believed that one day, the natives of this world would understand him. Master Gongsun, have you made your decision? Li Yi asked with a smile. Yes, I will agree to your terms. Gongsun Jie shut his eyes in anguish. As the words left his lips, he seemed to age a decade, his shoulders sagging as if his spirit had left him. Master Gongsun, you won't regret this decision, Li Yi said, clapping his hands with a laugh. How about we schedule the next match for 5 days from now? That should give you enough time to assemble a proper team. After all, my team was thrown together in just 10 days, and our players are far from the quality of Shuangguang's Sect's elite disciples, right? Elite disciples? Gongsun Jie let out a bitter laugh. He still had no idea how to explain this to his sect. Once word got out, Shuangguang's Sect's reputation would be in ruins. Master Gongsun? Li Yi reminded him, pulling him back from his thoughts. 5 days it is, Gongsun Jie croaked, his voice hoarse. You'll also need a name for your team. How about Shuangguang Sect Club? Li Yi suggested. Whatever you say, Master Li. Gongsun Jie's voice was absent-minded. Good. Then we'll reconvene in 5 days. Li nodded, smiling. For now, I'd like to ask Master Gongsun to wait a moment. I have some matters to discuss with you shortly. Fine. Gongsun Jie agreed absent-mindedly, standing still with his thoughts elsewhere. Leaving him be, Li walked over to Zhong Wenhao and Zhu Zhiro, who were still tangled with Shi Xiang. Grabbing each by the collar, he yanked them aside and tossed them to the ground. Take a break. I have something to deal with. The two of them froze, stunned, and exchanged helpless glances. Both felt like throwing down their swords in frustration. They had been struggling to fight Shi Xiang, only to be effortlessly picked up by someone their own age. What was the point of continuing the fight? This trip had completely shattered their confidence. They even considered retiring from the martial world altogether. Ladies and gentlemen, I must apologize. Master Gongsun wasn't prepared for this match, which made for a disappointing spectacle. Besides, a fair match should have even numbers. 11 against 3 lacks entertainment value. Standing in the center of the field, Li Yi projected his voice over the noisy crowd with his internal energy. Master Gongsun and I have already agreed to a rematch in 5 days between the Fun Seekers Club and the Shuangguang Sect Club. What about our tickets? Someone in the stand shouted. This mistake is on us. Those who want a refund can get one from the Fun Seekers Club. Those who don't can use the same tickets to attend the match in 5 days. Li Yi responded with a grin. What about our bets? Who wins this one? Another voice called out, clearly someone who had bet on Gongsun Jie. We at the Fun Seekers Club host legitimate soccer matches and don't condone gambling. Take it up with whoever ran the betting, Li Yi replied. That said, given your enthusiasm, we'll propose establishing an official soccer lottery with the Chu Kingdom authorities. With that, the results will be guaranteed by the organizers. For now, today's match is over. Please cooperate with the Wolf Valley staff to exit in an orderly manner. The crowd erupted into chatter. In the stands, Magistrate Wei Mingze frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on Li Yi, who had taken charge of the situation. As the audience gradually dispersed, Li Yi gathered Gongsun Jie, Wei Mingze, and Waning City's prominent merchants in Wolf Valley's reception hall. Standing behind Gongsun Jie, Chaobin kept his head low, avoiding his master's eyes. Having witnessed Gongsun Jie's humiliation firsthand, Chaobin's emotions were a mix of shame and complexity. Yet, upon hearing that Shuangguang Sect would form its own team, he felt a flicker of excitement. Master Gongsun, these are the basic rules of soccer, Li Yi said, handing Gong Sun Jia a handbook. Take a look. There are specific fouls you need to be mindful of. For example, handball, touching the ball with your hands, will be penalized. Gong Sun Jia froze, his mind flashing back to his earlier rigidity. His face paled. Li Yi nodded knowingly. Yes, exactly what you're thinking. Mistakes in internal energy cultivation can lead to inner demons. Spiritual energy cultivation is different, but has its own taboos. Violating them on the field will result in punishment. Spiritual energy? The magistrate and others looked puzzled. Gong Sun Jie frowned. So, spiritual energy is real. It always has been, Li Yi replied with a smile. If you don't believe me, Master Gong Sun, you can assemble a team here and now. Spiritual energy cultivation works best with a group of 11. Seeing Li Ye's conviction, Gong Sun Jie was left speechless. Master, I've told you it's real, but you wouldn't listen. Muttering under his breath, Chaobin hurried off before Gong Sun Jie could reply. Master, wait here. I'll go find people. With Shi Xiang and the others helping, Chaobin quickly gathered 10 people. Following Li Ye's suggestion, Zhong Wenhao and Zhu Jiro were added to the group. Gong Sun Jie hesitantly announced the formation of the Shuangguang Sect Club in front of the crowd. Almost immediately, he felt a strange change in his body. He abruptly stood up from his chair. This. Li Yi merely smiled without saying a word. Wei Mingze and the others were utterly baffled by what was happening. Zhong Wenhao and Zhu Jiro's expressions were equally bewildered. Senior brother, why has my internal energy suddenly sped up? Even my eyesight seems sharper, Zhu Jiro blurted out. I feel the same, Zhong Wenhao stammered, his face blank with confusion. Both turned to Gong Sun Jie. Senior Gong Sun, what's going on? But Gong Sun Jie wasn't paying them any attention. He stared straight at Li Yi and asked in a trembling voice, So everything you said is true? Li Yi smiled. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Why didn't you say this earlier? Gong Sun Jie demanded. Didn't Chaobin tell you? Did you believe him? Li Yi retorted mockingly. Even when I spoke to you on the field, you didn't believe me. Some people are so self-assured that it takes a harsh blow to change their minds. Gong Sun Jie's face flushed red with embarrassment. He gave a bitter smile and clasped his hands in apology. I was wrong to doubt you, Master Li. And yet, you still won't address me as Li Yi? Li Yi asked with a smile. Li Yi. Gong Sun Jie hesitated briefly, his face still red, but he finally relented and called him respectfully. After all, the man had shared a divine method with him, akin to bestowing him immense wealth. Calling him Li Yi was a small price to pay. The more he had disliked Li Yi before, the more grateful he was now. For years, he had been stuck below the Grandmaster level due to his physique. Now, with spiritual energy, he saw hope for a breakthrough. Magistrate Wei Mingze, unable to contain his curiosity, finally asked, Master Li, could you explain what exactly you're doing? What is spiritual energy? Magistrate Wei, let me finish discussing matters with Master Gong Sun first. Then, I'll explain everything to you, Li Yi replied with a smile. Wei Mingze nodded, sipping his tea and refraining from further questions. As the magistrate of an entire prefecture, he maintained his composure, listening carefully to glean information from their conversation. Li Yi, Gong Sun Jie repeated, the words coming more naturally now. Feeling the changes in his body, he bowed deeply. Please, teach me how to cultivate spiritual energy. Focus on building your Shuangguang Sect Club and making a name for yourself on the field. As your reputation grows, so will your spiritual energy, Li Yi explained. Take Shi Xiang, for example. His fame is currently limited to Waning City, but it has already helped him break through to the innate level. When his reputation spreads across the entire Chu kingdom, he'll likely reach the Grandmaster level in no time. Spiritual energy rivals the power of immortals. And just as immortals rely on faith and incense offerings, spiritual energy thrives on admiration and influence. Reinoi, build a reputation? Gong Sun Jie hesitated. I already have some renown in the martial world. Only fame on the field counts, Li Yi replied with a glance. The cultivation method I've shared with you is unique, an unconventional path that requires the framework of competitions to function. Wei Mingze, mid-sip of his tea, spat it out in shock. He didn't even bother to clean up as he stared at Li Yi in disbelief. An unconventional path? Gongsun Jie was also stunned. Yes, an unconventional path, Li Yi said with a smile. What's wrong, Master Gongsun? Are you having second thoughts? Maybe Chao Bin didn't tell you. I used to be an interstellar bandit, wanted by the Galactic Federation. I ended up on this planet by accident. Interstellar bandit? Wanted? Wei Mingze's throat went dry as he processed the startling revelation. Gongsun Jie, too, was dumbfounded. Li Yi chuckled. If you're afraid, you can always disband your club and return to being the leader of Shuangguang Sect. Who knows? Perhaps a legitimate immortal might descend one day and teach you proper cultivation methods. The soccer club's emblem relied on its association with competitions to emit demonic energy. It didn't look legitimate at all. Why not embrace the label of an unconventional path from start? Once everyone experienced the benefits, even the unconventional would be deemed orthodox. Gongsun Jie gave a bitter laugh, finally understanding why Li Yi operated so unconventionally. It all made sense now. Having tasted the advantages of spiritual energy, Gongsun Jie couldn't bear to let it go. He straightened up and said righteously, Li Yi, I must disagree with you. Martial arts, whether orthodox or unconventional, are neutral tools. What matters is how they are used. The distinction lies only in the method. Shi Xiang rolled his eyes silently at Gongsun Jie's sudden moral stance. Once we cross the frontier, great scholars will debate the scriptures for you, Li Yi murmured, suddenly understanding the saying. He clapped lightly. Master Gongsun, you're absolutely right. When your spiritual energy reaches its peak, I'll personally take you to the Galactic Federation to carve out a name for yourself. Ascension. Gongsun Jie's eyes lit up. He quickly responded, Thank you for your guidance, Li Yi. Having chosen this unconventional path, Gongsun Jie saw himself as part of Li Yi's faction and was determined to serve him loyally. It's no wonder he's the leader of Shuangguang Sect, Li Yi thought with a shake of his head before steering the conversation back. Master Gongsun, your club was formed hastily, and the members lack skill. To make it thrive, you'll need to select your players carefully. Yes, Gongsun Jie nodded. I hope you'll continue to advise me, Li Yi. At present, there are only two clubs, the Fun Seekers Club and Shuangguang Sect Club. No matter how much we stir things up, our reach is limited, Li Yi said, glancing at Gongsun Jie before turning to Wei Mingze. That's why I proposed the Planet Cup League, to expand the stage and get more clubs involved. The more people participate, the greater the league's influence. By the time it peaks, the champion team's reputation will soar to unprecedented heights. More participants? Gongsun Jie instinctively hesitated, reluctant to share the benefits. Of course, Li Yi replied with a smile. The unconventional path thrives on natural selection. The stronger and more creative you are, the more rewards you'll reap. So, in the match 5 days from now, don't hold back against my Fun Seekers Club. Play to win. If you go easy, your club will be the one to lose. I understand, Gongsun Jie said thoughtfully, bowing again. Please explain the league rules. Clubs can't rely on a single team. Players will vary in skill, but only 11 can play at a time. I plan to divide players into 2 tiers, the Premier League and the Second Division. Matches will be held separately. As Li Yi elaborated on the league's rules, the attendees were left astounded. Finally, he turned to Wei Mingze. Of course, organizing such an event requires official approval. I'll need your support, Magistrate Wei. Finally, it was my turn. Wei Mingze subconsciously straightened his posture. Earlier, when Li Yi took it upon himself to suggest implementing an official football lottery during the match, Wei Mingze felt this young man was audaciously presumptuous. Even if Li Yi truly possessed the skills of a grandmaster, Wei Mingze had been prepared to knock him down a peg. So what if he was a grandmaster? The court also had grandmasters, and even the ones from the Scarlet Flame Sect or the Heavenly Tao Alliance knew to behave themselves. Breaking the rules, even as a grandmaster, would lead to collective backlash. What's more, when they arrived at the reception hall, Li Yi outright ignored him and first attended to Gongsun Jie. This made Wei Mingzi simmer with rage. After all, he was a regional governor. Could his status really be considered inferior to that of a mere sect leader? At that point, Wei Mingzi had already resolved to give Li Yi a harsh lesson. But then, Li Yi and Gongsun Jie's conversation took an unexpected turn, veering toward topics like spiritual energy, cultivation, and advanced civilizations. These mystical concepts left Wei Mingzi utterly baffled, yet everyone in the hall played along as though it was serious business. Had Wei Mingzi not known that Gongsun Jie couldn't possibly conspire with Li Yi and Shi Xiang, he might have suspected this was an elaborate setup against him. Taking it a step further, if Gongsun Jie had truly sacrificed his dignity to cooperate with Li Yi in this charade, the implications were even more alarming. A new, suspiciously skilled grandmaster, alliances among sects like Shuangguang Sect, Scarlet Flame Sect, and even the rival Qingcheng Sect. These sects, which were usually at odds with one another, suddenly uniting. Just the thought of it was enough to make Wei Mingzi's position untenable. It could even destabilize the entire kingdom. So Wei Mingzi dared not maintain an air of superiority. He smoothly joined the conversation, chuckling. All these things you're discussing, I find utterly bewildering. Master Li, if you want my cooperation, at least make me understand what you're trying to accomplish. Governor Wei, Li said with a smile, fixing his gaze on him, I am not of this world. I come from a more advanced civilization, the Galactic Federation. Due to an accident, I fell into your world. To put it in terms you might understand, I was a deity in the heavens, banished and sealed of my power, then cast into the mortal realm. Nonsense. Wei Mingzi snorted internally, but outwardly smiled and asked, Since Master Li claims to hail from the celestial realm, could you demonstrate some celestial techniques to enlighten me? Li shook his head. Governor Wei, the deity analogy is merely a metaphor. I am just someone from an advanced civilization. While what you call celestial techniques do exist, they require more sophisticated equipment to execute. Governor Wei, I can vouch that every word Li Yi says is true. Gongsun Jie interjected, now a staunch believer in Li Yi. Seeing Wei Mingzi question his guide, Gongsun Jie's expression darkened. I am the leader of Shuangguang Sect. Do you doubt my integrity? We can also attest to this, Zhong Wenhao and Zhu Jiro said in unison. Physical transformations couldn't lie. Without celestial techniques, there was no other explanation. Zhu Jiro's eyes were already sparkling as she looked at Li Yi, even entertaining thoughts of switching sects and becoming his disciple. Wei Mingzi frowned, his gaze sweeping the reception hall as he pondered the veracity of Li Yi's claims. Deep down, he didn't want to believe in the existence of advanced civilizations. Yet the events before him defied common logic, leaving him at a loss for a reasonable explanation. Our Epsilon. Li saw Wei Mingzi's hesitation and smiled. Governor Wei, if you truly don't believe me, why not report my case to the Emperor and let His Majesty decide? D***** it. He's setting me up. Wei Mingzi shot Li Yi a glance, an inexplicable anger flaring in his heart. Without tangible evidence, reporting such an absurd matter to the Emperor could cost him his position, but not reporting it posed its own risks. If the situation escalated and spun out of control, his position would be in jeopardy all the same. Wei Mingzi was caught in a dilemma. Governor Wei, it seems you don't trust my identity, Li said with a smile and shook his head. In that case, let's set aside identity and talk about benefits. Wei Mingzi was taken aback. Remember the football lottery I mentioned earlier? Li asked. It's just gambling, Wei Mingzi snorted. Gambling establishments make money, don't they? Li inquired. Of course, Wei Mingzi replied. In his position, he knew full well that many aristocrats secretly owned gambling dens and brothels, industries that were the most lucrative and required no capital. The house always wins. So why can't the kingdom of Chu become the house? Li smiled. Ridiculous. Gambling is a shady business. How can the court? Wei Mingzi's face darkened as he scolded. Private gambling dens are indeed disreputable, But it's a different story when run by the court, Li Yi replied. The wealth amassed by private establishments lines individual pockets. If the court operates it, the funds can be used for disaster relief, aiding the poor, and replenishing the national treasury. Taking from the people to give back to the people. It addresses the kingdom's most pressing needs. Governor Wei, your perspective is too narrow. Wei Mingze frowned. I've even thought of a name, charitable football lottery, Li Yi said with a smile. Set pricing by the court and provide official backing, ensuring every participant feels secure. Even if they lose, they'll know their money contributed to the public good. It's an act of charity. You must have seen the enthusiasm of the people today. This has great potential. But Wei Mingze started to protest. Before he could finish, Li Yi interrupted. Governor Wei, isn't the kingdom of Chu's fiscal situation rather poor? Are you truly uninterested in advancing your position? Wei Mingze was momentarily speechless. Li Yi signaled Shi Xiang with a glance. Shi Xiang respectfully handed over a booklet. Li Yi gestured for Wei Mingze to take it. Wei Mingze reached out and opened the booklet. On the cover were the words, Football Lottery Implementation Details. He instinctively flipped through it, quickly becoming engrossed. Page after page, his expression grew more and more animated. The lottery's operations involved economic principles that couldn't be easily explained in a brief discussion. Li Yi had compiled them into this booklet, detailing how it worked and how it could generate revenue. He didn't even need to think much. It was all adapted from his original world. While Gongsun Jie was curious about the contents of the booklet, his focus remained on spiritual energy cultivation. If not for wanting to uncover more secrets from Li Yi, he would have rushed back to Shuangguang's sect to rebuild his club by now. About a quarter of an hour passed. Wei Mingze finally finished the booklet. Closing it, he looked at Li Yi with a complex expression, then sighed after a long pause. Master Li, you are a rare talent. This truly is a strategy that benefits both the nation and its people. Can it be done? Li Yi asked. It can, Wei Mingze replied. But to make it work, it will need to rely on the League. And the League involves numerous martial sections. Can you ensure their compliance? Governor Wei, haven't you noticed Gongsun Jie's attitude? Li Yi smiled and gestured at Gongsun Jie. Master Li truly hails from an advanced civilization? Wei Mingze returned to the topic. Does it matter? Li Yi pointed to the booklet in Wei Mingze's hand and asked in return. Wei Mingze frowned. The martial world and the court have been at odds for ages. Surely His Majesty has long been troubled by these sects, Li Yi said with a smile. Now, a disruptor has emerged in the martial world. If utilized well, isn't this an opportunity? Wei Mingze was startled. He looked up at Li Yi, then at Gongsun Jie and the others. Gongsun Jie snorted. There's no need to look at him. His focus is already on spiritual energy cultivation. He doesn't care about martial world affairs anymore, Li Yi said with a smile, glancing at Gongsun Jie. As long as he keeps the club, he wouldn't even mind disbanding Shuangguang's sect. Master Li is absolutely correct, Gongsun Jie quickly added with a flattering smile. Spiritual energy truly exists? Wei Mingze asked. Of course it does. Governor Wei, consider this. If, in the future, everyone in the martial world practices cultivation, then when I fully regain my powers, I'll take all accomplished cultivators with me. Won't that resolve a major concern for the court? Li Yi smiled. Governor Wei, the matters at play here are far too intricate for you to decide alone. My suggestion is to report the events in Waning City, along with this lottery booklet, to the Emperor. If His Majesty is wise, he will send someone to negotiate. Wei Mingze departed, carrying a belly full of doubts and the football lottery guidelines that might make him rich and powerful. Shortly after, Gongsun Jie asked Li Yi for more specific advice on club operations before hastily leaving with Chao Bin. He was heading back to his sect to recruit members and prepare for the match in 5 days. As for Zhong Wenhao and Zhu Zhiro from the Qingshang sect, Li Yi kept them behind. The Shuangguang sect's club couldn't allow outsiders to linger in their midst. Master Li, we also want to cultivate with you and join the Fun Seekers Club, Zhong Wenhao said with a sheepish grin, eager to curry favor with Li Yi now that a much greater opportunity was before him. Me too, Zhu Jiro added earnestly. Return to Qingchang's sect, Li Yi replied with a smile. The Fun Seekers Club is already at capacity. Staying here won't even give you a chance to play. Cultivating spiritual energy requires reputation. Why not return your master and start building the Qingchang Sex Club? With your abilities, even if you don't make the first team, you can secure a main position on the second team. Zhong Wenhao's eyes lit up. He immediately stood and bowed to Li Yi. Thank you for your guidance, Master Li. We will return to ask our master to establish the Qingchang Club right away. Zhu Jiro glanced at Li Yi, but still followed Zhong Wenhao out. She had already realized that Li Yi didn't take them seriously. Staying here would only result in being sidelined. Once everyone had left, Shi Xiang and the others gathered around Li Yi. Lu Guangxing wore a troubled expression. Master Li, the Shuangguang sect and Qingcheng sect are prestigious sects with countless innate experts. Meanwhile, our Fun Seekers Club only has 3 innate experts besides yourself. If we face them, winning seems unlikely. If the odds aren't in your favor, train harder, Li Yi retorted, sweeping his gaze across them. He scolded, You've been with me the longest and have the most spiritual energy within you. Are you seriously afraid of a few innate experts? Overcoming the strong as the weak will boost your spiritual energy growth even faster if you win. That shut everyone up. What are you all standing around for? Go practice. Li Yi barked, glaring at them as he waved them away. Once everyone was gone, the voice of the team badge sounded in Li Ye's mind. Why not have Wei Mingze form a club himself? Let him experience demonic energy firsthand. It might convince him more easily. When people are well-fed, they aim to climb higher. When they're officials, they aim for immortality. If Wei Mingze experiences spiritual energy, his focus will shift to cultivation, which would complicate matters. It's better to keep him skeptical, so he'll fully push this initiative, Li Yi said with a laugh. Badge bro, if we want to succeed, we need to interact with those who truly hold power. Besides, no world needs clubs everywhere. Focusing on the best will genuinely promote the football cause. Badge bro, stop overthinking. I'll take care of everything. Just work behind the scenes to support me. Alpha and Thailand bot. Got it, replied the team badge. I can feel my demonic energy growing. I suspect that once your league succeeds, I'll finally break free of the Demon Suppression Tower's control. Badge bro, what about my derived skills? No clues at all, Li Yi asked with a pout. Derived skills are just tricks. You should focus on improving your strength. Power is everything, the team badge said. Huh. Hearing those familiar words, Li Yi sneered inwardly. He finally understood. The awakening of the artifact's intelligence was a gradual process. A few days ago, it had been clueless, but now its mannerisms were starting to mirror his, even picking up his knack for empty promises. What was this? Who was influencing whom here? At this rate, it seemed like the artifact might end up losing its original nature. Still, Li knew he'd have to awaken his derived skills on his own. Expecting help from the artifact was pointless. For insiders, the first match at Wolf Valley was a glimpse of the deeper workings of the sport. For outsiders, it was pure entertainment. Though the first match was short and haphazardly organized, it was spectacular beyond words. After all, ordinary folk had few forms of entertainment in their daily lives. What had they ever seen brothel women performing live? Or witnessed duels between grandmasters with live commentary? To top it off, Shuangguang Sect's leader, Gong Sun Jia, was knocked out with a slap at the very start. Such a scene wasn't just unprecedented, it was unthinkable. On every street corner, people gossiped about the events at Wolf Valley, about Li Yi, the founder of the Fun Seekers Club, and his Dragon Tail whip move. Unlike Shi Xiang, who was labeled a Supreme Shadow Kick, the public had already given Li Yi a new nickname, Dragon Hand. The betting halls, cunning as ever, avoided mentioning refunds. Instead, they postponed the result to 5 days later and introduced new wagers. This time, unlike the one-sided bets favoring Gong Sun Jia, his once lofty image had been shattered by Li Ye's 2 slaps. Now, Most people were betting on the Fun Seekers Club. The events of the first football match at Wolf Valley began to spread to neighboring towns like Zhenjiang and Fuan through traveling merchants, further bolstering the Fun Seekers Club's reputation. People from these towns started discussing the so-called football match, with many traveling to Waning City to witness the Fun Seekers Club's match against Shuangguang Sect firsthand. The involvement of Shuangguang Sect piqued the interest of martial artists. Though it sounded absurd, like someone had fabricated a story about Shuangguang Sect, it still drew many martial. Some, familiar with Shuangguang Sect, went directly to its base to ask Gongsun Jie what had happened. What they found shocked them. Gongsun Jie, along with his sect's elders and disciples, was enthusiastically practicing football. Dumbfounded, they could get nothing out of him and hurried back to their sects to report this bizarre development. Meanwhile, rumors began to circulate that football leagues were a method of divine cultivation. However, in an ancient world without video recordings and with spiritual energy lacking tangible manifestations, such claims sounded utterly ridiculous. Both martial artists and common folk laughed them off without a second thought. 5 days might seem short, but it was neither too brief nor too long. Construction at Wolf Valley continued steadily. Thanks to the growing fame of the Fun Seekers Club, the demonic energy of Shi Xiang and the others increased, bringing significant improvements in their skills. Their enthusiasm for training soared. As for the two other sources of demonic energy that hadn't sought him out, Li naturally stayed put and avoided causing trouble. But he didn't remain idle, either. He penned invitation letters to all the renowned 3 sects and 5 factions, inviting them to watch the match between the Fun Seekers Club and Shuangguang Sect. Of course, the letters also suggested that each sect form its own club and join the league. Li knew that unless the traditional sect's martial artists witnessed the wonders of spiritual energy firsthand, they wouldn't take his proposal seriously. However, laying the groundwork in advance would make future efforts much more effective. As preparations for the match progressed in full swing, Wei Ming's report finally reached the imperial court, landing on the desk of the emperor of the Chu Kingdom. The emperor of Chu Kingdom, Xiang Ying, was under 40 years old and had been ruling for merely 5 years. For a ruler just gaining full control of his court, this age was ideal, brimming with energy and ambition. Thus, Xiang Ying was obsessed with power, involving himself in every matter, big or small, across the kingdom. A national treasure, detailed plan for promoting football lottery. When Xiang Ying saw these words on the memorial, he frowned slightly. He understood each word individually, but combined, their meaning eluded him. Still, Wei Mingze was a high-ranking official, so Xiang Ying patiently continued reading. At first glance, he thought Wei Ming's ideas were whimsical, even childish. However, before long, he became engrossed, his breathing unconsciously becoming lighter. Wei Mingze didn't simply copy Li Ye's data. Instead, he added his own insights, tailored to the unique circumstances of Chu Kingdom. As a native of this world, his refinements made the football lottery plan more suitable for the kingdom. Wei Mingze even expanded the concept, proposing a multi-lottery approach alongside football. With Li Ye's data as a foundation, the proposal appeared exceptionally enticing. However, Wei Mingze didn't claim sole credit for the plan. In his memorial, he detailed Li Ye's actions in Waning City, including accounts from military officials speculating about Li Ye's martial arts prowess. Li was right. Wei Mingze dared not hide anything. Too many interests were entangled in this matter. Spiritual energy, advanced civilizations, immortals descending to the mortal realm. After reading the memorial, Xiang Ying paused, rubbed his eyes, and glanced around, as if checking whether he was dreaming. How could a high-ranking official submit such an absurd memorial if it wasn't a dream? But soon, Xiang Ying confirmed he was awake. So, he read the memorial again, carefully and repeatedly. The more he read, the more convinced he became that this seemingly ridiculous proposal was likely true. The football lottery was indeed a beneficial endeavor. Wei Ming's memorial alone was a significant contribution to the kingdom. There was no need to fabricate such an absurd story. If the strange story were true, then Li Ye's incongruous actions in this world suddenly made sense. Supernatural occurrences could disrupt a nation's governance. But what if true immortals existed? Xiang Ying's imagination ran wild. No ruler wouldn't yearn for immortality. After all, as the most exalted being in the world, who wouldn't want to cling to that power forever? Within half an hour, both Grandmaster Murong Kaisen and Chancellor Shi Wenba arrived. Xiang Ying showed them Wei Ming's memorial. After they finished reading, Xiang Ying asked, "What are your thoughts, gentlemen?" "It benefits the kingdom and its people," Shi Wenba replied. "If managed well, the football lottery could generate significant revenue for the treasury without sparking civil unrest. As for the notion of immortals descending to the mortal realm, it's baseless. More likely a ruse by Li Yi to enter the court." In Gobes, "Your Majesty, I know Gong Sun Jie well. He would never cooperate in a charade, especially one that dishonors himself in such a manner," Murong Kaisen said. "Grandmaster, are you suggesting that the so-called descent of immortals is real?" Shi Wenba frowned and turned to Xiang Ying, saying sternly, "Your Majesty, rather than believing in immortals, it's wiser to suspect a conspiracy." Throughout history, heretical cults have often sown chaos in troubled times. This Li might intend to use the League to rally martial sects to his cause. We must remain vigilant. I suggest summoning him to the capital for thorough examination. If he proves to be a true talent, he could be given an appropriate position after assessment. However, if he's a fraud, he must face severe punishment. Encouraging such deviant methods to attract imperial attention is intolerable. The Chancellor's words are not without reason. Xiang Ying sighed inwardly, then turned to the Grandmaster. "What is your opinion?" "Your Majesty, I am willing to travel to Waning City to investigate this Li Yi in person," Murong Kaisen said. "If he indeed possesses extraordinary talent, I will invite him to the capital. If he turns out to be a charlatan, I will execute him on the spot to restore order in Waning City." As a Grandmaster and a Grand Priest, Murong Kaisen's role was to help the court suppress the martial world. Typically, court affairs had little to do with him. This time, the Emperor summoned him specifically because of the suspicious martial prowess attributed to Li Yi, tasking him to act as the imperial enforcer. Murong Kaisen understood the Emperor's intentions as soon as he read the memorial. "Very well," Xiang Ying nodded. "I'll leave it to you, Grandmaster. However, if Li truly possesses exceptional talent, as evidenced by his football lottery idea and ability to win over Gong Sun Jie, he is a rare gem. If he is a fraud, there's no need to execute him on the spot. Bring him back to the capital instead." Murong Kaisen, a Grandmaster representing the pinnacle of martial strength, took 4 days to reach Waning City, while Wei Ming's memorial had taken the same time to travel. The match between the Funseekers Club and the Shuangguang Sect was set for that very day. Nothing could be more convincing than witnessing events firsthand. When Murong Kaisen arrived at Wolf Valley, the match had already started. Before he even entered the valley, the thunderous cheers and passionate commentary echoed in his ears. "Beautiful! Another goal." With his teammates' support, Master Gongsun seems unstoppable. This is already his second goal of the match. "I never imagined before that being a goalkeeper could be the most dangerous position on the field." The Funseekers Club has already replaced 2 goalkeepers. Their substitute is now on the field. Let's see who he is. Kong Fan, master of the Pine Ridge Sect, known for his silken hand technique, a relatively unknown player. Compared to the Shuangguang Sect's elites, the Funseekers Club's bench players are quite lacking. At this rate, they might soon run out of substitutes. Fortunately, the Funseekers Club still has Divine Dragon Hands Li Yi, Supreme Shadow Kick Shi Xiang, Rear Strike Master Lu Guangxing, Iron Foot Immortal Fan Jie. With their rich match experience, compared to Shuangguang Sect's lack of familiarity with football, they're managing to maintain their lead for now. Brilliant! A stunning move by Lu Guangxing. Faced with a pincer attack from 2 Shuangguang Sect innate experts, he fearlessly executed his signature Twin Dragons dive technique. Players 8 and 9 from Shuangguang Sect are down. Judging by their expressions, they've suffered significant injuries and won't be able to continue. Murong Kaisen slipped past the Wolf Valley guards effortlessly. Inside, he caught sight of Lu Guangxing, clad in red, dribbling the ball. With a swift move, Lu dodged 2 players flanking him. In a flash, Lu's palms struck backward like knives, landing squarely on the vulnerable spots of his opponents. Murong Kaisen's sharp eyes saw it clearly. Lu's half-palm plunged in deeply. The 2 players collapsed instantly, writhing in pain. Without sparing them a glance, Lu Guangxing passed the ball to a young man, marked by a cross insignia on his back. The youth received the ball, and Gongsun Jie immediately charged to intercept. In mere moments, the 2 exchanged 7 or 8 moves. Yet, the ball seemed glued to the youth's feet, always moving in tandem with his agile steps, never leaving his control. What was going on? The moment Murong Kaisen saw Gongsun Jie, his mind wavered. How could the esteemed master of Shuangguang Sect truly participate in such a match with a group of juniors? Yet there he was, wearing the number 10 jersey, playing with gusto on the field. Aside from Gongsun Jie, Murong Kaisen recognized many familiar faces from Shuangguang Sect. They wore yellow uniforms and were fiercely competing with the Fun Seekers Club, clad in red, over a red and white ball. At the sidelines, others in similar attire waited anxiously. When someone waved a flag, players rushed onto the field to carry off those who had been seriously injured by Lu Guangxing. Immediately, 2 substitutes from the sidelines ran onto the field to replace them. There were already many injured at the sidelines, some with splints on their legs, others clutching their groins. Yet none seemed to care about their injuries. Their eyes remained glued to the ball on the field. Murong Kaisen saw only frustration and fervor on their faces, as if they longed to recover instantly and rejoin the match. Have they all gone mad? Murong Kaisen felt his mind struggling to comprehend. He frowned, scanning the entire Wolf Valley. The valley was packed. The stands on both sides were filled with commoners, their expressions feverish and ecstatic. In their excitement, they stood, waved flags, and cheered as though possessed. Fanaticism. From every face, Murong Kaisen saw unbridled fanaticism. This was not a good sign. Murong Kaisen had only ever seen such fervor on the faces of cult followers under the sway of heretical teachings. Even Gongsun Jie had fallen under this spell. As Murong Kaisen surveyed the field, his expression grew more solemn. The Chancellor was right. This Li Yi was undeniably dangerous. No matter how talented, someone like him could not be entrusted with power. If left unchecked, he would spell disaster for Chu Kingdom. Eliminate him. Such a scourge must be eradicated. Murong Kaisen resolved himself. While the Emperor had ordered him to bring Li Yi back, he had decided that Li Yi would enter the capital a crippled man. However, acting now with so many commoners present might put them at risk. After the match ended, Li Yi's fate would be sealed. Murong Kaisen had plenty of patience. His gaze returned to the field and landed on other familiar figures. When Ren Chuan, master of the Qingchang Sect, Shun Tehong, the 3rd elder of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Su Chuan, the left protector of the Scarlet Flame Sect, and even Wan Peng, the deputy commander of the Inspection Bureau. There were also several second-rate sect leaders. They all sat in the stands facing the valley's entrance, intently watching the game, occasionally whispering and smiling, as if in perfect harmony. This scene heightened Murong Kaisen's suspicion. For people from righteous and heretical factions, and even the court, to gather together without conflict, there had to be a conspiracy. This Li Yi harbored grand ambitions. Beta. Murong Kaisen couldn't help but wonder if the Grand Masters of the Scarlet Flame Sect and Heavenly Dao Alliance were also involved. If those 2 elders had joined in, the implications could shake the heavens. Unconsciously, sweat began to bead on Murong Kaisen's back. Goal. Another beautiful goal. The score is now 6-4, with the Fun Seekers Club temporarily leading. Less than 15 minutes remain. Time is running out for Shuangguang Sect. Still, for their first match, achieving this score is quite impressive. While their individual skills surpass the fun seekers, their tactical arrangements and teamwork fall short. But I believe, with the valuable experience gained from this match, the fun seekers will face a formidable opponent when they visit Shuangguang's Sect for an away game. Oh, what a perfect sliding tackle. Let's see who made that move. Number 8. Shuangguang Sect's elderly Chong. Impressive, truly worthy of being an elder. His understanding of the essence of a sliding tackle is extraordinary. Even I couldn't catch how he executed it. My God, the one whose leg was broken is none other than Iron Foot, Immortal Fangia. It seems karma has caught up with him. After breaking countless legs on the field, Fangia probably never imagined that one day someone would break his. Judging by his pained expression, it seems not just his leg. His groin has also taken a severe hit. How did Elderly manage it? He attacked 2 spots in 1 strike. Truly a divine move. Without a doubt, this will be one of the top 10 highlights of the match. If Elderly perfects this technique, it could become his signature move. What are they doing? Tong, he couldn't see clearly, but Murong Kaisen did. When Li Chong broke Fan Jie's leg, his fist simultaneously swung upward, striking Fan Jie's vital spot with brutal force. Judging by the speed and strength, there was no doubt that Fan Jie's ability to father children was gone. In severe cases, such injuries could even result in death. What kind of enmity warrants such brutality on the field? Aren't they on the same team? Murong Kaisen was baffled. At this rate, how many players would remain on the field by the end of the match? Even innate experts couldn't withstand this kind of abuse. What exactly is going on here? Murong Kaisen grew more confused. After Fan Jie's leg was broken, it seemed to ignite the Fun Seekers Club's fury. Their gameplay became even more aggressive. Sliding tackles, elbow strikes, shadow kicks. In their struggle for control of the ball, both sides used every conceivable move. Even Gong Sun Jie's back was hit several times. The goalkeepers fared worst, leaving the field with broken bones only to be replaced. Bloodstains surrounded the goalposts, yet every new goalkeeper charged onto the field undeterred, desperate to block the shots. They'd gone mad. That was the only thought left in Murong Kaisen's mind. But soon, he realized something wasn't right. As the match reached its peak intensity, players who had suffered grievous injuries, ones Murong Kaisen deemed beyond saving, returned to the field, joining the fray once more. What nonsense is this? Murong Kaisen's eyes widened in disbelief. He clearly saw Fan Jie's broken leg, bone jutting out. Yet somehow, moments later, Fan Jie acted as if nothing had happened. Was I imagining things? Or is everything on the field an illusion? But what illusion could deceive a grandmaster like him? The sound of bones breaking and the smell of blood in the air were all too real. Something was amiss. Everything on this field defied logic. The game wasn't over yet, but Murong Kaisen had had enough. He flashed over to the injured players' area. With a wave of his hand, the clothing covering their injuries was shredded, exposing their wounds. Broken bones jutted out, muscles torn, groins crushed. Every injury was disturbingly real. Yet, right before his eyes, the crushed groins began to swell again. The broken bones retracted into muscle, and the torn flesh knit itself back together. What? Murong Kaisen's mouth twitched. At that moment, the world around him felt surreal. Turning back to the field, where the players continued to battle fiercely, he unconsciously pinched his own thigh hard. Murong Kaisen, Gong Sun Jie's sharp hearing had been further heightened by the demonic energy coursing through him. The moment Murong Kaisen appeared, he was instantly aware. "Don't mind him. Focus on the game," Li said in a low voice. What Gong Sun Jie could sense, Li could sense as well. But at that moment, he was locked in a fierce struggle with Gong Sun Jie for the final ball, leaving no room for distractions. This was the first full-fledged soccer match since he'd crossed into this world, and it had demanded his utmost effort. From the start of the game, demonic energy had continuously been reshaping his body. Every hard collision, every thrilling goal, and even the cheers from the crowd had triggered surges of demonic energy in response. Moreover, the outcome of this match would determine whether the league could proceed smoothly. For both public and personal reasons, Li had to see this game through without any further incidents. Although he had yet to lose himself to the demonic energy, he feared that without unlocking a derived skill soon, his demonic energy levels would fail to pass the Demon Hunting Bureau's detection once he returned. Muron Kaisen's presence clearly distracted Gong Sun Jie. A momentary lapse allowed Li Yi to slap the ball away from him and follow up with a fierce spin that sent Gong Sun Jie sprawling to the ground. Raising his foot, Li Yi took the shot. The soccer ball rocketed like a cannonball, spinning violently as it sliced through the air. It struck the goalkeeper squarely, sending him spewing a mouthful of blood before the ball, still spinning, carried him into the goal. The goalkeeper flew over 10 meters before crashing to the ground, ball and body landing as one. Ever since Li Ye's first goal had knocked a goalkeeper unconscious by ricocheting the ball off his face, every subsequent goal in this match had followed a new tradition, targeting the goalkeeper directly. Scoring by blasting the goalkeeper off his feet had become the ultimate mark of a forward skill. Goal! Tong Yi's enthusiastic shout rang out at the perfect moment. What a spectacular finish! Dragon Hand, Li Yi breaks through the defense of gatekeeper Gong Sun, dodges two defenders, and charges in solo to score the final goal of the match, sealing the score at 7-5. Let's congratulate the Fun Seekers Club on their first league victory in Beta Epsilon. As a commentator, Tong Yi had a panoramic view of the soccer field and also spotted Muron Kaisen by the sidelines. Though he didn't recognize Muron Kaisen, he could sense the man's overwhelming strength. To prevent any potential disruptions, Tong Yi forcefully ended the match a few minutes early. The audience, oblivious to the exact duration of a soccer match, accepted his decision as cheers and curses erupted simultaneously. Fists collided, blades clashed, and primal hunting instincts buried deep in their bones were awakened. Every sport could somehow be tied to the thrill of the hunt, and people were eager to cheer for their chosen team. This match had delivered an unparalleled visual feast, leaving every spectator feeling their ticket money was well spent. As for the curses, most came from those who had bet on the Shuangguang Sect's victory, but their complaints were premature. The cruelty of the league's future matches would soon teach them harsh lessons. The players, basking in the audience's cheers and the exhilaration of their newfound spiritual energy, all wore smiles of whether from the Fun Seekers Club or the Shuangguang Sect. Everyone had felt the empowering boost of demonic energy when the match ended. But Li Yi and Gong Sun Jie walked straight to Muron Kaisen. Grandmaster Muron. Gong Sun Jie greeted him first, hoping to prevent the Grandmaster from attacking Li Yi in a fit of rage. In Gong Sun Jie's eyes, Li Yi, even if slightly stronger, couldn't possibly match up to a Grandmaster. If Li Yi were defeated here, Gong Sun Jie's hard-earned path to immortality would end. You're Li Yi? Muron Kaisen's bloodshot eyes bore into Li Yi with a crazed intensity. That's me, Li Yi replied with a faint smile. Greetings, Grandmaster Muron. Are you truly an immortal descended from the heavens? A sudden, razor-sharp aura burst from Muron Kaisen, forcing everyone nearby to retreat, including Gong Sun Jie. To Li Yi, Muron Kaisen transformed into a bloodthirsty beast, and the world seemed to darken. In that moment, all he could see was Muron Kaisen. Though Muron Kaisen stood motionless, Li felt as if all his movements were being sealed off. He knew that even the slightest action would trigger a storm-like barrage of attacks from the Grandmaster. This was the power of a Grandmaster. Li Yi was stunned. No wonder Grandmasters were said to possess the ability to split rivers and cleave mountains. Muron Kaisen had already mastered the art of momentum. This was a power that even many demon hunters couldn't grasp, reserved only for those who had long commanded authority or carved their path through seas of blood and corpses. The moment Muron Kaisen revealed his aura, Li Yi realized he wasn't a match for him, not even with the aid of demonic energy. Truly, Grandmasters were the chosen champions of this world's destiny. Fight me. Muron Kaisen's voice suddenly boomed, as if he had seen through Li Ye's hesitation. Grandmaster Muron, no. Gong Sun Jie's face turned pale as he hurriedly intervened. Li isn't of this world. You should befriend him. not make him an enemy. If you harm him, you'll be cutting off our world's path to advancement. If he's truly an immortal, why fear fight? And if he isn't, then his death is inconsequential. Muron Kaisen's aura intensified, solidifying into an immovable mountain. You old scoundrel, if you want to hurt Li Yi, you'll have to get through me first. Gongsun Jie roared, stepping in front of Li Yi. Don't you know he's still recovering from serious injuries? Silence. With a casual wave of his hand, Muron Kaisen sent Gongsun Jie flying like a broken kite, blood spraying everywhere. Li froze in disbelief. Good grief. So much for bragging about being a half-step grandmaster. Against a real grandmaster, you're nothing but cannon fodder. No doubt about it. A grandmaster and anyone below are like two entirely different species. Do you dare fight me? Muron Kaisen's eyes locked onto Li Yi once more. Don't fight him. You're no match for him at this stage, came the urgent voice of the team badge in Li Yi's mind. All right, Li Yi replied, ignoring the badge's plea. He nodded, accepting the challenge. For the first time, he felt an unprecedented surge of battle intent from Muron Kaisen. He knew there was no stopping this battle now, no matter what. Perhaps this was the pride of the world's top experts. To become a grandmaster was no accident. A grandmaster should possess the courage to defy even the heavens, much like humanity on Earth, refusing to give up their fight against monsters. Have you lost your mind? The team badge was almost hysterical in Li Yi's head. If you die, I'll be forcibly sent back. You still have time to run. Run? Run, and I'll never get the League off the ground. Without the League, how will I compete against the other two streams of demonic energy? Run? Easy for you to say. Muron Kaisen's aura had already locked onto him. There was no escaping now. Turning his back would only mean a quicker death. Grandmasters were indeed powerful, but Li Yi's regenerative abilities were equally formidable. As long as he didn't die outright, he believed he stood a chance. Sure, Xiang, form a team. We're fighting a grandmaster, Li called out loudly as he stepped toward the field. Got it. Sure, Xiang, already sensing the unusual situation, had gathered the Fun Seekers Club members, ready to support Li Yi at a moment's notice. They were in this together. Their fates were inseparable. Lu Guangxing, Fan Jie, and the others had recovered from their injuries. Standing behind Shi Xiang, their expressions were solemn, yet none wavered. Count me in, Li Yi, Gongsun Jie said, wiping the blood from his lips and stepping beside Shi Xiang. Being sent flying by Muron Kaisen's casual strike had revealed the true gap between himself and a grandmaster. That gap saddened him, but it also solidified his resolve to follow Li Yi. Only by staying with Li Yi could he hope to surpass a grandmaster someday. One of you, step out, Li Yi said, glancing at the team. A relatively unknown defender voluntarily stepped back. Everyone understood by now that 11 players formed the optimal balance. Elders Li Chong and He Zhang from Shuangguang's Sect's Disciplinary Hall and Transmission Hall also silently joined, replacing weaker players from the Fun Seekers Club. Anyone who had reaped the benefits of spiritual energy was now naturally inclined to protect Li Yi. Protecting Li Yi was protecting their path to immortality. Muron Kaisen quietly observed as Li Yi's team adjusted their lineup, refraining from initiating an attack. He had his pride. In the stands, spectators who had been about to leave returned to their seats. Who cared about grandmasters or not? If there was drama to watch, why miss out? Especially since it didn't cost extra? Muron Kaisen, the heads of the Qingchang Sect, the third elder of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and others who recognized him froze in shock. They had only recently formed their clubs and were still exploring the benefits of the demonic energy trial package. Without any formal alliance with Li Yi, they weren't about to jump into this fight against a grandmaster. If Li Yi got himself killed, how could they face Muron Kaisen later? Ready. Muron Kaisen's tone was calm. The more prepared Li Yi appeared, the more confident Muron Kaisen felt. Seeing their miraculous regenerative abilities, he acknowledged that Li Yi was indeed extraordinary, possibly even from a higher civilization. But his deep-seated pride wouldn't allow him to bow his head. Unlike Gongsun Jie, He couldn't degrade himself by playing to the crowd for amusement. If there truly was a path to immortality, he'd carve his own way. Deep down, Muron Kaisen sensed that defeating this so-called celestial or demon would grant him the breakthrough needed to transcend his current Grandmaster realm. Beyond the Grandmaster level, perhaps lay the immortal path. "We're ready." Li glanced around at his team, nodding. Anyone weaker than innate level had been replaced by Xuanguang Sect members. This was the strongest team he could assemble. "Please." Muron Kaisen gestured politely. Li motioned to his teammates, and Gongsun Jie and the others quickly dispersed, surrounding Muron Kaisen. This wasn't a battle between two teams. A circular formation was the most effective tactic against a single opponent. Their spiritual energy surged only when in contact with the ball, so ensuring they didn't lose possession was crucial. Boom! Li launched the ball with all his strength, pouring his inner power and demonic energy into the kick. The moment the ball took flight, it was like a hurricane swept across the field, flattening stray grass in its wake. Though spherical, the ball deformed under the impact, becoming an oval-shaped missile that shot toward Muron Kaisen. Initially skimming low along the ground, the ball abruptly veered upward as it neared Muron Kaisen, targeting his lower abdomen. Bang! Just as the ball was about to strike him, Muron Kaisen's right hand suddenly appeared in its path, firmly catching it. Like Gongsun Jie before him, Muron Kaisen had made a rookie mistake, unaware of soccer's rules. Relying on his agility, he caught the ball with his hand. And with circumflex NES, the penalty was immediate. Muron Kaisen froze in place, his imposing Grandmaster aura vanishing in an instant, leaving him dumbfounded. This was it. Li had been waiting for this moment. Take him down while he's down. In a flash, Li closed the distance and aimed a powerful kick at the ball in Muron Kaisen's hands. Though seemingly targeting the ball, his foot was directed toward Muron Kaisen's most sensitive spot. If this kick landed, Grandmaster or not, he'd be out of commission, forced into seclusion to nurse his wounds. At the same time, Gongsun Jie came charging in from behind, aiming a vicious kick at Muron Kaisen's rear. Fan Jie and Lu Guangxing attacked from the sides, sliding toward Muron Kaisen's legs. In Gongsun Jie's hand, a long sword gleamed, its tip aimed at the weak spot on Muron Kaisen's lower back. During official matches, Li had banned weapons for entertainment value. But this wasn't an official match, and these martial experts had brought their weapons back into play. After days of training, their dirty soccer moves had become second nature, enhanced further by demonic energy's boosts to speed and strength. In just one round, Muron Kaisen found himself in a life-or-death crisis. In the stands, the old martial experts who recognized Muron Kaisen widened their eyes in disbelief, staring intently at the field. Boom! Li was the fastest. In Muron Kaisen's horrified gaze, Li's foot struck a soft, squishy object. Simultaneously, the ball flew out of Muron Kaisen's hands. A short, guttural scream escaped Muron Kaisen's throat. The moment the ball left his hands, his suppressed inner power returned. Clenching his teeth against the pain, he vanished from sight. Gongsun Jie's kick missed, sending him stumbling forward over 10 meters. Fan Jie and Lu Guangxing collided head-on, their legs slamming into each other. Crack! Crack! Two sickening sounds echoed as Lu Guangxing's left leg and Fan Jie's right leg bent at unnatural angles, bone fragments jutting out. Two screams followed as they clutched their legs in agony. In one exchange, the Fun Seekers Club lost 2 players, and Muron Kaisen suffered a devastating blow. When masters clash, it's life or death. Li ignored the injured players and, with the ball underfoot, turned his gaze back to Muron Kaisen. Muron Kaisen's face was flushed red. Though maintaining the demeanor of a grandmaster, his tightly pressed legs and trembling hands betrayed his discomfort. Shameless. You're all going to die. Muron Kaisen spat the words through gritted teeth. His long hair fluttered despite the absence of wind, and his entire being radiated the aura of a wrathful demon god. He was on the verge of losing control. His duel with Li Yi was meant to break through his limits. Yet in a single exchange, he'd been broken instead, no longer even a complete man. His protective martial arts had failed entirely. Unbelievable. Immortal? They were nothing but demons. Burned by the close-quarters combat, Muron Kaisen resolved to keep his distance. He swung his fist, launching a transparent imprint that grew larger as it flew, hurtling toward Li Yi. What the F asterisk asterisk? Asterisk. Special effects? This was like something straight out of a martial arts fantasy. Li Yi's pupils shrank. Without time to think, he flicked his foot, sending the ball to intercept the strike. Boom! A muffled explosion rang out as the imprint dispersed. The shockwave forced Li Yi 2 steps back, while the ball was sent flying. Let's see how many punches you can block. Muron Kaisen sneered and swung again. This time, without the ball, Li Yi tried to dodge, but couldn't escape. Bang! The imprint struck his shoulder. Crack! Pain erupted as Li Yi felt his shoulder go numb, no longer his own. Damn it, this guy's insane. Striking from 30 meters away. Who can handle that? Pathetic, Muron Kaisen scoffed, raising his fist for another attack. Just then, a voice called out, Li Yi catch. Li Yi, with his unparalleled field vision, had already spotted the ball flying toward him. In one swift move, he executed a bicycle kick, smashing the ball into the incoming imprint. Boom! The ball shattered the strike, while the team badge released demonic energy to heal his wounds. Muron Kaisen launched another punch, but the ball, returned by another teammate, once again helped Li Yi deflect the attack. After several repetitions, Muron Kaisen finally realized the truth. So, the key lies in that ball. If that's the case, I'll just destroy your teammates. Let's see how you manage then. He swung again, this time targeting Elder Li Chong of Shuangguang's Sect. Boom! The Elder was struck, his torso obliterated, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Elderly, Gongsun Jie cried out in alarm. At that moment, the ball returned to Li Yi, but Muron Kaisen ignored him, aiming a punch at Gongsun Jie instead. Seeing that Gongsun Jie was about to die, Li acted without hesitation. He kicked Gongsun Jie, sending him flying out of harm's way just in time. As he kicked Gongsun Jie, an immense surge of demonic energy flooded into Li Yi, instantly healing his injuries. And in his mind, a new derived skill appeared. Strike my teammates. Inflict pain on your teammates, and your attributes will multiply. Your teammates' combat power will also double. What the hell? The sudden appearance of a derived skill left Li Yi momentarily stunned. In his daze, he failed to save the next teammate, who ended up taking a direct punch from Muron Kaisen. The blow shattered the man's chest, sending blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Strike my teammates could boost his strength. But how did such a bizarre skill manifest? What kind of logic was behind this? Wasn't the team badge supposed to symbolize unity? All his effort to rally these people together was rooted in fostering unity. How did a skill that required attacking his own teammates align with that? If anything, it seemed designed to destroy unity. Still, the fact that injuring his teammates could enhance their combat effectiveness offered Li Yi a small measure of comfort. The skill's arrival couldn't have been timelier. It was practically a lifesaver. Without it, dying in this bizarre world just a few days after his arrival would have been a pathetic end. Kicking you is for your own good. Don't blame me. The skill's effects doubled Li Yi's inner power and physical attributes, drastically boosting his speed. Turning sharply with the ball, he intercepted a strike from Muron Kaisen just in time to kick a participating elder of Shuangguang Sect out of harm's way. However, his strength was slightly overestimated, and his kick landed squarely on the elder's ribcage, a particularly sensitive area. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking ribs was accompanied by the elder's screams, forced from his throat by the sheer impact. But on the bright side, he narrowly avoided Muron Kaisen's deadly attack. Li shot the elder an apologetic look before racing to save the next teammate. There was no denying it. Demon hunters with derived skills were in a league of their own. After saving just 2 people, Li Yi's strength and inner power had already quadrupled. At this rate, he'd soon surpass the innate level and ascend to the Grandmaster realm. The elder, clutching his fractured ribs, looked on with a mixture of grievance and understanding. He knew it wasn't Li Ye's fault. After all, the kick had saved his life. It was only natural that Li Yi couldn't control his strength in such an urgent moment. The blame lay squarely with Murong Kaisen. If Murong hadn't launched a merciless attack on Li Yi, none of this would have happened. Anger burned in the elder's heart, even quickening the circulation of his inner power. Bang! Another scream pierced the air. This time, Li Yi saved a teammate by kicking him squarely in the lower back. The strike was so forceful that the man's screams didn't even sound human. He writhed on the ground, clutching his injured kidney. Watching this unfold, Murong Kaisen sneered. Whether they're taken out by me or by you, the result is the same. Without teammates to pass you the ball, how long do you think you can hold out? Immortal? Huh, you're nothing special. With a disdainful snort, Murong Kaisen quickened his pace. The throbbing pain in his lower abdomen only fueled his malice, and like a cat toying with a mouse, he focused on attacking those closest to Li Yi. He was intent on using Li Ye's efforts to save his teammates to incapacitate all of them. As for Li Yi himself, Murong Kaisen planned to cripple him personally before dragging him back to the capital for interrogation, determined to extract the secrets of spiritual energy cultivation. What unfolded on the field was a bizarre scene. Murong Kaisen relentlessly targeted Li Ye's teammates, while Li Yi scrambled around like a firefighter. Despite his best efforts, his teammates didn't fall to Murong Kaisen. They were instead severely injured by Li Ye's rescues. Li Yi is still young. Facing someone stronger, he's completely lost his composure, remarked when Ren Chuan, the Qingcheng Sect leader, shaking his head with a sigh. That claim about being ranked 6th among interstellar bandits was probably just boasting to save face. Master, you think he made it up? Zhong Wenhao asked in surprise. Whether in the light or shadowy paths, anyone who makes a name for themselves must have unwavering resolve. If the Galactic Federation is as powerful as he says, managing countless worlds, how could someone ranked 6th on their wanted list behave so flustered in front of Murong Kaisen from a backwater world? Master, what about his spiritual energy? Zhong Wenhao pressed. Oh, it's real, when Ren Chuan said, stroking his beard. But soaring off to another world isn't necessary. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy life at the peak of this one? Master, if the spiritual energy cultivation method is real, shouldn't we help him? If everyone on the field dies, who will teach us? Asked Zhu Jiro in astonishment. Don't worry, Murong Kaisen won't kill him, when Ren Chuan replied. Even if the method is legitimate, a league involving all sects disrupts the martial world's foundation. No one, sect leaders or the imperial court, wants that. A league led by someone like Murong Kaisen is much more acceptable. Oh, Zhu Jiro murmured, her brows furrowing slightly as she refocused on the field. In her heart, she sighed. The once dazzling Li Yi, who had effortlessly toyed with Gongsun Jie, seemed so far removed from the current, beleaguered figure. On the field, only 3 of Li Ye's teammates remained standing. One of them was the elder whose ribs Li Yi had broken, barely managing to stay upright. The 3 exchanged confused glances. Was Li Ye's help intentional? It happened too often to be a coincidence, yet he clearly had no reason to harm them. Fine, Li Yi was saving them. He just lost control in the heat of the moment. After all, being injured by Li Yi was better than being killed by Murong Kaisen. Though the situation felt awkward, they could only console themselves with this reasoning. Still, without anyone left to pass him the ball, what would Li Yi do if Murong Kaisen overwhelmed him? Would their path to cultivation truly end here? Having incapacitated 5 teammates, Li Ye's inner power had quintupled. Now, with his speed surpassing Murong Kaisen's strikes, he could save others without taking damage. But Li Yi was greedy. He didn't fight battles he couldn't win. He wanted to crush Murong Kaisen with absolute superiority. Even as he noticed the doubtful gazes of his teammates, he resolved to help the remaining ones too. For maximum impact, he deliberately suppressed his speed, ensuring Murong Kaisen wouldn't notice his rising strength. Every time he rescued a teammate, he maintained a look of guilt and sorrow, hoping it would ease their discomfort. But as his kicks grew fiercer, those expressions had diminishing returns. Still, Li Yi believed that once Muron Kaisen was defeated, they would understand. And even if they didn't, who cared? Once the match ended, his power wouldn't disappear. If anyone dared badmouth him later, he'd erase them himself. After all, truth only existed within the range of one's cannons. However, he couldn't let his image crumble too far. After all, he still had a reputation to uphold as the timely reign. With that in mind, Li forced his eyes red with inner power and looked at Muron Kaisen with a tragic expression. Old scoundrel, if you've got the guts, come for me. Bullying the weak. What kind of man are you? Li Ye's single declaration ignited the morale of everyone on the field. Huh? Muron Kaisen sneered, saying nothing as he launched a punch toward Yu Fei. As long as I'm standing, no one will touch my teammates. Li Yi roared, leaping forward and kicking Yu Fei square in the chest, sending him flying through the air. Idiot! Muron Kaisen spat the insult as he swung another punch, this time at Gongsun Jie. Gongsun Jie, caught between fear and disbelief, wasn't watching the incoming punch. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance at Li Yi, who was charging at him with the ball. The expression in his eyes screamed, "Don't come over. I can dodge this myself." But in the end, he couldn't escape being caught between Muron Kaisen's punch and Li Ye's rescue. Li barreled into him like a rampaging bull, sending him sprawling through the air, coughing up blood as pain radiated across his entire body. One injury might have been understandable, but when Li took out nearly every teammate himself, it became increasingly bizarre. Even Muron Kaisen sensed something odd, but the situation still appeared to favor him. Perhaps Li Yi just wants to injure them enough to keep me from killing them outright, Muron Kaisen thought. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, though he didn't dwell on them for long. After all, he still had the upper hand. Had it not been for that earlier sneak attack, none of them would have stood a chance against him. The pain in his lower abdomen throbbed again, rekindling his simmering rage. But perhaps Li Ye's secrets, his methods for cultivating spiritual energy, could still offer some way to restore what he'd lost. Sneering coldly, Muron Kaisen said, "Only one left standing. Let's see who will save you now." With that, he sent a powerful punch toward Deng Wei, the last unscathed teammate. Li said nothing, charging at Deng Wei with the ball. In his haste, he seemed to forget about Lu Guangxing and Fan Jie, who had already broken their legs, tackling each other. As he barreled through them, the demonic energy that had just begun healing their injuries failed to keep up, and their legs audibly snapped again. Reino Thailand bot. Crack! Crack! Both screamed in agony as they rolled on the ground, clutching their legs. For Li Yi, every teammate on the field was an opportunity for growth, and he wasn't about to let any go to waste. While saving Deng Wei, he also stepped over Li Chong, whose body had been half destroyed by Muron Kaisen. Li Chong, hanging on alive by a thread thanks to demonic energy, convulsed as Li Ye's foot landed on him. Instead of dying, however, his breathing stabilized and his eyes widened as he let out a pained gasp. That hurts. What the? He's alive. Li Ye's shock was brief, quickly replaced by realization. Strike My Teammates didn't just enhance his attributes, it also boosted his teammates' combat abilities. Li Chong's enhanced vitality came from the increase in his inner power and demonic energy, which actively repaired his injuries. So hurting others is saving them. What a compassionate heart I have. Li mentally rolled his eyes at the irony as he saved the last teammate right under Muron Kaisen's nose, achieving a 10-hit streak. 10 times the inner power, 10 times the demonic energy, 10 times the physical strength. Li Yi was now unrecognizable compared to his pre-battle self. Looking at Muron Kaisen, he no longer felt the oppressive threat of life and death. He felt invincible. Fool! Look around. Who's left to help you? Muron Kaisen paused, pain lingering beneath his composure. Surveying the battered team, he couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of their chosen leader. This is the master you've pledged yourselves to? You force my hand, Muron, Li said, standing over the ball with a cold smile. Do you think I'm so incompetent that I'd injure my teammates accidentally? Like some joke. Muron Kaisen froze. The audience fell silent. I walk a path of the wicked, a higher civilization's dark arts beyond your comprehension. Li Yi continued, his mocking gaze fixed on Muron Kaisen. By wounding them, I've infused them with my spiritual energy. They're not who they were before. The injured players were stunned. My power, it's increased dramatically. Shi Xiang exclaimed through gritted teeth, excitement lighting up his battered face. Mine too, Lu Guangxing chimed in. Same here, Yu Fei added with astonishment. In an instant, all resentment toward Li Yi vanished, replaced by gratitude and admiration. Li Yi had redeemed his image completely. The injured players struggled to their feet, united in their resolve as they faced Muron Kaisen. How could they waste their leader's painstaking efforts? A few tricks won't change the fact that ants are ants, Muron Kaisen sneered. No matter how strong they become, I can crush them again and again. How much power can you afford to share with them? Muron's gaze finally settled back on Li Yi, his tone dripping with disdain. Standing tall, his hair fluttering in an unseen wind, Muron Kaisen projected the image of an unshakable grandmaster, as if he hadn't been kicked in the groin mere moments earlier. To them, you're ants, Li Yi retorted, shaking his head with a faint smile. But to me, you're no better, a frog in a well, incapable of seeing the heavens above. Even a wounded celestial isn't someone you mortals can humiliate. Very well, show me what you can do, Muron Kaisen said, believing he'd already deciphered Li Yi's tricks. Li Yi said nothing, simply raising his foot to kick the ball. Unlike the earlier cannonball-like shot, this one was like a meteor. It moved so fast that Muron Kaisen couldn't even track its trajectory. By the time he realized, the ball was already upon him. Instinctively, he reached out to block it, but withdrew his hand at the last second, remembering the earlier penalty. The sudden adjustment left him no time to dodge fully. The ball grazed his face, slicing through his protective energy and tearing off a chunk of flesh. Blood gushed from the wound, leaving his once handsome face in shreds. Before he could recover, Li Yi appeared at his side, hooking the ball back with his foot and landing an elbow strike to his ribs. How is he this fast? Muron Kaisen's instincts kicked in, and he countered with a flurry of strikes aimed at Li Yi's throat, chest, and abdomen. At the same time, he launched a powerful kick toward Li Yi's shin. Despite Li Yi's enhanced speed, he couldn't avoid every attack. Muron Kaisen's blows sent him flying, but Li Yi's enhanced defenses absorbed most of the damage. His shattered organs were already healing by the time he hit the ground. Just a little pain? That's nothing. With the ball still at his feet, Li launched himself back into the fight, aiming for Muron Kaisen's injured face. Slap! Muron Kaisen reeled from the blow, blood spraying as his face burned with fresh agony. For the first time, fear crept into his heart. Muron Kaisen knew his own strength. No grandmaster would dare take his full-force strikes head-on. Yet Li had done so repeatedly and come back for more each time. His confidence wavered. What kind of dark magic is this? How has he grown so much in such a short time? As Li Yi charged at him again, Muron Kaisen felt the first stirrings of an urge to flee. But he couldn't bring himself to leave, not with his injuries and his need for Li Yi's secrets gnawing at him. Live to fight another day. Li Yi's techniques were nothing but tricks and deception. Muron Kaisen was certain that the other three grandmasters, like him, would never stoop so low as to perform such a flashy display. No one's power could increase so quickly. If Li Yi had suddenly erupted with strength, he must have used some kind of dark art. But all dark arts had their limits. They never lasted long and always came with severe drawbacks. As long as he could escape now and join forces with even one other grandmaster, he would have no trouble taking Li Yi down. Then he could force the method of spiritual energy cultivation out of him. The path of spiritual energy was far too mysterious. From the very beginning, Muron Kaisen knew he couldn't monopolize it alone, just as he was lost in thought. Wham! Another brutal hit landed right between his legs. That area had already gone numb. At this point, It didn't even matter whether it was one strike or two. But this painful reminder told him that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't get another chance. With a surge of energy, Muron Kaisen kicked Li Yi away and flashed out of sight. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of Wolf Valley. Think you could put on a show and then just run? Li Yi had been playing his match just fine when Muron Kaisen suddenly jumped in, acting all high and mighty. He nearly ruined all of Li Yi's carefully planned tactics along with his future. Now that Li Yi finally had the strength to fight back, there was no way he would let the man escape. With a cold snort, he planted his foot firmly on the ground and sent a soccer ball hurtling toward Muron Kaisen's back. Then, like a shadow chasing the ball, he dashed forward and slid in for a fierce tackle. Combining his agility skills with a slide tackle made him even faster than running on flat ground. He moved like a shooting star, striking like lightning. Sensing the gust of wind behind him, Muron Kaisen leaped into the air, barely dodging what could have been a leg-breaking strike. But Li Yi was too fast. He avoided the tackle, only to have his foot scraped raw by the sheer force of Li Yi's momentum. He's gotten even faster. Muron Kaisen was horrified. Gritting his teeth, he went all in. His uninjured foot stomped down hard, aiming straight for Li Yi's abdomen. He channeled his inner energy, wrapping his entire foot in a glowing white aura. This kick, he was determined to punch a hole straight through Li Yi's stomach. But Li Yi was just as ruthless. When it was time to fight, he never backed down. Instead of dodging, he retaliated, a counter kick like a rabbit striking an eagle. It with ring above newbie. Boom! Thud! Two cries of pain rang out. A searing pain twisted in Li Yi's gut. It felt like his intestines were about to snap in half. Muron Kaisen had it worse. His already battered weak spot took another devastating hit. His eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, turning blood red in an instant. Through sheer agony, he kicked the soccer ball away and prepared to flee again. But Li Yi sprang up like a shadow, landing on Muron Kaisen's back. Wrapping his legs around the man's waist, he locked one arm around his throat. This was the classic celebratory move soccer players used after scoring a goal. Li Yi had simply turned it into an offensive technique. With his team badge granting him bonuses, every soccer-related action was enhanced, even more than the techniques recorded in the Dragon Emperor technique. Sliding across the grass, ripping off his shirt, sticking out his tongue, he could execute all of them with lightning speed. If he hadn't been able to control himself, he might have even planted a kiss on the back of Muron Kaisen's head. Instead, he clenched his fist and drove it hard into Muron Kaisen's temple. With his neck locked, Muron Kaisen had nowhere to dodge. He took the full force of the punch. Dizzy and desperate, he grabbed Li Yi's arm and twisted his waist, trying to shake him off. But Li Yi wasn't about to let go. Gritting his teeth through the pain in his arm, he hammered down again and again, each punch carrying the force of both inner energy and demonic energy. Every strike was like a mountain crashing down. Muron Kaisen's vision blurred from the repeated blows. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Gongsun Jie and the others limping toward him. Cursing inwardly, he ignored the pain and vanished into the distance with Li Yi still clinging on to him. He had made his choice. Fighting a Li Yi without a ball was still easier than taking on an entire group. Master, what now? Zhong Wenhao was dumbfounded as he watched Muron Kaisen disappear with Li Yi. Does this count as Muron Kaisen capturing Li Yi? When Rinchuan's mouth twitched violently, he shot a glare at his clueless disciple before sighing. Just clean up the scene and help maintain order in Wolf Valley. Even he hadn't expected the situation to change so drastically. Muron Kaisen, a grandmaster, had seemed to have the upper hand, only for Li Yi to flip the battle in an instant. He still couldn't quite understand how Li Yi had done it. This was insane. Yes, even though Muron Kaisen had taken Li Yi away and the battle's outcome was unclear in his mind, Li Yi had already won. A 20-something-year-old had fought an old grandmaster to a standstill and even gained the upper hand. Muron Kaisen had been reduced to a desperate street brawler. This was not someone when Rinchuan wanted to cross. And on top of that, Li Yi had mastered a power even more advanced than inner energy, spiritual energy cultivation. One thing was certain. The martial world was about to be thrown into chaos, and he had no interest in going to the Galactic Federation anymore. If spiritual energy cultivation could cause this much turmoil in just a few days, what kind of disorder existed in the Galactic Federation, where it was widespread? There, you wouldn't even know whether someone hitting you was helping you or trying to kill you. Whoever wanted to go could go. He was staying right here. Meanwhile, Scarlet Flame's Sect's left protector, Su Chuan, stared in the direction Muron Kaisen had fled, his expression unreadable. After a long silence, he finally spoke. Zhao Li, get back to Scarlet Flame Sect immediately. Report everything that happened in Wolf Valley, down to the smallest detail. And bring them all here. Understood. Zhao Li nodded firmly. Earlier, he had secretly mocked Shi Xiang's misfortune. Now, he was feeling even more bitter. Shi Xiang already had a grandmaster as a master. How the hell did he manage to latch onto an even bigger golden thigh? Was the heavens blind? Remember, Su Chuan warned, report every single detail. And especially tell Great Elder Huai you do not challenge Li Yi head-on like Muron Kaisen did. Worthless. Muron Kaisen is a complete idiot. How did someone like him even become a grandmaster? Watching the entire ordeal unfold, Wei Mingze cursed furiously. I wrote in my report, clearly, that Li Yi might possess grandmaster-level strength. And what does Muron Kaisen do? Charge in like an idiot shouting for a fight. Did a donkey kick his head? The officials around him exchanged awkward glances. One of them, a military officer, hesitated but ultimately kept his mouth shut. Even if he wanted to remind the governor that Muron Kaisen was still alive, he didn't have the guts to say it out loud. Idiot. A perfectly good plan ruined. Wei Mingze paced back and forth anxiously before turning to Wan Peng, the deputy commander of the Inspection Bureau. Wan, ride to the capital immediately and report everything to His Majesty. If we don't act fast, the Chu Kingdom is doomed. Understood. Wan Peng knew the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, he leaped onto his horse and rode off toward the capital. Unlike the anxious martial artists and officials, the spectators were beyond thrilled. Even as the staff urged them to leave, they lingered, eyes fixed on Wolf Valley's entrance, eagerly awaiting Li Yi and Muron Kaisen's return. They still didn't know who had won. The audience dispersed about 15 minutes after the match. Gong Sun Jie and the others who had chased after Muron Kaisen returned, their heads hanging low. When Ren Chuan and the rest rushed forward to ask about the battle's outcome, only to hear the worst answer. They had lost track of him. It made sense. Even heavily injured, Muron Kaisen was still a grandmaster. He was far beyond what these innate experts could handle. The fact that they had even dared to chase him spoke volumes of their courage. What truly shocked when Ren Chuan and the others was their injuries. When they had charged out of the valley, they were all battered, broken legs, shattered arms, limping in all directions. But less than half an hour later, they looked almost completely healed. It was nothing short of a miracle, leaving Ren Chuan and the others burning with envy. When Ren Chuan wanted to ask about their newfound power and what exactly had happened on the battlefield, but no one was willing to answer. Shi Xiang and the others were already die-hard followers of Li Yi. With their leader now in Muron Kaisen's hands, his fate uncertain, they had no interest in discussing anything else. Left with no choice, when Ren Chuan and the others could only join them in waiting at the valley entrance for Li Ye's return. Another 30 minutes passed. A tiny black figure appeared on the distant official road, racing toward them at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived. Who else could it be but Li Yi? He looked utterly battered, his face covered in bruises, his hair and eyebrows stained red. One of his arms hung limply, twisted and misshapen. His clothes were in tatters, drenched in blood. He looked like a demon crawling out of a sea of corpses, exuding nothing but raw vitality from his bright, lively eyes. But no one paid attention to him for long. Their eyes quickly shifted to the person he was dragging behind him. Judging by the torn garments, it was Muron Kaisen. At least Li Yi still looked human. Muron Kaisen, on the other hand, was barely recognizable. His once flowing hair had been nearly yanked bald. with blood oozing from his exposed scalp. Both his eyes were swollen shut, his nose caved in, and a chunk of skin was missing from his face. His lips were split, 3 of his teeth were gone, and his limbs were bent in grotesque angles, clearly broken. If not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, no one would have believed he was still alive. The gathered martial artists gasped, their faces frozen in shock. A grandmaster, the heavenly master of the Chu kingdom, had been utterly defeated, and his opponent was an unknown 20-something-year-old. As much as they wanted to deny it, the truth was right before their eyes. One Ren Chuan, the Scarlet Flame Sect protectors, the elders of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. All of them exchanged uneasy glances, swallowing hard. When they looked at Li Yi again, their eyes were filled with fear. Li Yi has returned safely. A great weight has finally been lifted from my heart. When Ren Chuan was the quickest to recover, immediately putting on a smile. That wretched old bastard Murong Kaisen. How dare he try to block our path to immortality? If not for the rules of the tournament, I would have taken him on myself. But it seems I was too late. Thankfully, Li Yi has already handled him. With the case. Zhong Wenhao glanced at his master in disbelief. You were singing a very different tune just moments ago. Li Yi, I have a rare healing elixir, effective for both internal and external injuries. Please accept it. The Scarlet Flame Sect's Su Chuan stepped forward, offering Li Yi, this old man is quite skilled in bone setting. If you do not mind, I could help realign your broken bones, lest they heal incorrectly. The third elder of the Heavenly Tao Alliance chimed in eagerly. The fall of Murong Kaisen had turned the tides. Now, both righteous and evil factions alike were scrambling to curry favor with Li Yi. Watching this unfold, Wei Mingzi felt bitter. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss. Thanks to Murong Kaisen's reckless actions, anything he said now would be meaningless. With no grandmaster to keep Li Yi in check, what was stopping him from rallying the people and overthrowing the Chu kingdom? I'll take the medicine, but I don't need my bones set. Li Yi took in their reactions and was quite satisfied. Still dragging Murong Kaisen behind him, he headed deeper into the valley. You've all seen the wonders of spiritual energy for yourselves. It's time to spread the league across the land. The crowd hurried to follow. Watching Murong Kaisen being dragged along like a dead dog, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Only one thought echoed in their minds. Never, ever make an enemy of this man. He was young and reckless. Anger a normal grandmaster, and you might still have a chance at survival. But anger him, he would utterly destroy you. Wei Mingzi's heart clenched as he took in Murong Kaisen's miserable state. Li Yi, Murong Kaisen is still a grandmaster. Shouldn't we what? Li Yi turned back, smirking coldly. Show him respect? I respected him. Who respected me? If a rabid old dog bears its fangs at me, should I pamper it instead? The best way to deal with such a dog is to hang it up, skin it, gut it, and throw it into a stew. Then, display its hide for all to see, to warn the rest what happens when they cross me. With a scoff, he tossed Murong Kaisen onto the ground. Wang Jingwei, come here. The former vice lord of Wolf Valley, now its head of security, hurried over. Yes, Li Yi, your orders. Li Yi casually tossed him the pill bottle from Su Chuan. Keep him barely alive. Lock him in a cage and hang him at the entrance of Wolf Valley. Let the world see what happens when they oppose me. If they think they can handle the consequences, they're welcome to try. Understood. Wang Jingwei hesitated briefly before calling over 2 disciples to take Murong Kaisen away. Wait, Su Chuan suddenly spoke up. Li narrowed his eyes. You have an issue with this? Su Chuan flinched, quickly explaining, no, he deserved his fate. I simply wanted to offer a sealing technique to restrict his internal energy. He is a grandmaster. After all, if he escapes or gets rescued, it could be dangerous for you. Not bad. Li Yi smirked. Give me the technique later. I'll seal his cultivation myself. Wei Mingzi's face twitched. Li Yi, Murong Kaisen has many disciples and great influence in the martial world. If you do this, don't worry, Wei. That's exactly why I'm keeping him barely alive. Li grinned. I want to see who dares to save him. Once I'm done setting things up here, I'm going to wipe the Heavenly Master's mansion off the map. I specialize in cutting the weeds and pulling out the roots. Wei Mingze felt his heart sink. Looking at Murong Kaisen's pitiful state, he couldn't help but sigh. What an utter disaster. If Murong Kaisen had truly planned to take Li Yi down, he should have at least done his homework. Now, thanks to his reckless actions, the entire Chu kingdom was in jeopardy. And the worst part? Li Yi wasn't even from this world. He couldn't be swayed by loyalty or patriotism. Now, all Wei Mingze could do was pray that Wan Peng would reach the capital in time, and that the emperor would make the right move. Li Yi was a man of action. Without hesitation, he learned the vein-sealing hand technique from Su Chuan and immediately used it on Murong Kaisen. The vein-sealing hand was similar in method to the life and death talisman from demigods and semi-devils, but its effects were completely different. The life and death talisman made life worse than death. The vein-sealing hand merely sealed a person's inner energy. Of course, the process of applying it was painful. Attempting to break the seal forcefully would cause even greater agony, and might not even succeed. That's because no one except the caster knew which meridian points were sealed or what method was used to do it. Normally, only an expert in this technique could undo it. To those who cultivated inner energy, this was an extremely vicious technique. Even in his unconscious state, Murong Kaisen trembled uncontrollably when Li Yi applied the seal, before sinking into an even deeper coma. The sight sent another wave of shock through the crowd. Leaving Wang Jinghui to haul Murong Kaisen away for public display, Li led the group back to the meeting hall to continue discussions about the league. Strength was the only truth that mattered. Now that Li Yi had single-handedly taken down Murong Kaisen, everything else became much smoother. Whether it was Azure or Castle Sect, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, or the Scarlet Flame Sect, none of them had any objections about the league anymore. They even agreed to help promote it. Wei Mingze, the governor of Waning City, even took the initiative to introduce football betting, a move that might enrage the Chu emperor, but he no longer cared. If he didn't do something for the Chu kingdom now, he feared there soon wouldn't be a Chu kingdom. Losing a grandmaster was one thing. Gaining a fallen divine rogue, like Li Yi, that was only a net positive. To give Xuanguang's Sect time to recover and to keep the audience interested, the next match was scheduled 8 days later. Funseekers Club versus Azure Castle Sect. This gave Azure Castle Sect enough time to prepare and travel. As for the Heavenly Tao Alliance and Scarlet Flame Sect, the representatives present weren't decision-makers, so their matches couldn't be scheduled yet. Knowing how ruthless Li Yi was, both Su Chuan and Shin Tu Hong came clean, admitting that they had sent messengers back to report everything. They urged Li Yi to prepare accordingly. Both men regretted it. Had they known Li Yi would take down Murong Kaisen so quickly, they should have waited before sending their reports. That way, they could have presented a clearer picture to their sect leaders. RBS. Li Yi, my disciple is reckless. If he messes up the report, it could cause unnecessary trouble. I'm faster. I might still catch up to him, Su Chuan said after some thought, requesting permission to return. Li Yi, the Heavenly Tao Alliance is full of internal factions. If the League is to proceed smoothly, I should return and explain things myself. Maybe even start forming a team early. Shin Tu Hong added. Li glanced at them and nodded. Fine, go back. Finalizing your teams now will help Governor Wei promote the League early. The best strategy is to win without fighting. The second best is diplomacy. The third is direct battle. And the worst is siege warfare. Fighting Grandmasters was still too dangerous for him at this stage. If he had to face them as enemies, it would be on his terms, when he had overwhelming power. After all, now that Murong Kaisen had served as a warning, the next time Grandmasters came for him, it wouldn't just be one. They had spent decades building their influence. If they decided to team up against him, he was in trouble. Military strategy is about attacking when you have the advantage. Fighting against stronger opponents with fewer forces? That was a last resort, not a tactic of choice. Li hated fighting uphill battles. He preferred crushing his enemies with absolute superiority. Besides, he was just a passerby in this world. Why go out of his way to make so many enemies? Muron Kaisen was enough of a deterrent. There was no need to challenge every grandmaster in the land. Wouldn't cooperation be a better path? Su Chuan and Shun Tuhong hadn't expected Li Yi to be this agreeable. After a brief moment of surprise, they quickly bid farewell and rushed off. Li Yi, when's our next match? Though Shuangguang's sect had lost, the fight had been so spectacular that Gongsun Jie had gained a significant amount of demonic energy. Having tasted its benefits, he was itching to play again. No rush, Li Yi chuckled. Once the league is up and running, you'll have plenty of matches to play. Right now, Gongsun Sect leader, your priority should be building a football field at your sect, just like Wolf Valley's. Otherwise, where will away games be played? Where will the audience sit? Spiritual energy cultivation relies on influence. Without spectators, what's the point of playing? You also need a publicity department. You can't rely solely on your opponents to promote you. A football player's fame isn't just about skill. Post-game publicity matters just as much. If the audience doesn't even know who you are, why would they idolize you? Gongsun Jie had an epiphany. He immediately stood up and bowed deeply. Thank you for your wisdom, Li Yi. I'll begin preparations at once. Don't rush. Li Yi waved him off. First, consult Tong Yi on how to promote your team. With your current understanding, if you go back now, you'll just waste your efforts. If we're going to do this, we'll do it right. We need to establish a complete, lasting system, something beneficial for everyone. Understood. Gongsun Jie bowed again, fully convinced. When it came to spiritual energy, he was a complete novice. Naturally, whatever Li Yi said, he would follow. However, he didn't leave right away. Instead, he looked at Li Yi with determination, cupped his hands, and declared, Li Yi, you have guided me onto the path of spiritual energy cultivation. You are like a second father to me. If you do not mind, I would like to formally acknowledge you as my master, to serve you wholeheartedly. A hush fell over the hall. Bowing to him as a master, everyone turned to look at Gongsun Jie. Shi Xiang was furious. That old bastard. We haven't even had the chance to call him master yet. Why should you get a first? When Rin Chuan shook his head. Idiot. Utter fool. What interstellar bandit? That was clearly just an exaggeration. Learning spiritual energy was fine, but actually becoming his disciple? Did you really expect Li Yi to take you flying into space? And if he did, do you even know what's up there? You'd be dead in seconds. Li Yi's mind started racing. Did football team badges have a master-disciple function? Clubs had coaches, and coaches were technically teachers. But coaches didn't train players from rival clubs. Still, his derived skills had no limit. Smirking, Li Yi shook his head. Gongsun Jie, spiritual energy, thrives on fame, faith, and influence. You calling me master won't actually teach you anything. I do not care. Gongsun Jie was unwavering. I do not seek teachings, only a title. Otherwise, I would feel unworthy of cultivating spiritual energy. He's really stubborn. Li Yi pondered for a moment, then grinned. If the Demon Hunting Bureau classified anything abnormal as a demon, then wasn't Strike my teammates also abnormal? Who said football coaches couldn't have disciples? Might as well test it out. If you're that determined, I'll take you as my disciple. A master versus disciple match could even be a great publicity stunt. But remember, on the field, I show no mercy. Thank you, master. Overjoyed, Gongsun Jie dropped to his knees and knocked his head against the floor several times. Since this was sudden, I will prepare a proper offering for you later. No system notification. No demonic energy boost. But Li Yi wasn't one to suffer losses. Smirking, he sighed, shaking his head. Forget the offering. If you're truly sincere, bring me Shuangguang Sect's secret techniques. They might help heal my injuries. When I regain my powers, I'll take you to the Galactic Federation. You won't regret it. Yes, master. I will copy down Shuangguang technique for you immediately. Gongsun Jie was ecstatic. Let others laugh all they wanted. If it got him closer, seeing that Li Yi had truly accepted Gongsun Jie as his disciple, Shi Xiang and the others couldn't sit still. They immediately started clamoring. Li Yi, We want to be your disciples too. One disciple was enough. Why take on so many? What he needed more than disciples were teammates, especially with derived skills coming into play. Li Ye's expression darkened as he glared at them and scolded. Focus on playing the game and making a name for yourselves. What's with this obsession over becoming my disciples? I'm building a club, not a martial sect. Stop thinking about these side paths. A club is built to last, but players come and go. If you can't play well, forget about being my disciple. Even if you call me your father, I'd still kick you out. His words made Shi Xiang and the others shrink back awkwardly. They didn't dare say another word, but every now and then they'd glance at Gongsun Jia with a hint of resentment. Li softened his tone and added, "Don't take it the wrong way. I'll be coaching you all in matches from now on. If you perform well, becoming my disciples isn't out of the question." Shi Xiang and the others were overjoyed, instantly brimming with motivation. "Don't worry, Li. We'll play our best." Li snorted, then turned to Wen Rinchuan. "Master Wen, make sure Qingchang Sect keeps up with the stadium construction and promotional efforts. Since we're playing matches, we need to maximize the impact." "Yes," Wen Rinchuan replied, but hesitated for a moment before asking, "Li Yi, will you be playing in our match against Qingchang Sect?" "Of course." "What?" Li Yi asked. Wen Rinchuan forced a smile. "Li Yi, your strength rivals that of a grandmaster. You could take on 10 people at once. A match like that wouldn't be much of a spectacle. You don't need to worry about that." "Master One," Li Yi chuckled. "I'm seriously injured, and my real strength isn't much different from yours. I only used a secret technique to overdraw my power because Murong Kaisen forced my hand. Honestly, when a match comes, I might not even be as strong as you." Shi Xiang and the others frantically shot Li Yi warning glances, nearly rushing over to cover his mouth. Was this something he should be saying out loud? There were too many people around. If word got out and fell into the wrong hands, what if someone tried to take advantage? Wei Mingze sipped his tea quietly, his expression calm. As a seasoned official, he understood that anything spoken aloud was meant to be heard. If someone were foolish enough to believe Li Ye's words and attempt an ambush, they'd be digging their own grave. Wen Rinchuan wasn't convinced either, but since Li Yi had said it outright, it counted as a promise. He breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, I won't worry anymore. Matches are only interesting when the competition is balanced. Exactly. A fair match. Li nodded and looked around the room. More and more sects are joining. Before long, even giants like the Heavenly Tao Alliance and Scarlet Flame Sect will enter the league. Who will claim the championship is still uncertain, so none of you can afford to slack off. Show off your best skills. The faster your fame rises, the quicker your strength will grow. After transcribing the Shuangguang technique and learning about promotional strategies from Tong, Yi, Gongsun Jie, and Wen Rinchuan left to prepare their sex clubs. With that, Wolf Valley finally quieted down. Li Yi organized an internal scrimmage match under the pretense of training. After severely injuring a teammate, he was disappointed to find that his derived skill didn't activate. That crushed his hopes of exploiting a loophole to farm power. With the Q-tests. It seemed strike my teammates had a hidden condition. It probably only worked when facing a common enemy. Otherwise, if it could increase his power anytime just by attacking his own teammates, it would be the most broken derived skill of all time. He could simply keep beating up his team until they all skyrocketed in strength. Even so, after the match, Li Ye's power had increased tenfold. Meanwhile, Shi Xiang and the others who had suffered his attacks also saw their power double. With the additional boost from their victory, Yu Fei and Deng Wei successfully stepped into the ranks of innate experts. Now, the Fun Seekers Club had 5 innate experts, giving the rest of the team renewed confidence. That night, Wolf Valley was silent. Aside from a night watchman, most of the club members were training. Li had given them plenty of motivation. The league was getting more competitive, and no one wanted to fall behind. More importantly, the bait of becoming Li Ye's disciple dangled in front of them like a carrot on a stick. Shuangguang technique and Dragon Emperor technique weren't fully compatible, but Shuangguang technique served as a supplement. Li tried practicing it for a bit, but quickly gave up. Most grandmasters in this world modified their martial arts over time to suit their own needs. But Li had demonic energy and derived skills aiding him. He wasn't interested in such a slow, outdated method. If he could land a few more solid hits on his teammates, he might naturally reach the grandmaster level. Instead of wasting time on martial arts modifications, he'd rather figure out how to unlock a second derived skill. That would be an even faster path to power. Li sat on a hill at the entrance of Wolf Valley, gazing at the starry sky and reflecting on his recent actions. Reflect on yourself 3 times a day. When Li first read that phrase, he thought it made a lot of sense. From a young age, he developed a habit of self-review. This practice helped him identify mistakes and avoid making them again. In just 20 days, he had already defeated a half-step grandmaster and indirectly subdued several sections. But he knew better than to let his guard down. The human heart was the most unpredictable thing. If he ever underestimated the world, he would be the one to lose. There was a reason the death rate for temporal walkers was so high. "Give me some water," a weak voice came from beside him, snapping him out of his thoughts. At some point, Moron Kaisen had regained consciousness. Through his swollen eyes, he looked in Li Ye's direction. Li glanced at him and waved a hand. A water pouch from a patrolling guard's waist flew into his grip. He opened it and, using his internal energy, sent a stream of water directly into Moron Kaisen's mouth. Moron Kaisen smacked his lips, accidentally touching a wound. He winced in pain. "Want more?" Li shook the pouch. Moron Kaisen shook his head and looked at Li Yi with a complicated expression. "Why didn't you kill me?" "To keep you around as a deterrent," Li Yi replied, tossing the pouch back to the guard. Silence. A long pause. Then Moron Kaisen asked, "Do gods really exist?" "Of course," Li Yi said. Moron Kaisen hesitated before asking again, "Is there an underworld?" "Stop dreaming." "No. Once you die, that's it." Li saw right through his thoughts and scoffed. "Moron Kaisen, I don't understand you. Why resort to violence when things could have been discussed peacefully?" Moron Kaisen fell silent, then sighed. Suddenly, he said, "The Star Bandit incident you mentioned was a lie, wasn't it?" Li froze. "You don't have the mindset of a true powerhouse." Moron Kaisen shook his head. "Maybe you have the resolve to keep pushing forward, but with your current mentality, you'll never reach the peak." "Huh? Why the hell would I care about reaching the peak? I just want to stay alive." "You aimed for the peak and still ended up nearly beaten to death by me." Li Yi smirked silently. Moron Kaisen seemed to sense his thoughts and rasped. "Li Yi, I know there's no reconciliation between us. Give me a swift death, and I'll tell you a secret." Li Yi raised an eyebrow. "Fine. Talk, and I'll make it quick." "There aren't just 4 grandmasters in this world," Moron Kaisen whispered weakly. "The royal family has a method to cultivate grandmasters and a way to counter them. Otherwise, why do you think the Tianshi sect serves the royal family?" "Speak in detail." Li Yi raised an eyebrow. Why had he spared Moron Kaisen's life? Why had he come here in the middle of the night for self-reflection? Wasn't it all just to extract more intelligence about this world from him? The demonic energy had escaped 3 years ago. Even accounting for a possible time distortion, it had still been in this world for at least 1 year. Li had only been here for less than a month, yet he had already caused a massive stir, capturing one of the strongest fighters in this world and throwing the martial world into chaos. But the demonic energy had been here for over 2 years, and not a single martial artist had spoken of anything unusual. 2 separate demonic energies had entered this world, and yet everything was running smoothly? That was the biggest anomaly of all. Moron Kaisen was one of the 4 recognized grandmasters and the heavenly master of the Chu Kingdom. His high status meant that the information he held far exceeded that of ordinary martial artists. Li had deliberately left him alone for a day before coming here at night, because a seriously injured Moron Kaisen needed sleep to recover, while Li Yi was full of energy and rarely slept. Disturbing him at night would be far more effective than interrogating him during the day. One must treat enemies as coldly as the harshest winter. Moron Kaisen was a grandmaster. Li had to squeeze every last drop of value out of him before he died. He hadn't even needed to use any psychological tactics. Muron Kaisen had already started spilling secrets on his own, and he called it a strong mentality. Would a true powerhouse willingly trade secrets for a quick death? What quick death? This guy was clearly trying to use his remaining usefulness as leverage for survival. One wanted to ask, and the other wanted to tell. From the moment Muron Kaisen had asked for water, the battle of wits had already begun. The Chu royal family possesses a secret technique called a mortal embryo, demonic seed. It allows a grandmaster to transfer all their power to the next generation, ensuring that there is always a guardian-level expert within the royal bloodline. Muron Kaisen explained slowly. Each grandmaster of the royal family, after receiving the previous generation's power, integrates their own lifelong martial cultivation into the immortal embryo, which is then passed down again. Some energy is lost in the transfer, but with successive generations, the accumulated strength ensures that the royal family's grandmasters are always stronger than ordinary ones, enough to suppress the martial world. This was a fusion of Northern Darkness divine art and Wedding Clothes divine art, but it wasn't as useful as Northern Darkness divine art, which could absorb the martial arts of others. It might be valuable for a country, but to Li Yi, it was of little use. He shook his head. And the method to counter grandmasters? There wasn't one before. Muron Kaisen hesitated before continuing, but 2 years ago, the current royal grandmaster, Xiang Li, accidentally created a technique called Star Devour Hand. If someone is struck by it, their internal energy is completely drained, their wounds never heal, and their dantian meridians are completely destroyed. It with tilde betas. 2 years ago, Star Devour Hand? Li froze for a moment before the team badge's excited voice rang in his mind. Demonic energy. It has to be the other demonic energy. This Xiang Li must have obtained one of them. That was highly likely. Losing internal energy was one thing. It was similar to absorbing star technique. But the fact that wounds inflicted by it never healed, that was a unique effect, almost certainly tied to demonic energy. Legend had it that when Hades' scythe injured someone, their wounds would never heal. It made sense. The royal family represented the highest authority in this world. If an ordinary person obtained a demon artifact, whether out of fear or in hopes of gaining favor, they would likely report it to the government. It wouldn't be surprising if such an artifact ended up in the hands of the royal family. Only they would have the power and motive to suppress knowledge of demonic energy. This was bad news. If an ordinary person had obtained the demon artifact, Li Yi might have been able to pressure them into cooperating with his overwhelming strength and the enticing prospect of the League. But if the royal family controlled the demonic energy, then everything Li Yi was doing would be seen as a direct challenge to the Chu Kingdom's rule. Not to mention, he had killed Muron Kaisen and possessed the knowledge of spiritual energy cultivation. Logically speaking, the Chu Emperor would have no choice but to eliminate him. Even if the royal family hesitated, the demonic energy itself would push them toward action, just like the team badge did. Wait, if Xiang Li had obtained a demon artifact and had been using it for 2 years, then he should have long since lost himself to its influence, becoming a puppet to its power. Killing-type demon artifacts were especially insidious. The rapid growth in power would make their wielders addicted, causing them to lose themselves. Back on Earth, when the Demon Hunting Bureau first encountered demon artifacts, they didn't realize how they corrupted their wielders. At the time, demon hunters would frequently use demon artifacts, and that was what eventually led to the Jingzhou calamity, where millions of civilians perished. The Demon Hunting Bureau had to sacrifice 60% of its agents just to quell the disaster. So why was this world still so stable? Muron Kaisen was too weak to notice the shift in Li Ye's expression. Licking his wounded lips, he continued, "Even if you truly come from a higher civilization, your strength is still limited. You had to rely on a secret technique to defeat me. There's no way you can win against Xiang Li, who carries the strength of multiple grandmasters. You probably don't realize it, but you're already standing at the edge of death." Li cut him off abruptly. "When was the last time you saw Xiang Li?" Muron Kaisen was stunned. "When?" Li pressed, his gaze sharp. "Muron Kaisen, I know what you're trying to do. Tell me the truth, and I'll let you live." A year ago. The last time I saw Xiangli was a year ago, Murong Kaisen said, his face filled with confusion. He turned toward Li Yi. Do you know something? A year ago? MBD, this start of our hand is sounding an awful lot like my soul devourer. Li Yi muttered before looking back at Murong Kaisen. When Xiangli demonstrated it to you, what weapon did he use? Don't tell me he could just make wounds unhealable with his bare hands. Weapon? Murong Kaisen furrowed his brow in thought. He used his bare hands. No, wait, he was wearing gloves. They seemed to be made of silk. So that's what the demon artifact was attached to. Li Yi sighed. No doubt about it. It's my soul devourer. I lost many of my belongings in a spatial turbulence, and Soul Devourer was one of them. Soul Devourer is immune to blades, fire, and water. Any wound inflicted by it will never heal. I thought it was lost forever, but it seems it arrived in this world ahead of me, and was picked up by a local. Murong Kaisen was shocked. Your weapon? Of course it's mine, Li Yi scoffed. Otherwise, how could such a backward civilization suddenly produce an unhealable weapon? And calling it Star Devourer Hand? What a pathetic cover-up. If it's yours, then why did it arrive 2 years earlier than you? Murong Kaisen asked. Spatial turbulence distorts both time and space. Arriving earlier or later than me isn't strange at all. Li glanced at him, then asked eagerly, besides Soul Devourer, have you noticed anything else unusual? I lost nearly all my belongings in the turbulence. Even the most ordinary of my possessions would be divine artifacts to you. If you can help me locate 1 or 2 of them, I'll owe you a great favor. He had found one demonic energy. Now he needed to locate the other. Murong Kaisen stared at Li Yi, his mind in turmoil. It's real. Everything Wei Mingze said was true. He really came from a higher civilization, a god among mortals. He had been blind. He had actually dared to fight a god. He deserved every bit of his current suffering. But if he could help Li Yi recover even one of his divine artifacts, perhaps he could still be saved. After racking his brain, Murong Kaisen finally spoke. In the western regions, a mysterious sect calling itself the Divine Dragon Cult appeared a year ago. Also, the western regions have been oddly peaceful for the past few years. Divine Dragon Cult? There was no doubt. This was where the second demonic energy had gone. As expected, demonic energy was too unique to stay hidden for long. Li Yi sighed inwardly. Since it was called the Divine Dragon Cult, then the demonic energy had likely attached itself to a giant snake or a lizard. Only creatures like those, upon gaining intelligence, would associate themselves with dragons. Demon artifacts required humans to wield them to unleash their full power, making them relatively easy to deal with. But a creature that had turned into a monster on its own, it would have innate supernatural abilities even without a derived skill and would grow at an alarming rate. Back on Earth, whenever a monster wreaked havoc, it took multiple demon hunters working together to take it down. Li Yi, a newly minted Temple Walker, was dreaming if he thought he could single-handedly kill a monster that had been growing for 2 or 3 years. Li Yi, is something wrong? Does this divine dragon cult in the western regions have something to do with your lost divine artifact? Murong Kaisen asked cautiously. It's not a divine artifact. Li Yi shook his head. Murong Kaisen's face flashed with disappointment. It was a small dragon I caught in the Xianing Sea. I was planning to keep it as food, but then I ran into the Galactic Federation police. When I escaped through the spatial turbulence, my ship broke apart, and the little thing got away. I never thought it would arrive in this primitive world before me, Li Yi said nonchalantly. You caught a dragon to eat? Murong Kaisen asked in shock. Why is that surprising? Dragon liver and phoenix gall are known for their immense restorative properties. Eating them is perfectly normal. For example, if one of you ate a piece of dragon meat, you'd probably gain 100 years' worth of martial cultivation instantly. If you smear dragon's blood on your skin, you'd become immune to all poisons, Li Yi sighed. Too bad I've lost most of my power. If I could take it down, cooking it up would at least restore 1% of my strength. He stood up, pacing with a frown. I have to find a way to deal with it. I'm sick of this damn planet. I need to leave as soon as possible. But before I slay the dragon, I should get my soul devourer back first. That'll improve my odds. Despite his words, Li had already made up his mind. There was no way in hell he was going to provoke that dragon. He had already pissed off the Chu kingdom, and a fight with Xiang Li was inevitable. As for that dragon, he'd avoid it if he could. Monsters were far more troublesome than demon artifacts. Muron Kaisen's head was spinning. He didn't remember much else, only that eating a single bite of dragon meat would be immensely beneficial. If just a single bite could grant 100 years of cultivation, then what would happen if someone ate its gall or heart? Would they ascend to immortality on the spot? It would ring above in. He never believed in such things before, but everything he had witnessed today had shattered his understanding of the world. Now, he believed every word Li Yi said. Li Yi, please spare my life. Muron Kaisen pleaded humbly. I may be a grandmaster, but I can assist you in slaying the dragon. I don't trust you. Li Yi looked at him and shook his head. I destroyed your lineage and crippled your limbs. If I let you help me, who's to say you wouldn't stab me in the back at the critical moment? Besides, you're too stupid. Li Yi, you clearly said earlier that you'd spare me for providing information. Muron Kaisen said anxiously. I did promise to let you live. Li Yi smirked. But I never said when. Muron Kaisen was about to curse him for going back on his word, but swallowed his anger upon realizing his own situation. He softened his tone. Li Yi, I was foolish before. I offended a divine being out of ignorance. But now that I know your true identity, how could I dare make the same mistake? He paused for a moment before adding, the Heavenly Master Mansion has hundreds of skilled warriors, including many innate experts. I am willing to pledge my entire sect to your service. I swear, if I ever betray you, may I be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. 1 year, Li said flatly, glancing at him. Survive for a year in your current state, and I'll heal your injuries and take you to slay the dragon. A year. Muron Kaisen was dumbfounded. Yes, a year. Li nodded. You've angered the emperor. By now, your entire clan has probably been wiped out. Compared to that, I'm only making you suffer for a year. You're getting off easy. But with my injuries, how can I possibly survive a year? Muron Kaisen asked in despair. That's your problem, Li chuckled. Of course, if you manage to make yourself useful, I might consider reducing your sentence. How can I contribute while locked in a cage? Muron Kaisen swallowed hard, feeling more and more helpless. If you want to, you'll find a way, Li said. You know as well as I do. Your injuries may seem severe, but for me, healing them is effortless. How you go about earning my favor is up to you. With that, Li left him alone, vanishing into Wolf Valley. Muron Kaisen lay there, staring at the vast night sky, lost in his bleak thoughts. The next day, Deng Wei, Yu Fei, Feng Yang, and Zhu Gaojia set out on horseback, riding swiftly toward the western regions. Their mission? To investigate the so-called divine dragon cult. One king should not meet another. Demonic energies could sense one another. If Li showed up near the other demonic energy, a battle would break out immediately. Still, now that he knew where both demonic energies were, he couldn't rest easy without gathering more information. Even though he didn't want to provoke the divine dragon cult, his own activities had already drawn too much attention. If they came looking for trouble, he needed to be prepared. After obtaining the full details from Muron Kaisen, Li's sense of danger had reached an all-time high. But a small part of him still clung to a sliver of hope. If the divine dragon cult and the Chu kingdom had coexisted peacefully for over 2 years, then maybe the creature leading the cult wasn't the reckless, power-hungry type. However, the moment that thought surfaced, he ruthlessly crushed it. Just because the two demonic energies had coexisted peacefully didn't mean a third one would be tolerated. What if he was the tipping point that broke the balance? If he could avoid trouble, he would. If he couldn't, then he'd fight. Fortify the walls, stockpile the grain. If the enemy makes no move, neither will I. This was Li Ye's new strategy. That same day, Li led the Fun Seekers Club to Waning City for a fan meeting. Shi Xiang, Lu Guangxing, and the others answered fans' questions, gave away signed jerseys, and even demonstrated their signature moves on straw dummies. drawing loud cheers from the crowd. Li spoke to the people of Waning City about the future of the football club and the structure of the league. He also announced the launch of the Football Gazette, a newspaper dedicated to covering player training, match schedules, and game results. Fans would be able to stay updated and even participate in betting pools. Additionally, he introduced the Fun Seekers Youth Training Program, encouraging young players to sign up. Anyone selected would receive full accommodations, martial arts training, and football coaching. Those who performed exceptionally well could join the main or secondary teams, eventually becoming professional players. With only a few days apiece left, Li did everything he could to expand football's influence and strengthen his position. Yet, as he recalled the high mortality rate of temporal walkers, an ominous feeling lingered in his heart. No matter how much he tried to avoid it, he had a gut feeling. Sooner or later, he would have to face both demonic energies. How do you make people love football? Earth had already provided the answer: profit, glory, passion, competitive desire, and accessibility. Li just had to copy it. Everything was already tied to the Fun Seekers Club's team badge. The labor costs for building Wolf Valley, the goods purchased in Waning City, the printing of football brochures, the textile shops making the jerseys, the free food and lodging for spectators, the 3-game ticket bundle for just 50 copper coins, and even betting on matches. Through all these, Li had subtly bound Waning City's economy to the Fun Seekers Club. Directly or indirectly, every citizen of Waning was now benefiting from football. And now, with the launch of the youth training program, promising all kinds of benefits, he had given them an even bigger incentive: a future. Once the secret of cultivating through football spread, even if the imperial court wanted to ban the sport, the people wouldn't allow it. Blocking a man's wealth is like killing his parents. Blocking his path to immortality? Even worse. The next day, when it comes to tea, I only drink Hong Fu tea houses. Shi Xiang stood atop a football, holding an enormous promotional banner featuring the Hong Fu Tea House logo as he hung it from Waning City's walls, igniting a frenzy among the citizens. That very day, Hong Fu Tea House's sales tripled. The shopkeeper, grinning from ear to ear, declared that the endorsement fee had been worth every coin, completely forgetting how miserable he had looked when Li Yi had forced him to sign the contract. The same day, the Football Gazette published an article revealing Shi Xiang's endorsement fee. With that, football players were no longer just names, they became celebrities. Interest in the youth training program skyrocketed, and the enthusiasm of Waning citizens reached new heights. Soon, Waning's inns, tea houses, and silk merchants flooded into Wolf Valley, eager to negotiate business partnerships with Li Yi. Merchants were sharp. They saw an unprecedented business opportunity in the club. The league's rules had already been announced. Fun Seekers Club would travel and play away games, growing its players' fame even further. As long as these merchants could ride the club's momentum, open branches in new cities, and get star players to endorse their products, they would be on the path to unimaginable riches. Hey, some things don't require direct effort. Once the framework is set, there will always be others eager to fill in the gaps. Li Yi was merely the guiding hand. In a world that had never seen football, he had created a brand new trend and dragged everyone into it. Watching the shopkeepers scramble to secure endorsement deals, Li Yi knew his plan had succeeded. So he took the opportunity to raise the players' value, setting new price standards for sponsorships. For a football star, skills, signature moves, and win rates all ultimately translated into commercial value. Commercial value reflected a player's popularity. The higher their commercial value, the greater their fame. The greater their fame, the stronger their commercial value. And in Li Yi's case, the greater their fame, the stronger their spiritual energy. The stronger their spiritual energy, the better they performed on the field. The better they performed, the higher their commercial value. Thus, Li Yi's club had become a perfectly self-sustaining system. It would continue to grow, with or without his direct involvement. As the Fun Seekers Club's reputation expanded, the demonic energy within Li Yi surged at an alarming rate, so much so that it began to frighten even him. Though he still felt clear-headed, he knew there was a limit. too much demonic energy would eventually erode his mind, turning him into a puppet. Demonic energy growth and derived skill growth were two entirely different things. Derived skills strengthened his internal energy, physical attributes, and abilities. Demonic energy, while improving his body to some extent, was more like an external catalyst, a force that wasn't truly his. It accelerated his recovery, enhanced his martial arts, and acted as a power booster. After spreading football through Waning City, Li Yi realized he no longer needed the sport to match Kaisen in a fair fight. Demonic energy alone was enough. But Xiang Li's power was the culmination of multiple Grandmasters' cultivation, plus 2 years of wielding a demon artifact. His stored demonic energy must vastly exceed Li Yi's. And worse, Li Yi had no idea what derived skills Xiang Li had awakened. This was why he let the demonic energy within him grow unchecked. Even if it meant risking becoming a puppet, he refused to die in this world. Besides, his own demon artifact had been surprisingly cooperative lately, enjoying the benefits Li Yi brought it without causing trouble. Maybe he really wouldn't lose himself. At that moment, Li Yi actually envied Shi Xiang and the others. They were happily running within the comfortable system he had built for them, completely unaware of the dangers ahead. No worries, no stress, no crisis awareness at all. Ignorance truly is bliss. If only the Demon Hunting Bureau had never told him anything. If they had just given him a demon artifact and let him enjoy a simple ice-sky adventure, how happy he would have been. Meanwhile, the anxiety Li Yi brought to this world far exceeded his own. Watching Waning City change day by day, Governor Wei Mingze was pulling his hair out. When had an entire city abandoned farming, schooling, and craftsmanship just to focus on football. Everywhere he went, on the streets, in the alleys, at the market, there was nothing but people talking about football and playing football. Ball, ball, ball. It was all he could hear. And the worst part? He had played a direct role in all of it. Football gambling, the Football Gazette. He had even let the Fun Seekers Club use the city walls for advertising. Sure, the club gave him a cut of the ad revenue. But if this continued, the kingdom would collapse. He had been sending urgent reports to the imperial court daily, waiting anxiously for a response. His hair was turning white from stress. Why did this demon, Li Yi, have to choose his territory to make his landing? At the same time, from Waning City, news of the Shuangguang Sect versus Fun Seekers Club football match spread like wildfire. Many of the spectators have been martial artists from towns like Zhenjiang and Fuan. They had witnessed firsthand the brutal competition, the miraculous recovery of injuries, and the 50-50 battle between Li Yi and Kaisen. The impact was massive. The moment they left, they couldn't wait to spread the word. A new power was rising. The martial world was about to change. And so, more and more martial artists began flocking to Waning City, eager to see it for themselves. The rumors were too absurd. They had to confirm the truth with their own eyes. The imperial capital, Chu Kingdom. After hearing Vice Commander Wan Peng's report, Emperor Xiangying was in complete shock. For a long while, he remained silent. And then, instead of asking about Kaisen, he asked, "You're saying that on the football field, those who suffer serious injuries recover instantly?" "I saw it with my own eyes," Wan Peng confirmed. "Not just Li Yi fellow, everyone." Xiangying pressed. "Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone on the field," Wan Peng replied. After a brief pause, Wan Peng drew a dagger and made a shallow cut on the back of his hand. Blood immediately welled up. Before the Emperor's very eyes, the wound healed itself within seconds. Xiangying's throat bobbed. Wan Peng knelt on one knee. "Your Majesty, forgive my offense. A few days ago, after hearing reports from 2 of my captains about Wolf Valley, I personally went there to investigate. While there, I accepted Li Ye's invitation to form a temporary football club, which granted me this ability. On that same day, the Heavenly Tao Alliance's 3rd Elder Shinahong and the Scarlet Flame Sect's left protector Su Chuan also received what Li Yi calls spiritual energy seeds. He claims these are akin to divine blessings, strengthened through fame on the football field. That, Your Majesty, is why he created the league." Hearing this, Xiangying swallowed hard. Then he stood up. Wan Peng, come with me. Turning to his stunned attendants, he commanded, remain here until I return. No one is to leave this chamber. Xiang Ying led Wan Peng in silence, striding hastily toward the deepest part of the imperial palace. Outside the grand palace hall, security was unimaginably tight. Countless black-clad guards patrolled the perimeter. Atop the palace walls, massive ballistae, ordinarily reserved for war, were stationed, their cold, gleaming arrows pointed directly at the hall, forming an impenetrable death trap. The Xianwei Guard. Wan Peng's pupils shrank as he pressed his lips together. The Xianwei Guard was an elite force serving the royal family, trained exclusively for assassination. Their minimum requirement? Being an innate expert. Wan Peng had served in the inspection bureau for over a decade, yet this was the first time he had ever seen them stationed within the palace. What were they guarding against? What kind of terrifying secret lay hidden within this hall? As they passed, the Xianwei Guard saluted the emperor. Wan Peng kept his head down, not daring to look around, fearing that if he glimpsed something forbidden, he wouldn't leave this place alive. Zhong Liang, how has the prince's condition been these past few days? Xiang Ying asked the commander of the Xianwei Guard. Before Zhong Liang could answer, a calm voice drifted out from within the palace. Royal brother, I am well. What brings you here today? Xiang Ying hesitated for a moment before pushing open the doors and stepping inside. Zhong Liang and the other Xianwei Guards stiffened, immediately following behind him, their hands tightening around their weapons, ready for battle at any moment. Wan Peng kept his head lowered as he trailed after them. Just as they entered the courtyard, the voice called out again. Stay where you are, royal brother. If you get too close, I might not be able to control myself. Wan Peng discreetly glanced toward the source of the voice. A middle-aged man, bearing a strong resemblance to the emperor, sat in a pavilion, playing a game of Go with an old eunuch. Beneath the pavilion, koi swam lazily in a pond. Outside, a few musicians played soothing melodies on their zither. If not for the ballistae aimed at the hall, the scene would have appeared tranquil and refined. Yet there was something deeply unsettling about it. The middle-aged man's body was covered in silver acupuncture needles. His hands and feet were shackled with massive iron chains, so thick that they could restrain an elephant. These chains weren't just for show. They were embedded deep beneath a nearby artificial mountain, securing him firmly in place. Though he had a scholarly and elegant appearance, Wan Peng could sense an aura of pure menace radiating from him. Even beneath the overpowering scent of sandalwood incense, there was an unmistakable trace of blood in the air. Wan Peng's mind raced. Who is this prince? Are the Xianwei Guard and ballistae here to contain him? Just as he was trying to piece everything together, a tremendous force suddenly pulled at him. Before he could react, his vision blurred. He was instantly dragged into the pavilion. The shackled prince scrutinized him from head to toe, his piercing gaze seeming to strip Wan Peng down to his very soul. Wan Peng was terrified. He tried to speak, but found himself unable to make sound. He tried to move, but his internal energy was frozen solid, utterly unresponsive. The only power he could still sense was the spiritual energy seed Li had implanted in him. But under the prince's gaze, Wan Peng suppressed the urge to use it. He instinctively knew if he activated the spiritual energy seed now, he would die instantly. Xiaoli, what do you see? Xiang Ying asked. The same demonic energy as in me. Xiang Li released Wan Peng from his grasp and frowned. Royal brother, has a new demon artifact appeared in the world? Or is that demonic dragon in the western regions acting up? Demonic energy? A demonic dragon? Wan Peng was stunned. Wasn't this spiritual energy? And what the hell was this demonic dragon? For the first time, he felt like he didn't understand this world at all. As I suspected, Xiang Ying sighed. Xiaoli, I fear we are on the verge of catastrophe. Another demon artifact may have surfaced. What? Xiang Li demanded. Xiang Ying pulled out Wei Ming's report and tossed it to him. Xiang Li skimmed through it rapidly, his brows furrowing. A higher civilization? A league? Football betting? What is all this? Wan Peng, explain, Xiang Ying commanded. Peng swallowed and recounted everything that had transpired in Waning City, leaving nothing out. Impossible, Xiangli frowned deeply. Demonic energy cannot be bestowed so easily. His gaze snapped back to Peng. After receiving this so-called spiritual energy, did you feel any urges to kill? Any uncontrollable bloodlust? As he spoke, a flicker of red flashed in his pupils before vanishing. No, Peng shook his head. And the people on the field? Xiangli pressed. During the matches, they fight like madmen, desperate to destroy their opponents, Peng admitted. But once the game ends, they return to normal. If anything, the only obsession they seem to have is a hunger for fame, to strengthen their spiritual energy. That's impossible. Xiangli suddenly stood, a wave of violent energy surging from him. The iron chains rattled ominously as they strained against his power. Xiangying instinctively took a step back, while the Xianwei guard surged forward, shielding him. Shaoli, calm yourself, Xiangying urged. Xiangli took a deep breath and pulled out a small porcelain bottle. Extracting a single pill, moments later, his aura settled, and he sat back down. If this man truly possesses demonic energy, Muron Kaisen would have stood no chance against him, he finally said. Royal brother, are you asking me to deal with him? Shaoli, what if we are wrong? Xiang countered. What if what we call demonic energy is actually spiritual energy? What if it is only because we don't understand how to wield it that you have lost control? Xiangli fell silent. What do you intend to do? I plan to meet Li Yi personally and promote the football league nationwide, Xiangying declared. You want to enter the league yourself? Xiangli asked sharply. Yes, Xiangying said firmly. I must confirm whether spiritual energy can truly be controlled. If it can, then we might be able to tame the demonic energy inside you as well. Royal brother, you are the emperor, Xiangli frowned. Precisely why I must do this, Xiangying sighed. The divine dragon cult continues to grow, and your condition remains unstable. If that monster from the western regions invades, how will Chu Kingdom defend itself? Li sent his message through Wei Mingze. That means he wants to cooperate. But that fool Muron Kaisen ruined my plans. Perhaps Muron Kaisen let himself be defeated on purpose, Xiangli muttered. He may be trying to divert danger toward the imperial family. Even so, we must try, Xiangying insisted. If Li truly holds the correct path to cultivating spiritual energy, then this is the Tao of immortals. And if we master it, Chu Kingdom will flourish. Besides, the martial world is already falling under his control. If we allow him to fully dominate the Jianghu, he will become another divine dragon cult. And when that happens, what will become of Chu Kingdom? Then let me kill him now, Xiangli growled. And if you fail, Xiangying challenged. If you lose control and slaughter everyone, who will stop you? The divine dragon cult. Xiangying gazed at his brother and sighed. Shaoli, Chu Kingdom is already teetering on the brink. Li Yi may be the only way to break the deadlock. Xiangli said nothing. After a long pause, Xiangying continued. If I fall under his control, then do not hesitate. Wipe out Li Yi. Wipe out the divine dragon cult. If the royal family perishes, then Chu Kingdom has no reason to exist. Old Yu, old Huai, listen to me. Work well with Li Yi. He's a good man. I was too arrogant, and that's why I ended up like this. It's all true. Everything he says is true. Don't deceive yourselves. Old Yu, please inform my people at the Celestial Master Manor. Tell them not to avenge me, but to fully support Li Yi. Ending up like this is what I deserve. Inside the cage, Muron Kaisen squinted at Huai, Yi, and Yuhai, speaking incessantly. He had no idea how to redeem himself while imprisoned. After thinking long and hard, the best he could do was use himself as an example to warn others. Seeing someone of their own rank, Muron Kaisen, locked in a cage like a dog, barely clinging to life while desperately speaking in Li Ye's favor, the two grandmasters exchanged glances, a deep sense of sorrow creeping into their hearts. Muron, Yuhai, the grandmaster of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, had barely spoken when a sudden voice interrupted him. Two grandmasters gracing us with your presence. How rude of me not to welcome you properly. Please forgive my lack of courtesy. Yu Hai and Huai instantly turned toward the entrance of Wolf Valley. A young man stood there, smiling warmly at them while cupping his hands in greeting. Both of their expressions turned serious. What did he get here? Yu Hai reacted quickly, immediately returning the salute with a smile. Yu Hai greets Li Yi. We arrived unannounced and disturbed you. That's my fault. How could I possibly deserve a formal welcome? Huai let out a hearty laugh and also cupped his hands in greeting. If anything, I should be thanking Li Yi for taking in my disappointing disciple. You don't hit a smiling face. With just 2 sentences, the atmosphere instantly warmed, and the 2 grandmasters, who had been mourning moments ago, quickly cast Muron Kaisen to the back of their minds. A crippled grandmaster was nothing compared to a rising star. Besides, Li Yi seemed to hold a secret that could help them advance even further. Seeing this unfold, Muron Kaisen felt another pang of bitterness. If he had been a little smarter back then, he wouldn't have ended up like this. As it turns out, when the mighty lower their pride, they become much easier to deal with. After the Fun Seekers Club established a positive cycle, the demonic energy inside Li Yi surged dramatically, extending his perception far beyond Wolf Valley. Bees. He had been keeping an eye on Muron Kaisen outside the valley. The moment the 2 grandmasters arrived, he sensed them immediately. Naturally, Li Yi wouldn't wait for anyone to announce them. With Muron Kaisen having already served as an example, he personally came out to welcome the 2 grandmasters, not out of courtesy, but to establish his dominance. And so far it was working. Li Yi reached out and unhooked the cage, lifting Muron Kaisen as he led the 2 grandmasters deeper into the valley. The Scarlet Flame Sect and Heavenly Tao Alliance were the 2 most powerful factions in Chu Kingdom's martial world. If he could gather both of them under his influence, his power structure would be set. After ordering tea to be served, Li Yi casually placed Muron Kaisen in the center of the guest hall. Gentlemen, since you've come to Wolf Valley, I'm sure you already know who I am. That being the case, I'll get straight to the point. What do you mean, Li Yi? Huai asked, occasionally glancing at Muron Kaisen in the cage. He couldn't figure out why Li Yi had brought him in. If it was just to show dominance, wasn't that unnecessary? Grandmaster Huai, I need your assistance with something, Li Yi said bluntly. Please, speak freely, Yu Hai replied with a smile. Dragon slaying, Li Yi stated. Dragon slaying? Huai and Yu Hai echoed in unison. Muron Kaisen visibly trembled. Surely you jest, Li Yi, Huai chuckled, shaking his head. There are no dragons in this world. Grandmaster Huai, before I arrived, there were no gods either. Li Yi shot him a sidelong glance. He suspected that the Divine Dragon Sect harbored a demon artifact, but since the team he had sent to the western regions, including Yu Fei, had not yet returned, he couldn't be certain whether the so-called Divine Dragon was actually a demon artifact. That didn't matter. For now, assuming the dragon was real served his purposes well. Uniting 2 martial world titans against a common target was far better than having them secretly scheming against him. In this unfamiliar world, Li Yi trusted no one, but he could manipulate their actions. If he could string them along for a year, he'd be gone before they ever figured it out. Why worry about what happened afterward? Li Yi, are you planning to seize the throne? Yu Hai of the Heavenly Tao Alliance lowered his voice, glancing at Muron Kaisen before subtly gesturing upward. After all, Li Yi had crushed the Celestial Master, escorting the royal envoy. It was only natural for Yu Hai to suspect him of having ambitions for the throne. Why, he suddenly had a moment of realization. You must be joking, Grandmaster Yu, Li Yi sneered. I come from a higher civilization. Even if I recover just 1% of my power, I'd be akin to a god on this primitive planet. Why would I covet the throne of a mere kingdom? When I say dragon slaying, I mean real dragon slaying. Muron Kaisen, tell them. Muron Kaisen let out a bitter laugh before recounting everything about Royal Grandmaster Xiang Li and the Divine Dragon Sect. A Grandmaster's words naturally carried more weight than Li Yi's. When Muron Kaisen finished, Yu Hai's face was filled with disbelief. Are you serious? I'm already in this state. Why would I lie to you? Muron Kaisen shook his head. The Celestial Master Manor has always been a tool of the court to balance the martial world. If you had ever dared to rebel, you would have been crushed like ants. So, there really is a dragon in this world? Why, he stammered. There are gods, dragons, immortals, demons, and even Zerg and silicon-based life forms, Li said, scanning the three men. The universe is vast and full of wonders. You haven't even left this planet. Of course, you've never seen them. Li, I've heard of immortals and demons, but what are these Zerg and silicon-based beings? Yuhai asked. The Zerg are infamous cosmic marauders. Their bodies are incredibly strong, and they reproduce through a Zerg queen. Their society functions much like your local insects with worker bugs, soldier bugs, and so on. They are numerous, bloodthirsty, and leave nothing behind wherever they go. A shadow of fear flickered across Lie's eyes as he spoke of the Zerg. He shook his head. No species in the universe wants to provoke them. On a planet like yours, if the Zerg were to arrive, within 3 days, nothing would remain. Yuhai and Huai exchanged troubled glances, furrowing their brows. Lie's descriptions sounded like pure fantasy. Even with all their knowledge and experience, they had never encountered anything like this before. Are they insect demons? Huai asked. No, they're a true species, Li replied. He picked up a cup of tea, then used the liquid to draw a detailed image on the ground, depicting a Zerg queen along with various subspecies like rippers and drones. Thanks to Earth's extensive imagery of the Zerg, along with the fine control of his demonic energy and inner power, his sketches were lifelike and terrifying. A Zerg queen can be dozens to hundreds of meters tall, and they can birth thousands of drones per day. Li continued, if you ever follow me beyond this planet and encounter the Zerg, remember, run. No one can defeat them. And worst of all, even if you do, there's no reward. The room fell into a heavy silence as the three men stared at the eerie depictions on the ground. Yuhai and Huai nodded blankly. The divine dragon worshipped by the divine dragon sect was supposed to be my food. When my spaceship was torn apart in a temporal rift, it arrived on this planet before me. It deceived the people of the western regions, making them worship it as a divine being. Li looked at the two grandmasters and continued. I was severely injured by the temporal rift and lost all my power. I doubt I could defeat it in my current state. That's why I need your help to slay the dragon. You lost all your power? And yet, you crippled Muron Kaisen? Then what does that make us? Yuhai glanced at Muron Kaisen. His expression darkened. Li, our martial arts level is similar to that of Celestial Master Muron. If even you aren't a match for this dragon, wouldn't we just be a burden to you? You flatter me, Grandmaster Yu. I'm not a reckless man. If we are to slay a dragon, we must be fully prepared, Li said. Otherwise, whether the beast escapes or we get injured, neither outcome is acceptable to me. What kind of preparation? Huai asked. If even I was injured in the temporal rift, then that beast's injuries shouldn't be much lighter than mine. However, it arrived 3 years before me and established the Divine Dragon Sect. Using the power of faith, it has likely recovered quite a bit. That's why I plan to slay the dragon 1 year from now. Lie's expression turned serious as he looked at them. During this year, we will use the league tournament to improve ourselves as much as possible. I estimate that within a year, my power should be strong enough to suppress that beast. Then, with your assistance and Soul Devourer reclaimed from Xiang Li, we should have no trouble taking it down. Yuhai and Huai exchanged glances but remained silent. I am willing to assist Li Yi, Muron Kaisen weakly declared, eager to prove himself. From his previous arrogance to his current state of being utterly broken, he was now the one who believed in Li Yi the most. After all, Li had suffered similar injuries to his own, yet now he was as good as new. The proof was right in front of him. How could he not believe? I need dragon meat to restore my power, Li Yi continued, ignoring Muron Kaisen. But a single dragon is too much for me alone. After we slay it, you two may bring your disciples to feast on the dragon banquet. A dragon's entire body is a treasure. 1 bite of dragon meat grants 100 years of internal power, Dragon blood rejuvenates and enhances beauty, and dragon scales and bones can be forged into divine weapons. People call me Timely Rain. I never treat my own people unfairly. Spatial jumping requires a strong enough body. Once your physique reaches the necessary threshold, I can take you beyond this planet to explore the vastness of space. Wouldn't that be far better than being trapped in this tiny world? Exploring the vast universe? Yuhai hesitated before speaking. Li, allow us some time to consider. Of course. I know you don't fully believe me yet. You may send people to investigate, Li said with a confident smile. Just be careful not to alert that beast. No matter what, it is still a dragon, not something you can handle at this stage. If you startle it and it becomes cautious, I won't forgive you. Thank you for the warning, Li, Yuhai replied awkwardly. Then after a moment, he asked, earlier, you mentioned reclaiming Soul Devourer, but it's in the hands of the royal family. Since you injured Muron Kaisen, the royal family likely won't give you much time. Soul Devourer is my weapon. Without understanding its proper usage, Xiangli may be able to unleash its power, but over time, it will surely consume him instead. Li Yi chuckled. Alphabe, Muron Kaisen said Xiangli hasn't been seen for a year. He's probably already suffering from Soul Devourer's backlash. Retrieving it should be quite simple. I suggest you both stay in Wolf Valley for a few days and help me take Soul Devourer back. Then you will see for yourselves whether I'm telling the truth. Besides, I also wish to discuss the league tournament with you. Yuhai and Huai exchanged a glance before both of them stood up. In that case, we shall impose upon you, Yuhai said. Huai laughed. I've always been curious about interstellar matters. If you have time, Li Yi, I'd love to hear more from you. Since Muron Kaisen had been crippled, they no longer cared about the Chu royal family. If Li Yi was lying, and the royal protector was gone, then Chu Kingdom was nothing to fear. If he was telling the truth, then there was even more reason to follow him. Being with Li Yi was far better than being tied to the royal family. Either way, they had nothing to lose. Naturally, Li Yi replied with a smile. His goal was to make them stay. As long as they remained in Wolf Valley, everything would fall into place. Earth already had a well-developed understanding of the universe, along with countless science fiction stories and theories. Fooling martial artists from this world with that knowledge? Too easy. In fact, it didn't even take 2 days for Yuhai and Huai to become firm believers in Li Ye's background. After all, the transformation caused by demonic energy couldn't be faked. Moreover, Shinta Hong and Su Chuan soon arrived at Wolf Valley with their newly formed soccer teams, announcing the establishment of the Heavenly Tao Alliance Club and the Scarlet Flame Sect Club. Once Li used the Football Gazette to publicize their teams, he immediately enhanced their demonic energy, allowing them to experience a rapid surge in power. For Grandmaster, advancing even a single step was like ascending the heavens. Yet in just 2 days, without doing anything, their strength had skyrocketed. How could they possibly doubt Li Yi anymore? The 2 Grandmasters instantly became Li Ye's most devoted followers. After learning about the wonders of the universe from him, they dreamed daily of one day soaring into space alongside him. After all, in Li Ye's version of the universe, immortality was merely the entry-level benefit of interstellar exploration. Who wouldn't want to live forever? And as for making a name for themselves on the soccer field, that wasn't showboating, that was cultivation. If playing soccer could lead to ascension, then forget just kicking a ball. If they had to stand on their heads and eat sh*t, they'd do it gladly. With the Heavenly Tao Alliance controlling the righteous martial world and the Scarlet Flame Sect ruling the dark side, the League's progress accelerated rapidly. One letter after another was sent out from Wolf Valley. The 3 schools and 5 clans received the Grandmaster's summons, and on the same day, they immediately established their own clubs before rushing to Wolf Valley to participate in what they now believe to be the new martial arts tournament. Yes, they saw the League as a new era of martial competition. Such was the power of martial world leadership. Football Gazette published daily updates about newly formed clubs and upcoming matches. May 15th, Chingchong Sect versus Fun Seekers Club, away match in Wolf Valley. May 16th, Heavenly Tao Alliance versus Fun Seekers Club, away match in Wolf Valley. May 17th, Scarlet Flame Sect versus Fun Seekers Club, away match in Wolf Valley. You had to serve as striker for Heavenly Tao Alliance. Will the champion be Heavenly Tao Alliance or Scarlet Flame Sect? Can the outmatched Fun Seekers Club turn the tide and defeat a team with Grandmasters? Soccer is a team sport. Can a single Grandmaster dominate the field? Li establishes the Football Alliance, setting rules, point systems, and penalties. All football events must now be registered with the Football Alliance. Proof that soccer can lead to ascension. Past cultivation methods were wrong. With guidance from a higher civilization, can Chu Kingdom break free from its primitive status? With the football movement gaining momentum, Li Yi bet everything on turning soccer into a nationwide obsession. Because if the Divine Dragon Sect made a move, he needed every advantage possible. I knew from the start that Li Yi wasn't an ordinary person. How else could he come up with something as unprecedented as a football tournament? Exactly. They say Li Yi comes from a fourth-class civilization, while even worlds with gods and immortals are only third class. That means Li Ye's world is a whole level above the immortals. Storybooks mislead people. Who would have thought that immortals don't meditate in the mountains, but instead cultivate through football in the heart of bustling cities? The old teachings were all wrong. Players recover from injuries so quickly. If not immortal arts, then what? That so-called scholar who claimed it was just illusions. Illusions? Huh. That same who heard that football is the path to immortality. So he went to the youth training camp at dawn, knelt at the entrance, and begged to join. What a joke. Li Yi said each province can set up its own football leagues as long as they register with the Football Alliance. Even if we can't join the Planet Cup, starting our own tournaments might still lead us to immortality, right? In a world with no real understanding of the universe, the concept of civilization ranking was like a bombshell. Unlike Earth, where scientific classifications are debated, this world's civilization rankings came directly from Li Yi, a self-proclaimed visitor from a higher civilization. More importantly, there was proof, the supernatural healing on the football field, the endorsement of powerful martial artists, and the fact that the official newspaper, the Football Gazette, publicly confirmed it. Step by step, layer by layer, the idea spread. If 3 people repeating a lie could make others believe it, then with thousands witnessing football's miracles, the idea took root across the entire populace. Soon, tickets for Wolf Valley's home games became nearly impossible to buy. Some people bought tickets because they believed in the path of cultivation through football. Others bought tickets to prove that Li Yi was a fraud. But either way, with civilization rankings and football cultivation as fuel, the league exploded in popularity. Waning City Government Office. Inside Wei Ming's study, Emperor Xiang Ying sat in plain clothes, flipping through every issue of the Football Gazette and reviewing dossiers on all football club players. Football clubs had sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, each one desperately glorifying their players. But unless a club had a grandmaster like Huai, Yi, or Yu Hai, ordinary players struggled to stand out. After all, they had never played in real matches, and with so many players, even famous martial artists were unknown to commoners. The real beneficiaries of this craze were Li Ye's original followers, people like Shi Xiang and Lu Guangxing. Now, their names were known across the kingdom. Even the most insignificant members of the Fun Seekers Club had become innate experts, thanks to riding the wave of popularity. Xiang Ying remained silent, flipping through the football documents page by page, his frown deepening. Kneeling on the floor, Wei Mingze was drenched in sweat. Finally, Xiang Ying put down the last document, sighed, and gazed out the window. So, my mighty great Chu Kingdom is nothing more than a first-class civilization, barely different from primitive beasts. Wei Mingze wiped his sweat, quickly thinking of a response. Your Majesty, those higher civilizations have developed for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. Compared to them, Chu Kingdom is still an infant taking its first steps. Given time, we may surpass them. Thailand bot. Xiang Ying turned back, smirking. Wei Mingze, do you actually believe in this so-called civilization ranking? Wei Mingze froze. He recalled all of Li Ye's extraordinary feats and took a deep breath. Your Majesty, I would never deceive you. Looking at Li Ye's actions, they are beyond what any normal person could accomplish. His civilization ranking theory is logically sound and carefully constructed. I believe it to be true. Even if Li Yi exaggerated, at the very least, his powers indicate that he comes from at least a second-class civilization. If we can learn from him, even if we can't break past the first-class limit, it could still propel Chu Kingdom to unimaginable heights. I believe this is an opportunity, both for Chu Kingdom and for your Majesty. Xiang Ying's expression darkened. My royal grandmaster was crippled and put on display outside Wolf Valley. Through this so-called league, Li Yi has gathered all of the martial world's forces under his banner. If he rebels, what would become of me? Wei Mingze wiped his sweat again and carefully responded. Your Majesty, Li Yi is injured. He merely wants to recover his strength and return to the universe. Just as your Majesty wouldn't fight a tribe of monkeys over a mountain, Li Yi comes from a higher civilization. He likely doesn't care about Chu Kingdom's throne. He had no choice but to go all in. Football Gazette was his initiative. Football betting was his invention. Waning City was now football-obsessed, forever tying his fate to Li Yi. If Li Yi fell, his own end would be miserable. Xiang Ying suddenly let out a chuckle. So, according to you, in Li Ye's eyes, I am nothing more than a monkey king in the wilderness? Your Majesty is wise and mighty, naturally not a monkey king. Wei Mingze forced a nervous smile. You simply haven't seen the outside universe yet. Once you do, your Majesty will surely carve out a place in it. You sure know how to talk, Xiang Ying said, shaking his head with a wry smile. Enough flattery. I know exactly what Chu Kingdom is. With Li Yi controlling such a massive force, if he ever wanted my throne, he could take it in an instant. Although he didn't want to admit it, deep inside, Xiang Ying had already accepted that Li Yi came from a higher civilization. That artifact that Xiang Li obtained probably came from the same place as Li Yi. The so-called demonic energy was likely just spiritual energy, and they simply didn't understand how to use it. Your Majesty, I think. Wei Mingze wanted to say more, but Xiang Ying cut him off. Tomorrow is the Qingqing Sect versus Fun Seekers club match. Arrange a seat for me. I will watch in person. No one must know I am there. Yes, Your Majesty. Wei Mingze hesitated, but then bowed in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, in Wolf Valley, with his demonic energy skyrocketing, Li Ye's perception range had expanded to over 20 miles. His raw physical strength was now equal to a grandmaster, and his power seemed limitless. He could easily hurl 1,000-pound boulders. Even broken bones healed instantly, even outside football matches. He didn't know how other Temple Walkers were doing, but right now, he felt like a superhuman. But despite his growing demonic energy, Li Yi remained completely clear-headed. It made him question, did demon hunters truly lose themselves due to demonic energy? Or was it because their growing power fueled their ambitions? With such strength, who wouldn't crave power and wealth? Was that why the Demon Hunting Bureau limited them? Was everything just a way to control Temple Walkers? Thinking too much, the team badge spoke in his mind. Nothing, Li Yi replied. The badge didn't care and continued excitedly. Li, do you know how much my demonic energy has grown? Even without absorbing the other two demon energies, I can now cut my connection to the Demon Suppression Tower. Leah's heart skipped a beat. Badge, can you kill the other two demonic energies? Hard to say, the badge replied. I need to get close to them to know. Besides, you're the one fighting, not me. I'm still trapped in this badge. Possession? Losing oneself might just mean being possessed. I knew from the start that Li Yi wasn't an ordinary person. How else could he come up with something as unprecedented as a football tournament? Exactly. They say Li Yi comes from a fourth-class civilization, while even worlds with gods and immortals are only third class. That means Li Ye's world is a whole level above the immortals. Storybooks mislead people. Who would have thought that immortals don't meditate in the mountains, but instead cultivate through football in the heart of bustling cities? The old teachings were all wrong. Players recover from injuries so quickly. If not immortal arts, then what? That so-called scholar who claimed it was just illusions. Illusions? Huh. That same who heard that football is the path to immortality. So he went to the youth training camp at dawn, knelt at the entrance, and begged to join. What a joke. Li Yi said each province can set up its own football leagues as long as they register with the Football Alliance. Even if we can't join the Planet Cup, starting our own tournaments might still lead us to immortality, right? In a world with no real understanding of the universe, the concept of civilization ranking was like a bombshell. Unlike Earth, where scientific classifications are debated, this world civilization rankings came directly from Li Yi, a self-proclaimed visitor from a higher civilization. More importantly, there was proof, the supernatural healing on the football field, the endorsement of powerful martial artists, and the fact that the official newspaper, the Football Gazette, publicly confirmed it. Step by step, layer by layer, the idea spread. If 3 people repeating a lie could make others believe it, then with thousands witnessing football's miracles, the idea took root across the entire populace. Soon, tickets for Wolf Valley's home games became nearly impossible to buy. Some people bought tickets because they believed in the path of cultivation through football. Others bought tickets to prove that Li Yi was a fraud. But either way, with civilization rankings and football cultivation as fuel, the league exploded in popularity. Waning city government office. Inside Wei Ming's study, Emperor Xiang Ying sat in plain clothes, flipping through every issue of the Football Gazette and reviewing dossiers on all football club players. Football clubs had sprung up like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, each one desperately glorifying their players. But unless a club had a grandmaster like Huai, Yi, or Yu Hai, ordinary players struggled to stand out. After all, they had never played in real matches, and with so many players, even famous martial artists were unknown to commoners. The real beneficiaries of this craze were Li Ye's original followers, people like Shi Xiang and Lu Guangxing. Now, their names were known across the kingdom. Even the most insignificant members of the Fun Seekers Club had become innate experts, thanks to riding the wave of popularity. Xiang Ying remained silent, flipping through the football documents page by page, his frown deepening. Kneeling on the floor, Wei Mingze was drenched in sweat. Finally, Xiang Ying put down the last document, sighed, and gazed out the window. So, my mighty great Chu kingdom is nothing more than a first-class civilization, barely different from primitive beasts. Wei Mingze wiped his sweat, quickly thinking of a response. Your Majesty, those higher civilizations have developed for hundreds of thousands, even millions of years. Compared to them, Chu kingdom is still an infant taking its first steps. Given time, we may surpass them. Anobi. Xiang Ying turned back, smirking. Wei Mingze, do you actually believe in this so-called civilization ranking? Wei Mingze froze. He recalled all of Li Ye's extraordinary feats and took a deep breath. Your Majesty, I would never deceive you. Looking at Li Ye's actions, they are beyond what any normal person could accomplish. His civilization ranking theory is logically sound and carefully constructed. I believe it to be true. Even if Li Yi exaggerated, at the very least, his powers indicate that he comes from at least a second-class civilization. If we can learn from him, even if we can't break past the first-class limit, it could still propel Chu Kingdom to unimaginable heights. I believe this is an opportunity, both for Chu Kingdom and for your Majesty. Xiang Ying's expression darkened. My royal grandmaster was crippled and put on display outside Wolf Valley. Through this so-called league, Li Yi has gathered all of the martial world's forces under his banner. If he rebels, what would become of me? Wei Mingze wiped his sweat again and carefully responded. Your Majesty, Li Yi is injured. He merely wants to recover his strength and return to the universe. Just as your Majesty wouldn't fight a tribe of monkeys over a mountain, Li Yi comes from a higher civilization. He likely doesn't care about Chu Kingdom's throne. He had no choice but to go all in. Football Gazette, was his initiative. Football betting was his invention. Waning City was now football-obsessed, forever tying his fate to Li Yi. If Li Yi fell, his own end would be miserable. Xiangying suddenly let out a chuckle. So, according to you, in Li Yi's eyes, I am nothing more than a monkey king in the wilderness? Your Majesty is wise and mighty, naturally not a monkey king. Wei Mingze forced a nervous smile. You simply haven't seen the outside universe yet. Once you do, your Majesty will surely carve out a place in it. You sure know how to talk, Xiangying said, shaking his head with a wry smile. Enough flattery. I know exactly what Chu Kingdom is. With Li Yi controlling such a massive force, if he ever wanted my throne, he could take it in an instant. Although he didn't want to admit it, deep inside, Xiangying had already accepted that Li Yi came from a higher civilization. That artifact that Xiangli obtained probably came from the same place as Li Yi. The so-called demonic energy was likely just spiritual energy, and they simply didn't understand how to use it. Your Majesty, I think. Wei Mingze wanted to say more, but Xiangying cut him off. Tomorrow is the Qingcheng Sect versus Fun Seekers club match. Arrange a seat for me. I will watch in person. No one must know I am there. Yes, Your Majesty. Wei Mingze hesitated, but then bowed in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, in Wolf Valley, with his demonic energy skyrocketing, Li Yi's perception range had expanded to over 20 miles. His raw physical strength was now equal to a grandmaster, and his power seemed limitless. He could easily hurl 1,000-pound boulders. Even broken bones healed instantly, even outside football matches. He didn't know how other temporal walkers were doing, but right now, he felt like a superhuman. But despite his growing demonic energy, Li Yi remained completely clear-headed. It made him question, did demon hunters truly lose themselves due to demonic energy? Or was it because their growing power fueled their ambitions? With such strength, who wouldn't crave power and wealth? Was that why the Demon Hunting Bureau limited them? Was everything just a way to control temporal walkers? Thinking too much, the team badge spoke in his mind. Nothing, Li Yi replied. The badge didn't care and continued excitedly. Li, do you know how much my demonic energy has grown? Even without absorbing the other two demon energies, I can now cut my connection to the demon suppression tower. Li Yi's heart skipped a beat. Badge, can you kill the other two demonic energies? Hard to say, the badge replied. I need to get close to them to know. Besides, you're the one fighting, not me. I'm still trapped in this badge. Possession? Losing oneself might just mean being possessed. How exactly did a demon artifact take over someone's body? Did it depend on the amount of demonic energy? Or was it based on the demon hunter's willpower? Li Yi once again thought about the restrictions set by the Demon Hunting Bureau, then smirked and asked, Badge, what exactly determines the growth of your demonic energy? Is it really about matching your host's nature and expanding your influence in the world? The Demon Hunting Bureau had told him that activating demonic energy required aligning with the artifact's attributes. But the whole part about worldwide influence? That was something he made up himself, just to push the badge's abilities to the limit. I don't know, the team badge replied. I've lost a lot of my memories. But judging by how quickly my demonic energy is growing, you might be right. You're doing a great job. What about that glove? Li Yi asked. It's been in this world for over 2 years, but only the royal family knows about it. It shouldn't have much worldwide influence. So does that mean it's still weak? That's possible, the badge responded excitedly. We could test it out. If we devour it and then consume the dragon, we'll have no threats left in this world. Yeah, if we devour them, there'll be no threats left, Li Yi sighed. This world is too weak. I've easily reached this level. Life is just too lonely when you're this powerful. Since he now suspected that losing oneself was just another word for possession, Li needed to reinforce the idea that this world was boring in the badge's mind. If this thing got too strong, it might try to possess him next. After a moment of silence, the badge chuckled. So, are you worried that if I cut off my connection to the demon suppression tower, you won't be *****. It was growing too fast. Li cursed inwardly, but replied calmly. How could that be? I trust you, Badge. If I didn't, why would I go all out to help you grow? Relax, the Badge snorted. Even you think this world is weak. There's no way I'd stay here. I've already figured out how to develop my own abilities. No matter how stupid the next Temporal Walker is, I can guide them to success. One day, I'll find a world that suits me. So just focus on— Great, Lee laughed, pretending to be enthusiastic. But deep down, he had already decided, once they took down the other two demonic energies, he would stop helping the Badge grow. If he had time left, he would stall completely. Because at this point, he had no way to stop it from taking over. Just a few months ago, he was an ordinary person. Even now, he was still a new Temporal Walker with very little knowledge about demon artifacts. That same day, Li participated in the match against Qing Shang's Sect. With his current abilities, even without using demonic energy, he could crush Qing Shang's Sect effortlessly. But for the sake of the game, he suppressed his strength. Instead of playing seriously, he acted more like a coach, letting his team members take most of the hits. Shi Xiang made a solo charge, but his ball got stolen. Without hesitation, Li kicked him 3 meters away. What the hell was that? Lu Guangxing was wide open. Why didn't you pass to him? Fan Jia, you missed a one-on-one shot. If your leg doesn't work, just cut it off and get a new one. Today, Li Yi seemed especially irritable. Before the first half even ended, he had scolded every player on the team, and half of them had broken bones. Since they needed time to recover, all of the substitute players got to play. Then the substitutes got destroyed too. But despite being abused, every single player in the Fun Seekers Club was ecstatic. Because they felt it again. The same power surge they had experienced when fighting Muron Kaisen. There was no doubt about it. Li Yi was using some secret technique to boost their strength. It was a win-win. And so, even though Li Yi didn't play in the second half, the Fun Seekers Club still dominated like a pack of wild beasts. By the end of the match, they had crushed Qingcheng Sect with a 12-3 victory. Using his derived skill, Li Yi's stats had increased nearly 20-fold. But something was strange. Once his attributes increased 10-fold, they stopped growing. His perception range capped at 50 miles. His strength maxed out at lifting 20-ton boulders. No matter what he did, he couldn't push it further. The only thing still improving was his inner energy, which was slowly condensing from gas into liquid. Did the human body have a limit? If so, then bringing this skill back to Earth would be useless. Or was this just a bottleneck? If he could break through, would his physical power keep increasing? After the match, Li tested his strength. Casually tossing a massive boulder in the air, he frowned. Only 20 tons? He muttered. That's way too weak. I can't even lift a blue whale. This isn't normal. Little did he know, nearby, Huai Yi and the others were completely stunned. Grandmasters were said to be able to split rivers and shatter mountains, but that was just legend. They could break boulders, sure, but they couldn't just throw them around like toys. Seeing this, Huai Yi clapped enthusiastically. Congratulations, Li Yi. Your power has advanced once again. Far from it, Li Yi sighed, shaking his head. In my prime, I could punch a planet apart. Now I still struggle to throw a tiny rock like this. I don't know how long it'll take to get back to my peak. Patience, Li Yi, Yuhai reassured him. Immortals live forever. There will be plenty of time to recover. At that moment, Li Yi turned to the middle-aged man standing beside Wei Mingze. And who is this? He asked. Li Yi, this is His Majesty, the Emperor of Chu Kingdom. Wei Mingze hurriedly introduced. Xiangying stepped forward and bowed respectfully. I, Xiangying, greet Li Yi. Having seen the supernatural power of the players and Li Yi's strength, Xiangying had already fully accepted the idea of higher civilizations. He wouldn't dare act arrogantly. You're here for Soul Devourer, aren't you? Li Yi asked. Soul Devourer? Xiangying was momentarily stunned. The glove that Xiang Li obtained. That's my weapon, Li Yi explained. If I'm not mistaken, he's already been consumed by it, hasn't he? Xiang Ying's entire body stiffened. His carefully planned countermeasures felt like a joke. The thing he relied on the most was just Li Yi's discarded weapon, and Li Yi even knew that Xiang Li had been corrupted. Realizing how powerless he was, Xiang Ying immediately bowed deeply. Sir, Please save my royal brother. As you predicted, he has succumbed to Soul Devourer. He is consumed by bloodlust and can barely be contained. If you can free him, Chu Kingdom will support you completely. Holy sh**t. What the hell was going on? Had Xiangli been possessed or not? Did demonic energy really make people lose their minds? Before Li Yi could process it all, a blood-soaked soldier staggered into the room, collapsing to his knees. Your Majesty, he cried desperately. Prince Xiangli has gone mad. He's slaughtering everyone in the capital.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.